Well, good afternoon, whoever you are, wherever you are, and welcome on what is an absolutely smashing Darebin Sunday. A glorious way to tick towards the end of winter and a glorious way to tick towards the end of August in and of itself. It has been a very, very bright start to a Sunday which will only continue to shine at Darebin Community Sports Stadium with the Series Futsal Championship this season is well and truly heating up. It is getting to the all-important and pointy end. And well, for our early kickoff, it is two teams who very much so have got their destinies in the balance. It's an Arians team who are in the playoff places with a bit of a buffer between themselves and RMIT, who are taking on a Kensington side that can go top with a win for the time being. The Arians are looking to get off to a quick start and have got a corner with inside the first 30 seconds. Tamori had a drive from range. Skoufis was down to meet it. Wanting a quick start today, they can close the gap to 2 points between these two teams if they are to be victorious are Arians. Kensington though with Patnar on the charge, and he's bruised the outside of the post. Quick fire in the first minute to kickstart a Sunday afternoon in this division that holds a lot of promise, that potentially could be seismic and hold magnitude of its own kind. My name's Ethan Rigg, and what a day we have before us. 6 to go in both the top tier and the second tier. The former to precede and to follow on from the latter. Weekend of huge importance. Table has started to shape up. Kensington again can go top. Bulleen have got the bye. They have no way of reply for now. This essentially acting as their game in hand. They have an early free kick. Ben Grillo is over it. Soto is an option. Patton and Mara are making menace. It is Grillo's take. It's nodded away by Tamori, who is joined by Ali Reza Shamkhani in goal. Payam Jalali, who has been in supreme goal-scoring form. Dominguez and as well Ali Hassab, who has looked lively whenever he's played for Arians, who have got a plethora of options on the bench. Team who have well and truly picked up the pace in terms of their seasonal charge. Started things quite slowly. Looked as though for a little bit of time they could have been in a relegation playoff scrap and are now in a promotion playoff scrap. Very similar tale to how it unfolded last season for them. It was only a 14-game campaign where they finished third. They're in the same place after 14 games this time round. Though no, it is an entirely different outlook for them. It was where they climbed into the playoff places on the final day of last season in rather dramatic style, knowing that they will want it to be a little bit more safe and secure. They've got the opportunity to momentarily go 9 points clear of RMIT and to be only 3 from the top of the table and to bunch it right up. We've had a trio of teams who've been hunting the title for majority of the campaign. That recently shrunk back down to 2 though. Arians are wanting to join the party. Jalali on the swivel, forced a save out of Skoufis, who was down well to gather it and was quick to release Grillo, who was met by Hassab, and he was marshalled well. Taken quickly for Dominguez, who stung the palms of Skoufis, recovered by Mara. Gerardo Soto, who has been superb since his mid-season reintroduction to the top 2 tiers. Man who was a firm favourite during his time at Western United in particular. Now looking to be part of a promotion charge with Kensington. He's hustling Jalali, who found Tamori. Kensington do go high. Saab finds Dominguez. Soto's challenge a good one, recovered by Patton. On for Gerardo Soto, who looked to steer to the back post. Jalali at the second, denied Grillo, who was sliding. Now Hassab, away from Patton, on for Tamori. He found Dominguez with a good ball, flicked faintly round the corner. Hassab returned it. Dominguez wanting to find his way forward. Tamori, space for Jalali, who had a loose touch. Rarity for Payam Jalali. regular source of goals. They've got some firepower on the bench as well in the way of Syed Ali Mosavi, who has been in terrific goal-scoring touch since returning to the second tier. Patton has taken a sit down for Kensington at the moment. They too have got quite a bit of firepower in ways of substitutions. Malikyar will come from the bench as Shamkhani is forced into a save, and Tsutsidis on the follow-in will steer Kensington ahead. They just started to build. Good early opportunity. It was the drive from distance from Grillo. It was awkward for Shamkhani, who was short-sighted, and the follow-in from Tsutsidis was tucked away. Kensington, who had a couple of opportunities that they had to withstand as Skoufis readjusts. Mosavi looked to nod it on. Soto was there to find Grillo, who can go. Instead got Mara. Soto now, patient, sizing up Dominguez. Gerardo Soto hustled, kept his cool and found Tsutsidis. Soto fancied to go himself and was not far away. Again speared long, Dominguez. Cut out by Grillo, who's made a good start. That's a smashing ball from Soto. In behind is Mara, who just couldn't get beyond Tamori. Jalali wanting to counter the other way. Tried to twist and turn beyond Tsutsidis. Grillo then came in. Rotations have been quick as Geraldo makes his way on for Kensington. Chris Rose is a backup keeping option on the bench. Tamori had to ward off Geraldo and did so well. Dominguez deftly, up was Grillo. Put it back from Geraldo, measured it for Tsutsidis. Grillo, patient, away from Dominguez, who couldn't beat Shamkhani at the near post. Gets to this stage. By the end of today for Kensington, it will be their respective halfway stage of the season. They'd have played 14. Arians will be beyond that point now. They'll be just starting to turn one eye towards spring and a real push to solidify the promotion place that they hold. Side who have been in really good touch recently. Last time in league action were far too good for Northcote. And Chokri was caught by Grillo. He gave away a free kick. Shoban Chokri's just stayed down. And has returned to his feet, albeit quite gingerly. And might in fact make way for Samuel Shimo. Instead opts for Wael Ibrahim to come on. Chokri is just testing himself out on the touchline. Dominguez in the meantime has a free kick. And Ibrahim is now having to make way. So Shimo will come on at the end of a bit of a chaotic patch. Dominguez's take, set for Shimo, who caught it sweetly. Skoufis was undeterred. And for Arians, it has been a really good run of form for them. I've got a bit to do in this early installation. And Soto is looking to cause more problems. He was on amazing run, still going as Soto. He had no way beyond Reza. Have to look back all the way to the end of March for the last time they were defeated in second tier action, 9-2 at the hands of Footscray. That marks a turning point in their season, really. General reception and reaction was that things simply could only pick up. Followed a tricky start to the campaign, where they were without a win in the month of March, having picked up 4 points from what offered February. Kensington on the flip side, they started sweetly. hit a bit of a blip on the radar, as tends to happen in this division. Saw off Braybrook the last time in league action in a bit of a shootout. Edged the game against Footscray and Bulleen. Those two in particular, right at the end of June, proved to be crucial in swinging the momentum in their favour. Side who have had a topsy-turvy few seasons were battling the drop from the second tier for a good passage of the prior campaign, and throughout much of 2025 in truth. As Reza on the swivel, of course, is the save out of Skoufis, recovered by Soto. And Reza had a lot of him and gave away a free kick. Had too much of him. Slightly overzealous to get a challenge in. Geraldo invited further forward. That for Theo Soutsidis, his 12th league goal of the season. At the moment, it is the difference maker. As Masavi, that's good from Grillo, who got away from two, then ran into Shimo, recovered by Soutsidis. Grillo, gorgeous hit. Aldo went deftly. That's a super goal. Just how good is that? The link-up was luscious, and the dink from Geraldo was delightful to double the lead. A cracking Kensington move. Double they sought after, had to withstand a little bit of Orient's pressure. Now they can stretch their legs a little bit. And for Geraldo, who has made a good start to life since his mid-season move from Northcote. His 7th goal of the campaign. And it is one for Kensington that just sees them gather that little bit of calmness. And it poses the question for Oriens in order to go and reply. Perfect start for them. Shimo on the drive. Drove his effort over. Not fraught of a meeting this season, these two either. Think back to the last time they met, it was Oriens that were victorious 3-2 in a thriller. Though Malikiar is looking to make it 3 already, Geraldo's searching for a double. And he hits the base of the post. Result in mid-May was amidst the patch for Kensington where things were tricky. It was a result which extrapolated that more so than anything. Shockery and Oriens want timeout. They are not best pleased with the way that this game has started. Timeout. Though Kensington will be delighted. Well, beyond the halfway stage of the first half, it's Kensington 2, Melbourne Oriens 0. Returning from timeout for the first time on a Sunday afternoon. Orients 2 down in the early kickoff. Side who have had a lengthy unbeaten league run. Have not lost the game in winter up until now. It is almost an entire calendar season undefeated. They were looking to head to spring, having weathered the wild storm that many had succumbed to. Dominguez on the drive, looking for a way back into the game, was denied by Skoufis. Came into it having won the most recent installation of this encounter too. Did so in dramatic fashion. That was the result, really, that earmarked their return to contention in the second tier. As far as a playoff place for promotion is concerned, it steered them away from danger. And it ramped home the message of a side in momentum and of form. Kensington themselves have refound that in recent times, understanding that they are in a title, a promotion battle. Will be wanting to find themselves in the top flight come season's end. If it were to end today, like it did in the shortened end to 2025, if it was to be 14 and done, at the moment the Eagles would be looking at Pascoe Vale in the playoffs. In fact, no, they'd be looking at Carlton Hard. It would be Arians looking at Pascoe Vale. In such, December feels so far away still, for when all of that is to be decided. Dominguez. Hassab, good challenge from Grillo. Soto picked up. Mara had only Patton further forward, and he found him well. Patton's touch was loose. Dominguez. Shamkhani under pressure. Grillo on the volley. Wildly steered the effort as we have hit the stop clock. Off which Kensington have managed. Arians have created quite a few opportunities, though have not been able to break through. Has in truth been a weekend of 2-0 scorelines, not just at half-time, but around the world, across many different places, in many different times. A good weekend so far for any of an Arsenal, a Hull City surprisingly, Ipswich Town, Leeds United, Everton or Brentford persuasion. Kensington will be hoping it's a good weekend for them too. Patton was battling with two and evaded them both brilliantly. Tried to steer it for Mara, Dominguez, Jalali. Patton was unrelenting, though Jalali got beyond him, then glided from Grillo. Dominguez steered it off Skoufis and in. And Arians have got a way back. Brilliant from Jalali, who just scythed his way through. Set Dominguez up superbly to half the deficit, and Arians have got an interest. Half where they have created opportunities, have been positive and proactive. And they finally make the breakthrough right when they needed to. There's Reza now looking for two in quick succession, just didn't catch it sweetly. There's been a pouring forward. Kind of momentum only brought about by a goal. Ibrahim. Out for Hassab, who is a player of immense excitement. While Ibrahim clipped it for him once more. Ali Hassab has Mara to go at, had Reza in support. He's been in good form recently since being restored to the fold. And wins a corner. Reza's quick take, Dominguez. Was hustled by Soto. Set it back for Ibrahim. Shamkhani was an outball, so Tsidis just prevented him from getting rid properly. Beauty of a ball for Reza out the back, who hits the bar. What a look for 2-2. A golden glimmer. And now Mara at the other end for Grillo, who was in collision with Shamkhani. Mara and Ibrahim collided, and Ali Reza Shamkhani has stayed down. Both he and Ben Grillo went for their respective lunges at it. Arians wanted a foul, Kensington wanted a penalty. In the end, Michael Tsiaris is not to give anything, nor is Rodrigo Salas. All is being fixed up with Matteo Caligaro, who is our timekeeper and bench minder for Sunday's opening instalment. Shamkhani, thankfully, is all right to continue. Player of tough character, of tough standing, has had a couple of knocks this season, in truth. One of a couple keepers that's suffered a rather nasty hand injury as the season's gone on, though has not been deterred from his action as Soto is in with too much force and Ibrahim wins a free kick. Closing to a half that's just starting to simmer a little bit. Arians have been building momentum, have been looking for a way of equaliser. Reza had a superb opportunity. Here he is now, couldn't find a way through Soto. Dominguez, Hassab. Wants to go at Soto. Ibrahim, no way through Soutsidis. Now Grillo. No, beyond Dominguez, whose challenge was firm. 2.5 to half time. Game that hangs finely in the balance. Two promotion hopefuls for Arians. Perhaps any realistic title prospects could hinge on this afternoon. At the moment, they still have a bit to do. Reza has stumbled. Geraldo got it back from Soutsidis and rolled his effort wide of the post. Ever finer the margins. Geraldo in search of a double. Hassab still battling with Soto. Oh, Hassab, it's wonderfully done before he gave it away. Twisting, turning and tangoing. Two real tantalising viewing. Soto this time with no way forward. That's a good turn from Reza, who slid Hassab in. Soto then got a foot in before he could find him. Kensington just having to hang in there a little bit. A couple of glances at the clock to the time that remains to the break and a time that remains to reset. Dominguez. Hassab. Now the other way for Tamori. Reza. Went to guide it beyond Grillo and couldn't quite. There was also not to be beaten. Grillo got it back from Geraldo. Kensington have just found opportunities harder to come by in recent moments. I've had two really clear-cut looks as Grillo had to go at Tamori. He did superbly. Hassab almost left it behind. Grillo kept going and stung the palms of Shamkhani at the expense of a corner. Kensington corner, Grillo's take. Cut out by Jalali. One for Hassab. Dominguez. Going to ward off Soutsidis. Tamori. Arians have had a lot of the ball in this first half. Have had a lot of opportunity. From Tamori was searching for Hassab. They were hoping to conjure something in way of an equaliser before the break. Patton invited Malakiar forward. Soutsidis set it for Patton, who was blocked by Jalali. Mori went thrashing through to clear. Game that is massive in the context of both of these teams' respective seasons. Patton still going. Oh, lovely shift beyond two. Set for Soutsidis! Double for him! And Kensington on the stroke of the break have built a buffer again. It was precise from Patton, whose footwork was patented. And the finish from Soutsidis was as simple as they come. For Kensington to stretch their legs once more. Jalali is motoring. Mosavi got ahead of Skoufas. Geraldo slid in and a late timeout. 24 seconds to the break. And Kensington have ensured the two-goal buffer is maintained. As we get a timeout again, it's Kensington 3, Arians 1. Returning from timeouts. Final half a minute to half time. Kensington wanting a fourth. Geraldo into the roof. Closing stages of the first half, and perhaps for the first time this afternoon, the courts will require some cleansing. To the credit of our Commissioner Josh Fusco, he was up quickly. Ever a man who is proactive. Jalali's turn as play resumes to drive. On for Mosavi, that's a good save from Skoufas. Hit with real pace at his near post. And he reacted sharply to pour it away for a corner. Mosavi with pace. Jalali. Patton looked to keep it in, though couldn't. 10 seconds to the break. What can Arians conjure? Jalali. Dominguez Mosavi nearly got a flick. He was in there. And was just unable to make contact. It could have proved troubling for Skoufas had he done. Mori up, Jalali, late lunge. And Mosavi somehow didn't score. The goal was at his mercy. Jalali with another look on the whistle. A golden opportunity for Arians to halve the deficit. Mosavi, to his misfortune, steered over. How crucial could that prove to be? Kensington's buffer is upheld. Half-time in Darabin in Sunday's early installation. It's Kensington 3, Melbourne Arians 1. Second half upon us on the opening installation for Sunday, the early kick-off in the second tier. At the moment for Kensington, it's a return to the top of the table in their own right by Fabulin. No way of reply for them. The Eagles currently soaring to new heights. It was a first half that was topsy-turvy for Kensington. They had more clearly cut opportunities. Oriens perhaps had created more. Had quite a lot of possession. In that timeout they were quite vocal, which they took it towards the end of the first half, about the performance. Alireza Shamkhani was not best pleased. That's a lovely ball for Hassab, who has squeezed it through Skufferson in. And within a minute of resumption, Oriens are back in the thick of it. Maybe one for Skufas that he will not want to remember. For him, it trickled through him more than anything. Moment of misfortune for the Kensington shot stopper, who has made a number of fine saves today. That's, unfortunately for him, not a showcase of such. And it offers Oriens a real look back in. Game that has just become a little bit more feisty as it's continued. Oriens and Kensington, Shimo and Patton were entangled. Reza is on the charge. Up with him was Ali Hassab. Geraldo got a foot in. Picked off by Patton, who can go. Mara's up with him. Patton went alone and flashed his effort wide. Offered way of apology. That's a giveaway from Shamkhani. Shimo slid in firmly. Gives away a free kick and will find himself in the book. It was a rather rash lunge. Kensington free kick. Shimo may be a shade fortunate that that was not a different colour of card. Geraldo over it. Patton was in the conversation momentarily though. Left it in quick time. 2, now 3 in the Arians wall. Hassab came to join. Wanting a reply, perhaps in need of it. Geraldo's take split Soto and Mara, who were the pair waiting to have a look at it. That perhaps a set piece squandered for Kensington. It's a gorgeous guide for Hassab, who wins a corner at the other end and is in a hurry to take it as Reza was converging and Shimo steered it wide. 2 really good looks gone astray. Shimo now joins aside Ali Masavi's miss at the end of the first half. Had both been converted, Arians would have been ahead. Was it an awkward height for him? Did his best to readjust and go with his thigh rather than any other part of anatomy. Was just unable to divert it. It is one of those where sometimes, if instead of the thigh you get it off your kneecap, it can find the net, it can nestle better. It was a good look for him regardless, and a good look for Arians regardless, who are still ruining those 2 opportunities that have gone begging. As Mara will drive, Shamkhani had Soto lurking. Did well to recover just before he was put under any real duress. Geraldo battling with Reza, who gave him a shove. Soto's free kick taken quickly. Patton warding off Shimo. Ollie Patton away. Set it for Mara, who fires in a 4th. And it was delightful from Patton. The shift was sharp to get away from 2. Mara just held the run at the back post in the right place at the right time. And again, once Arians squander a good opportunity, Kensington make them pay to full effect. And now Patton can go again. Beyond Dominguez, he wants one of his own, does Patton. Tamori was then the one to go and meet him. Clearance grazed the roof again as the mop is required. Second outing for Joshua Fusco to go and clear the surface in Darebin. The Commissioner's a busy man, and he is never short of something to do. Patton resumes play. Soto, Mara whipped it across. Hassab was there to meet it. Patton made life awkward for him. Ali Hassab is all on his own, enclosed by 4, and did superbly, not only to evade a couple, but to win a free kick. As Geraldo did the old dark arts adage of just standing over the ball so the free kick can't be taken quickly. Michael Ciaris alert to it. Jalali's free kick clipped it only into Geraldo, who then went beyond him. Patton took over in a muddle and looked to steer it for Mara, who was just too far from the ball to make any real go at it. But Kensington have looked lively as Patton gives away a free kick. Kensington bench were not best pleased. Chris Rose is still up in bewilderment. Another Arians free kick. Again, an opportunity offers itself for them to get back into this game. Tamori looked to thread it. Dominguez couldn't quite. Geraldo's touch a little loose on that occasion. This is the kick-starter of a championship match day. Second tier is just starting to turn towards its second half of the season. RMIT and Braybrook to follow things up. Two teams that are in desperate need of 3 points, all things considered, and a Northcote team who are still looking for their first 3 points up against Footscray to close things out. They too will want to keep the charge alive. That's good from Patton. Waited on Geraldo to get forward. Dominguez got in the way. Shamkhani came sliding in order to go and gather it. Kensington know how important it is to see this result out, to see this performance out. Fixtures do get a touch easier for them next week against Northcote, and then by the time we reach the middle of September, RMIT, which could prove to be decision day on their promotion charge. As Grillo worked a yard, it was awkward for Dominguez, who dealt with it rather well, all things considering. As Oliver Patton is just the recipient of a quick chat with Matteo Caligaro. Patton has upped the ante in this second half. Was on hand to set up the fourth as Mosavi lunged in on Soto and gave away a free kick. It's a game that is just becoming a little bit more spiteful as the seconds tick by. Shoban Chokri is still not pleased about how slowly the game is progressing. As Grillo, with 2 to go around, good challenge from Dominguez not to foul him. Tamori looked to go forward, shout for handball was waved away, picked up by Soto, who went beyond Jalali and fancied a drive where Sudsidis was lurking, and Shamkhani readjusted well. Mosavi's turn to go forward, had 2 to evade. Geraldo and Soto sorted it out. They were 2 as a pair too many to go beyond. Grillo couldn't get lucky. Mosavi couldn't steer it for Jalali. First real time the build-up play has just looked lethargic. Soto was impeded by Dominguez. And that for Arians is 4 fouls. They will want timeout. Nearing the halfway stage of this second half. It's a half that's really trickled along more than anything. Has been incredibly stop-start in comparison to its predecessor. Kensington are turning this into a grind. Arians are searching for a way to enact some rhythm back to it. That's lovely from Geraldo. Malikyar and Shamkhani were to work with one another. The timeout is issued as Dominguez looked to take it. So Arians wanting to have a chat in a way to enact change to a game that is getting away from them. As we go to a break, it's Kensington 4, Arians 2. We are to return from timeout. Arians are looking for a way to enact change to this game. Kensington are turning it into a grind. It is a slow trudge to gain any ground or any momentum. And you just wonder how important those misses from Mosavi, from Shimo. The latter's effort far more tricky to control than the former's. But still both a good look given their close proximity. How they are ruining them. They're also one foul from the limit. They've created opportunities. They have conjured a lot from possession. It's a good read from Geraldo. Dominguez in retreat. Waited it for Tsotsiris. He and Tamori entangled. Tamori was not happy. And just turned to have something in way of a word with Tsotsiris. As Mosavi and Geraldo were well and truly and firmly. Space for Malakiar for which to advance into. Taken up by Geraldo. Steered for Tsotsiris. Mara was beyond him. The challenge from Tamori was good. Jalali lost out. And still they cannot spear things forward. Reza, what can his experience conjure? See him in way for Dominguez. Clip for Mosavi. Tsotsiris couldn't quite clear. Reza, Dominguez, bodies are flying everywhere. In what is becoming a chaotic sense of entanglement, as here is Dominguez, and Skoufas denied him at the near post and perhaps has done so at personal cost. Kensington survive a scare. And maybe, just maybe, he's made up for his earlier blunder with that save. Not long for Tsotsiris, steered for Mora, who was all on his own and fired wide. Rolling foul is there for good measure.
You should use it more as a replay. That's cool. I can see you there.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's so that you can cut like this.
Time is just starting to be a factor.
We use it as a replay, basically.
Arians must find something. Wayal Ibrahim.
Give a different angle of what you just saw.
Ali Hassab, clip for Reza, who timed the run wonderfully and has given them a lifeline. There is a pulse. The ball was gorgeously guided, the touch was deftly taken. A good finish from Reza, who continues his good form in recent weeks. On the score sheet to good effect in the Cup. Did so in their last league game too. He is a man in a purple patch. Arians will be hoping it continues. They have half the deficit once again. And Kensington are not out of the woods. Had many opportunities, had many a look of pressure. Ibrahim looked to thread it for Hassab, it found its way through. Malakiar got a faint touch. Hassab's corner, set for Reza, not beyond Geraldo, Tsotsiris, Malakiar. Looked to make it for Geraldo, Shamkhani was quickly out. And Kensington one timeout. Mara was over in a hurry to Matteo Caligaro in order to issue it.
But we could even do VAR now because we would have the camera.
Ibrahim.
Not VAR.
Arians finds something. Shimo.
What is it?
Wayal Ibrahim, Ali Hassab whipped it across. Grillo. Recovered by Reza, who did well. Simo tried to clip it for him, and so Kensington gets a timeout unscathed. We're approaching the final 5 of Sunday's opener. It's Kensington 4, Arians 3. Turning from timeouts late in the piece. Arians have got themselves within one. They are within touching distance.
All of the batters are down.
They have created many opportunities. Kensington have withstood for as well as they can, taking the chances that have come their way. Arians on the surge. We have hit the stop clock. Ibrahim, no way through Tsutsidis. Can they find something? Arian side who know, perhaps already, if they are to make any kind of outside title lunge, they must go and at least rescue something today. The gap was 5 at the start of the day. They can ill afford it to become not only 8 to Kensington, but then 6 in kind to Berlin too. They can either close it right up, and Shimmer's had it steered wide again. Got in ahead of Skoufas. Almost for the second time had a chance to improvise an equaliser. As that'll be 5 fouls, while Ibrahim had too much of Tsutsidis. Arians have hit the limit. Five Arians fouls. They now must be on their best behaviour to the close. In a game that has been bubbling in this second half. Ray Bracara might see forthcoming. Grillo will drill it. And Grillo will get a second look. Was blocked by a wall of white. Time a factor. Canarians conjure. Tsutsidis. Ibrahim had to be cautious and was. Reza picked it up. Had 2 to go beyond. He took a stumble. Hassab continued. Shokri lost out. Ali Hassab looked to keep going. Tsutsidis got a challenge in not once but twice to stop him. Ball was rolling.
Should not have touched that ball.
All the little things. The margins get finer and finer. Each error under more scrutiny. Grillo got away from 2. Shokri has not been pleased throughout a lot of this afternoon. Ibrahim was waiting on his move. Reza. Flick down for Ali Hassab. Looked to go beyond Soto, then Tsutsidis. Moved it on for Reza. Hassab, Ibrahim across the face.
I watched it back, I was like, nah. And then the other one was like, players closing down the goalkeeper, like pressing. The keeper kicks it straight into her, her hands across it, she puts her hand, it goes in, but I allowed the goal because I didn't need the
Maliki are patient. Kensington are soaking up time however they can. Grillo, good from Jalali. Hassab, Dominguez, fancy to go. What a corner. Everything is up for contest. Everything is up for protest.
By the end of it, all I could do was laugh. Whenever they kept showing my thing, I was like, fuck yeah, of course they got one on the spot.
Michael Ciaris has heard enough. He's having a chat with Chris Rose on the bench. That perhaps acting as a polite reminder. Now, Rodrigo Salas has spotted something, and Ali Hassab has found himself in the book. What is going on here? In all the championship chaos, and now it is the other way. Ali Hassab was entangled. He's now on a yellow. Soto's evaded Jalali. Masabi has lunged in. 6th foul. Rodrigo Salas deliberated over it. before finally putting whistle to mouth. And Kensington will have a look from the spot. 10-metre penalty, perhaps to undo all the Arians' good work. Ben Grillo over it. Who else could you want? A relatively quiet afternoon by his standards. Yet he has got an opportunity to perhaps have the final say and the loudest. Opportunity for a buffer. It could be the goal to send them top. Grillo denied by Shamkhani, who was off his line. Who was off his line? He crept and crept and crept. Oh, he's a mile off. He is a way off. My word. And so for Ben Grillo, it'll be retaken. Ali Reza Shamkhani was too eager and got too far forward. So Grillo take two against Shamkhani again, perhaps again to send Kensington top of the table in their own right. Grillo this time blazes over. Two looks, two misses. Though he still could have a go, and is on his way forwards, away from Jalali. Shamkhani will slide in order to gather it. How big a moment could that be now? Arians have missed 3 gilt-edge opportunities. Kensington's first, from their talisman, who missed from the spot. And still, they are not off the hook. Masavi is driving. Soto. Arians really not wanting a foul. Dominguez got a foot in. 2 minutes 22. Masavi, that's a rash lunge from Grillo. And Michael Ciaris stormed over in order to put him in the book. Oh, it's late. My goodness, it's late. There is an old adage, ball or man but not both, and Ben Grillo certainly took liberties with that. It's a game that's just descended into a rather angry state. Shaban Shokri is really not pleased. He is in conversation. Michael Ciaris sprinted over in order to give a yellow card. Chris Rose is having a look at the clock. Paulo Dominguez's free kick. That was Kensington's 4th foul. 10 fouls in this second half alone. Dominguez's drive! Jalali will make it! He's stolen! And Arians might have stolen something. With pace. Dominguez with real pace. Jalali just had to guide it. There is no better man in this tier to guide it. The top scorer with another golden touch. As Grillo is driving and Patton is arriving. Masavi was there. What a game we have on our hands. A second-tier stormer. Soto's drive. Inches from Gerardo Soto. From finding a 5th, maybe for Kensington. again allowing them lift off. Patton's on the charge. Mara was with him, likewise was Grillo. Masavi was well watched. Patton, lovely, away from Jalali. Couldn't find Grillo. Arians keeping it calm. Soto battling, Dominguez took a tumble. They want a foul, which they won't get. Gerardo Soto now, with many to contend with, was crowded out, and Dominguez now will get a yellow card. And may in fact miss a game because of it. Now he has to be careful. He has to be careful. And in the cauldron of chaos, it may be some kind of cooling feature, as Josh Fusco again goes to clear the court and perhaps wash away all of the rather unpleasant atmosphere that's been building. That's a poor free kick from Jalali. Gave it straight into Patton, who was lunging and still couldn't. Jalali away, Masavi! May well have gone and stolen it! What a turnaround! Jalali just glided through them all, and Syed Ali Masavi, who might have ruled his miss from where it was easier to score, could well be their match winner. And a fifth foul for Kensington. One rolling. Absolutely staggering. A championship classic, and Kensington, who a minute ago were looking at the league's lead, are now looking over their shoulders. The gap is only 2. It is 3 to the summit for Arians, if it stays this way. With 68 seconds to go. Can Grillo conjure something? It's not been his afternoon. It is still not his afternoon at the moment. Ali Reza Shamkhani is telling them to relax. That may be an understatement. That's a gorgeous ball. Masavi again had it open up for him. And again, nearly was on the end of it to cause something. Soto fancies a go. Reza is in the way. Can Kensington find something? Soto was met by 2.
And did Ben Grillo get a yellow card this game? You got a yellow card. Yeah.
Cards are being tallied. There could be many who miss weeks. It's not somebody's birthday here. It has just been that kind of opener. Soto's drive took a wicked deflection. Ibrahim was in the way. Masavi prevented the corner. Cleared no further than Soto, who sat one down, and Shamkhani got a crucial claw when he had to. Reza gave him an outlet, though he was out of room. RMIT watching perhaps with glee, for they know an Arians win, okay, it extends the gap, but it also keeps Kensington closer. That's loose from Grillo. That is a real microcosm of how this has gone for him. A rare off day for Kensington's number 9, though still he has time. Grillo on the drive, they wanted a foul. Reza and Tamori clattering, bodies are everywhere. Reza's flick, Masavi to seal it, denied by Skoufis. And it fell for Grillo. Oh, Tamori stood him up, 4 seconds. All or nothing for Kensington to pinch a point late. Grillo, Soto! Arians could be there. A side who won 1 in their opening 6. Was 6 points adrift at the start. Oh, now 3 from the top of the league and 2 from Kensington, who they have downed in a classic. A 9-goal thriller shaded by an Orient's comeback. What a start to Sunday. Full time in Darebin at the end of a truly brilliant game. Kensington 4, Melbourne Orients 5. Second edition for the second tier. RMIT team who are seeing their respective promotion prospects just slightly slip away from them a little bit as of recent weeks against the Braybrook team that Noel Soma has admitted are in good form in the cup, but it only matters if you can do it in the league. He said they are in need of a bit of a pick-me-up in the second division. They are still in and around the relegation playoff places. They're looking to make a late lunge in the second half of the campaign. They have certainly looked better since his arrival, since all of the new additions as well have come and made themselves known in orange, but points still are evading them, and that in this division is the only currency that pays. They know that. They know now they must conjure, they must find something if they are to get themselves out of any respective danger. They've got a good buffer between themselves and Northcote at the bottom of the table, who kick off later today. It's a 7-point gap. They'll be looking to extend that out to 10 and get within 6 points of Footscray. Then they will be hoping Northcote can do them a favour. In the meantime, they must face an RMIT team who started the season in quick style, though since have found points harder to come by. They do have a game in hand on all comers. This is that. They will then continue to look at things. They will close the gap to 6 points to Melbourne Orions and respectively 8 to Kensington, who were down by Orions in the early kickoff. The top of the table is getting bunched up, but here is Alilek on an early charge, had no way further forward. Ibrahim Kana then mopped it up. Cut out by Laban Haji, who got away from Vuong. Still charging is Haji, Vuong in the way. Interesting day for Josef Alilek, who faces his former side. Made himself back in the top 2 tiers of Series Futsal at Braybrook earlier on in this campaign, though. Laban Haji's got a problem incredibly early in this game. And he has immediately called for a change. You hope that is nothing too serious. He makes way for Askari, who comes on. Has well and truly been for RMIT. A season where injuries have been more and more piling up. Think of Tota Kill, who is on the bench today too. He is acting as physio while also nursing something of his own. As Vuong's drive forced to save Adam Arabi, who himself has worn something inadvertently. From Arabi, he's been out for some stretch of the season with a broken finger. He had a hand injury that kept him out of action. Ibrahim Kane, of course, inadvertently collected him. Josef Alilek exchanges pleasantries with Noel Soma. And then with Trevor Sesmakula, manager who he has played under a frequent amount, a player who he's played with quite a lot as well. Spent a lot of time together. Alilek, who formerly of Hume, was formerly at Northern Phoenix, where he again had spent time with Sesmakula, again had spent time with Noel Soma. They've had a plethora of memories in Thomastown too. As Askari finds Alilek. He was stood up by Sesmakula, looked to work it further forward. Alilek integral, cut out by Vuong, who is away from Mohammed and steered it superbly. Sesmakula was on the switch, Askari got in the way. And the ball was clipped invitingly by Andrew Newen, who has a go, and forced Marabi into a save. His first real action to be springboarded into life. Corner taken for Vuong. It trickled and trickled into a place which Marabi had to intervene on. Alilek now was unable to find Ahmed, who had got further forwards. Well, for our 2 officials in this second game, Matteo Caligara on the far side, Ben Howell on the near side. I'll be hoping that it is an affair that is far more friendly than the first Sunday installation, though that's given away to Alilek, who wins a corner. RMIT knowing promotion prospects are just starting to dwindle. Overtly reliant on how they go today. Braybrook are without a couple of players missing respective time. Madajari has become unavailable today. Instead it is Bailey Widdicombe who is deputising in goal. Desmond Lee is a backup option. As for the first time, Robson Dem makes his way on. Braybrook have had the option of regular rotation. Aidan Hadji is amongst the RMIT substitutes today, is currently limbering up, a player of terrific technical gift. He will be soon to be reintroduced to the fray, you would imagine. Alilek, who's been integral so far, lost out to Dema. Steered for Vuong, met by Askari, and met too firmly by Askari. Ali Mohammed protesting it was shoulder to shoulder. Askari's shoulder was one that drew particular ire from the officials. Vuong took it and then got it back and forced a good save out of Marabi. Counter could be on for Mohammed. Got it from Askari and flashed it wide. Plethora of options for Braybrook today. You know how important getting a result is for on a day like this. Points have been hard to come by, even with the Noel Solma revolution that has taken place. Side who are newly promoted, who are right at the halfway point of their first season in the second tier. How different this side looks to the one that started it as Alilek forced a scrambling save. As Widdicombe then looked to fling it long and was just unable to. The side has been able to break through early. It's been a very measured opening set of exchanges in this game. RMIT have been the happier two foul, have adopted a more physical approach. Ahmed touch loose, invited Tapai to pick it off him. Steered only from Marabi, who went long. He was steered away well. Braybrook again looking to counter, looking to create something. Robson Dema hugged the touchline to good effect. Great flick for Tapai and a good slide from Askari. And Tapai might have been collateral damage from that challenge. While Sommer is protesting how that's not a foul, the challenge was certainly firm, though it certainly was also fair. Demistake clipped. Marabi with an easy claim. RMIT still yet to really thrust too much forward, bar one Widdicombe save as Braybrook are in behind. And had a golden opportunity to go and get themselves ahead. As the interchange mishap was most well spotted by Ben Howe. Ahmed will find himself in the book. Official on the broadcast side is eagle-eyed. And now Robson Dema has a free kick. Rotations could be used to good effect. You see Nur took it with some discomfort. It was a loose touch that invited the door to be opened. Option streaming for Alilek, one of whom was Ali Mohammed. He couldn't quite be found. Approaching the halfway stage of this first half, and there is not a way through. Sides have not been able to conjure anything. Here's Adhanom, who was looking to do that. That's a lovely swivel to get away from Al Hanai. Got it back from Noor. Al-Hanai in retreat. You see Noor charging forwards. Challenge, a good one. Robson Demmer. Braybrook having started brighter. Adhanom on the drive. Inches from the far corner. Now the other side of the post. It was not hit with venom, but it was hit with direction. Tapai. Noor had runners. Al-Hanai was in the way, got it back from Aidan Hadji. Al-Hanai's on the charge. And was unable to get further forward. Couldn't pick out a runner at the back post though. That is the brightest throw that RMIT have had in some time. Tapai way beyond Alilek. Started this game brightly. Did one of the promotion hopefuls. Faisal Totakil on the touchline, maybe not too best pleased with what he's seeing. There's Adhanom to work a yard, deflection, flicked into Alilek, taken over by Hadji, who did superbly. Aidan Hadji had a go. Alilek was lurking. Was unsuccessful in finding him. It's an RMIT team that have, fresh off the bye in terms of the league, have been in quite patchy league form. Were beaten by Footscray and Bulleen, coming off back-to-back league defeats in the months of June and July. Last time they were victorious was against Northcote, and that snapped a run where points had been harder to come by. Last time these two teams met, it was a 7-4 win for them all the way back in May. At the start of Braybrook showing what they might be more about. Not really succumbed to a hefty defeat in the league since they played Arians, and that was a rough day for them. It's a good take from Alilek. Moved on for Al-Hanai, who steered his effort well over. There's a Braybrook side that have again found points tricky. Last league outing, they were defeated in a shootout by Kensington, where they had to claw themselves back late. But it was too little too late. Now Soma will be hoping similar doesn't transpire today, as Hadji and Demo were entangled. You see Noor unable to spin his way further forward. This is the penultimate winter match day. The last match day, though, of wintry condition in the second tier. Both will be wanting to ward it off. It's been a tricky patch of the season, it always is. That early phase of the middle third. As Tapai looked to steer forward. Deftly done by Alilek. Adhanom was well in and could not find anyone further forward. Robson Demmer gave a thumbs up in way of appreciation and acknowledgement for not only the hustle but the idea. Hadji again lost out. Yassin Noor lost out too. Al-Hanai had a go and fired it wide of the near post too. Yassin Noor. Tapai was grappling with Alilek. They wanted a free kick for that particular bit of contact off the ball. Tapai, good read by Feridian. Hadji couldn't return it for him. Vuong couldn't keep it alive. For RMIT, 4 fouls already in this first half, as we are coming towards stop clock territory. Still no way through for either of these sides. I'm looking for an opening to get away forward, to conjure something. That's a good read by Adhanom, who is now in on his own. Ascari was with him, and for it will give away a 5th foul and a yellow card. Initial foul made outside. RMIT want timeout. Faisal Totakil was quick to saunter over. Have a Braybrook free kick to defend first. The Ascari is in the book. RMIT have hit 5 fouls.
I'm going to take photos of them all today anyway. Where's Stodge? He's not even there.
5 fouls, RMIT. What? Time out. Hey, I called a timeout.
RMIT have issued a timeout. Noel Soma is now waiting to take one. And Noel Soma will get the opportunity to take one. So Braybrook will have a word then. When they come back, they've got a free kick in a position of promise. RMIT have got 5 fouls. We are where we started in this game. It's 0-0 between RMIT and Braybrook. Returning from timeout, Noel Soma and Braybrook wanted a word. They have a set piece to see from what they can conjure. RMIT have hit 5 fouls already. Vuong sent it back for Adenom, and the breakthrough is found. Braybrook have the lead off a wonderfully improvised set piece. Finish taken superbly. Braybrook have been knocking on the door and have got themselves ahead. RMIT having to do. Tapai battling, left one on Alilek, who can keep going. Set back for Haji, good hit. And it needed a good save. Accumulated Braybrook foul as well. RMIT corner. Freudian over it. Set for Haji. It was awkward once more. The follow-in from Al Hanai was blocked by Nguyen, who had to quickly clear. A couple of good interventions from Widdicombe. Nguyen again warding off Al Hanai, taken over by Alilek, on for Haji. Faridian under pressure and lost out. Still searching is Adenom, who did wonderfully to steer it for Nguyen. Vuong, oh, gorgeous return. They will walk it in. What a wonderful, wonderful goal. A blistering and brilliant second. Finished simply superbly by Jaden Vuong, who arrived at the right time. And a Braybrook side who downed Carlton Hart convincingly last week in the Cup are now well and truly en route to finally some championship positivity. As Vuong going up for Iridian showed too much to Haji, though went and won it back. Jaden Vuong is on the charge. On the switch was Nguyen, who evaded supremely. 3! A 1-2 punch! And Braybrook are running riot. Super shift and a sweet hit. Roof of the net ruptured. And Braybrook have a treble and a trice. RMIT have got a mountain to climb. They have got a bit to do. Ahmed couldn't get beyond Yassine Nur. How quickly it all changes. And walked the tightrope this whole half of the Redbacks as Hadji's on the charge. Vuong was there to meet him. Adanom took over. Al Hanai's got to be cautious. Nguyen. Adanom didn't keep it in. Just as Hidar Al Hussein looked as though he was skipped beyond. Ahmed, Hadji. Can those two conjure something to get them back into this game? There was no way beyond Nguyen. I don't know who got it all going for Jaden Vuong, who's been superb in this half. Al Hanai had a lot but enough. Steered towards Nguyen, who had backed away. Al Husseini was in pole position to win it had it got there. Oh, Mighty still looking to conjure something in way of a way back into this game. Ahmed's touch was loose, picked off by Vuong, who's got options left and right. Jaden Vuong went alone. And I just steered it wide. Man who we saw earlier this year with Pascoe Vale, Jaden Vuong, is just oozing confidence at the moment. Al Hanai belatedly wins a free kick. Yassine Nur was in too firmly. RMIT free kick. Al Hanai and Al Husseini over it. Al Husseini's take, drilled it for Ahmed, who got a flick. Adanom was waiting for it. Oh, Yassine Nur. Adanom guided deftly for Nguyen. Adanom now on the charger. Scori can't dive in. 4 in rapid fire, and Braybrook are running away with it. The confidence brought about from a cup crushing of top flight opponent last week. And now Soma Manager of the Week in that particular cup round. He is wanting to repeat the feat in the second tier. 4 without reply in a flashing end to the half. Though Ahmed is lurking, Al Husseini was on his own. Set for Ali Mohammed, who will have a drive. Noor was there to block. Adanom, who's on a hat-trick, picked it up. Nguyen. Yassine Nur, and up with him was Vuong. The ball a fraction behind him. It allowed Hadji to get a foot in. Al Husseini. Ahmed. Nur in the way, Hadji on the follow-in. Again, Yassine Nur there to block. 90 seconds to the break in Darabin. And an opening quarter of an hour that was closely contested. And with opportunities at quite a premium. Has seen since a flood of goals. And where things were quite even in their palette early, the closing stage of this half has been tinged in tangerine. That's a lovely ball for Vuong, who flashed it wide at the far post. Braybrook moving with fluidity, with confidence and with fire. Adanom shouldered it, Nur took it tidily. Ses Makula, smashing ball. Vuong made a good run too. No way beyond Mohammed, who can motor. Hadji up with him. Ali Mohammed went alone and won a corner. First half's final minute. Can RMIT find something in way of recovery? Mohammed's take. Al Husseini. Steered it in return. Ali Mohammed was lunging just to keep it alive and unable to do more with it. Jaden Wong patiently. What a half he's had. Has been absolutely superb. Saying he got a foot in. Seth McCullough ahead of Haji. Adnan looked to guide it. Ahmed was in the way. Again, Jaden Wong. Adnan. Wong was met by Haji. Al Husseini took over. Aidan Haji battling. Seth McCullough picked his pocket. Wong was looking to get away from Ahmed, who stood firmly. Good slide from Haji, and in was Yassine Noor with force. 23 seconds to the break. Can RMIT find way of blemishing the clean sheet? Set for Al Husseini, whose effort was whipped over. You think, well and truly, both of these teams coming into this game, RMIT needing 3 points more than anything. Made a hot start to the season that has since slowed down. It has too caught some wintry chill. As Noor wanted to switch it for Adhanom, who was not quite there. Soma wanting his side to close out a half, which they have been fantastic, have perhaps warranted a clean sheet, or are they about to take a fifth? And is Adhanom to take a hat-trick? He's denied by Marabi. Closing half embers. Perhaps the final piece of the script. Noor's take, Wong, Seth McCullough will steer it over. Though for Braybrook, what a half. What a performance they have put in so far. Now, Soma had wanted things in good in action, and they have done just that. When they beat Hart 5-0 in the Cup, they are 4 up at the break against RMIT. Half-time in Darabin, RMIT 0, Braybrook 4. The halfway point of the championship match day has well and truly come and gone for Noel Sommer and for Braybrook. What a Sunday it is transpiring to be for them. 4 without reply in the first half. It took them a quarter of an hour to get going, but it was under the stop clock, which they did their best work, eyeing an important 3 points for their respective push away from the wrong end of the table. Been a side that have undergone immense transformation this season. That's a lovely swivel from Adhanom, who's away from 2, looked to steer it for Nguyen. Instead did so for Ibrahim Khanna, who we've not seen too much of this afternoon. But for Noel Sommer, he'd be delighted with how things have unfolded so far. Adhanom has got a double. Gone for Jaden Vuong as well, who had a very tidy opening 20. RMIT started brighter. They wore off the pressure, took their chances once they came. Good read from Khanna, and Ibrahim Khanna will hit the base of the post, and on the following plays it over. Braybrook were begging for a 5th, and Khanna just couldn't quite keep it down at the second time. He was unfortunate the first time, as Alilek left an arm in. And Robson Demmer was to take the free kick too quickly. A lot of RMIT disgruntlement about the way that things have gone for them. As Ahmed, who was grappling, he has got to be really cautious, walking the tightrope and the thinnest of ice. Zaki Ahmed is on a yellow, and that was really borderline, as that's a nice clip in behind. Was set for Shemaisi. Overlap from Alilek. Was well defended by Nguyen. Ali Mohammed's fierce. Robson Demmer was central and met it and won it, and now can go with it. Ahmed again in firmly, not once but twice. Adhanom was Aronson taking that. It's been a Braybrook team that, though they can continue to build the gap. North Kudan Footscray to come to close the championship edition of things. Both sides keeping a keen eye on this game. Braybrook breathing down the necks of Footscray now, though Mohammed is in behind. Ibrahim Khanna was in too firmly, and for it will find a yellow card. And Marabi's in conversation with Ben Howell about the idea that Ibrahim Khanna was the last player. Whitacombe was well and truly firmly between the sticks.
So, yeah, they'll turn it by 5 points, but it's not. And then 1-0.
Khanna in the book. RMIT have got a glimmer. Right at the start of the second half, one they know they must take. Good save from Whitacombe down low. Khanna then looked to go forwards. Good slide from Alilek. Khanna's final touch. Ahmed in a hurry. Moved on for Shemaisi. Able to find a way forward, in fact. Shemaisi unavailable. Masih Yagan is the number 5 today for RMIT. Here is Yagan instead. Steered down the line for Mohammed. Good footing from Tapai. Ahmed, Mohammed battling with Tapai, who was sat down. Ahmed looked to spin Khanna. Shout for a penalty is waved away. Yagan moved it on. Alilek looking to twist and turn beyond Demirsev. Back for Mohammed. Yagan. Alilek. Oh, Mohammed couldn't find a way further forward. RMIT have got to conjure something. Seen how quickly the pendulum can swing today. Kensington had the opportunity to go top in the early game, which they failed to seize. They were stunned by Melbournearians, who came from behind not once, not twice, but thrice in order to defeat them and get themselves well and truly out of the background into the foreground of the title picture, perhaps. Canna well waited. Tapai was there. Marabi came to meet him. Kept the angle closed. Skari encouraged to carry. Alilek was an option for him. Ahmed's looking to wait the return for Alilek, who was well marshalled by Issei Adhanom, who's had a very good afternoon. He is chasing a hat-trick. Dema, Adhanom, too much on it for Tapai. Second half following a similar vein to the first. Opportunities were tightly contested right up until the stop clock, the final 5 before half-time, and that's where Braybrook did their damage. To this point, the devastation is too stark for RMIT to be able to find a way back. Ahmed is looking to do that, though. Poked where only Kano was waiting. He had 2 options. Away from Ahmed, poked it on for Tapai. Set for Dema, out the other way for Adhanom, who had a Skari to go at. Canna, space open for Canna. Alilek was in the way at the expense of a corner. Braybrook motoring, bolstering their respective prospects. An opportunity to perhaps make a late lunch to steer themselves out of trouble. There is plenty of time to go in this season. Win today takes them to 11 points, only 6 from Footscray, only 9 from RMIT. And relative safety. Things can change quickly in this Division 2. Championship has become more tightly bunched in recent months. There is now a struggling in every game in order to pick up maximum points from the second tier. Good read from Adhanom. Steered on for Tapai, who's in behind. Marabi will deny him, and Ahmed will put into his own net. 4-5. A 5-star Braybrook showing. An RMIT calamity that encapsulates their day. Well and truly up to this point, it was clipped over by Tapai. Marabi got a touch, though not strong enough, as it trickled towards the line. Ahmed, though, without wanting to, made sure it crossed it. Game that is quickly getting away from them. It is quickly being well and truly one which Braybrook can use to continue to build. They've hit 5 in back-to-back weeks now. Did so in the Cup last week against Carlton Hut, where they were mightily impressive. Are doing so again here today. This time in the league, which is what Noel Soma has wanted from them. Alilek. Good challenge from Tapai. Stood him up. Askari moved it on for Mohammed. To steer for Ahmed, backed off Adhanom. Ahmed with 2 to contend with. Adhanom did superbly. He's had a superb day. Slipped away from Askari, steered towards Kane, and Alilek nearly diverted into his own net again. Corner set for Tapai, 4 seconds had elapsed. Think of Footscray, who are closely watching on Northcote, who would have thought that Braybrook could have been their closest contenders in terms of a relegation scrap. Seeing this slip away from them and go well and truly away from that favour. Braybrook can sense that now automatic relegation is not necessarily entirely staved off, but this is a performance that suggests it's something they won't succumb to. That's brilliant from Kane to keep it alive, and he in fact had Debebe up with him. Away from Mohammed, still going was Kane, and the return for him was a fraction too heavy. Ali Mohammed is hurt as well in the meantime. And we'll have to hobble off. This is not a good sign for RMIT, though. Braybrook nearly made it 6 and nearly did so superbly on the break. Al Hanai reinstalled. They have both him and Ahmed out, both of whom are on yellow cards. No way further for Alilek. Well beyond the halfway stage now of this second half. Braybrook are seeing things out as well as they can. Debebe gave it away. He fell fortuitously for Al Hanai. Him and Kana became entangled. Oh, brilliant from Dema. Kana kept it rolling. Debebe had one left on him. Clip no further forward. Dema will rekindle. And then skip beyond Ahmed, who dangled a leg. And Alilek, his challenge was clean. The first wasn't. Belatedly, Braybrook have a free kick. And Zaki Ahmed must be walking the tightrope at this time. Robson Dema's take. Free kick was fizzed far over. This is being slowly ticked away. RMIT have looked unfortunately flat this afternoon for them. There's Kana and Al Hanai entangled, and a free kick retrospectively. Ibrahim Kana's got to be careful. Banal quickly over to converse with him. Kana aware of the challenge. He knew it was meant with no malice. Only one in the wall, 2 fouls either way in this second half. Ahmed's free kick to blemish the clean sheet, beaten away by Widdicombe, and then a comfy gather. Debebe under pressure, Hanai and Askari looking to link up. Alilek on the following, that's a super save. Terrific stop. Corner taken quickly, cut out by Kane. And now for Tapai. Ibrahim Kane's up with him. He fancied a drive. Haji was in the way. Plethora of changes being prepped. Tapai was lunging in order to steer in another. And there is a trio of changes to be made. Benedict Tapai and Trevor Sesmakula just had a muddle in order for their substitution. Sesmakula now instated. Kane, the one that has been left standing. As Vuong went searching, Sesmakula got there and forced a good save out of Marabi. Braybrook searching for a 6th on the stroke of the stop clock. Jaden Vuong, a wonderful skill to get away from Askari, wanted the return. It then fell for Alilek, who can go. Has got 2 up with him, went alone himself. Widdicombe denied. It fell fortuitously for Kane, who was then on hand to clatter it away. Haji. Alilek. Haji Al-Hanai, lovely shift away from Sesmakula, and then beyond Vuong. Now you see Noor was quickly across to intervene. Shake of the head from Hasmarabi. Today's got away from them. There's still time. They have created chances to get back into this game. Alilek. Askari nearly got a flick. Just where Widdicombe was waiting. He's had a good day. And then it's taken longer than 4 seconds to get rid of it. And so RMIT will have a look. Indirect free kick, right on the edge of the area. Could this maybe be the opening? It's a big save from Widdicombe, and the follow-in from Askari creeps through. And so, there is hope. Well, it's set well, the free kick was hit with force. Askari reacted quicker than any. It fell for him fortuitously, and he stroked it home superbly. No clean sheet for Braybrook, and RMIT have just got the smallest of lights as a way to get back into this game. Cannot simply say it is consolation as of yet. Though Adzanom is looking to ensure it might be beaten away by Marabi. Askari, Al-Hanai, Sesmakula look to shift away from Alilek. Vuong was in with Al-Hanai. Became entangled with Vuong. Clip for Yassine Noor, bundled into by Al-Hanai, who picked his pocket. Alilek was with him. Adzanom was in firmly. Al-Hanai went sliding in. He is a player that plays on the threshold. Quite a lot is Al-Hanai. Haji. Moved on for Alilek. To find some kind of opening. If there is to be any sort of motion towards making this nervy, it will have to come soon, if it is to arrive at all. Sesmakula. Tidy swivel just to get out of danger. They are just doing enough at the moment to withstand our Braybrook. RMIT on a late surge. That's given away. And Sesmakula made the run. He timed it terrifically. Alilek was ever so cool to clip it away. The slide from Vuong was well judged. Askari there to recover. Alilek. Driving it at Adzanom. Sesmakula concedes the corner. Taken for Askari. Haji. Noor had a lot of him, and Haji was unable to keep it alive. Three and a half to the close. Braybrook ticking the time down. That a sighter from Vuong, who tested the touch of the stands. Alilek again looking to turn further forward. For RMIT, this continuation of a wretched recent run that they have been on. There's been a time really fraught for them, where their title race has lost all of its steam and momentum. Alilek, who has had a good afternoon, he has been a real bright spot in a day that's been gloomy for them. Sesmakula has moved on for Adzanom, who did superbly. He's twisting, he's turning, has Alilek to go at. of whom he wanted to evade. Al Husseini did well. Alilek. Adhanom continuing to battle, continuing to be entangled. Benhao let it play and let it breathe. Vuong steered it, Marabi spilled it, Haji was first on the scene. On the overlap was Ascari, who was wide of the near post. There is a look of resignation from Faisal Totakil. Hassan Marabi's not happy with the performance. Good evasion from Yassine Noor, who nearly found a way at the near post. Haji, Alilek, Ascari. Okay, Noor well in. Sesmakula went acrobatically to try and keep it. Change made for Ahmed, who will come on perhaps for the closing stint. Has got Vuong to go at. Jaden Vuong did superbly. Has had a very good day's work as Braybrook's number 95. Haji going at Yassine Noor. Noor doing so to good effect. Vuong in the nick of time was able to take it, was too long, was gathered by Marabi. Haji for Ahmed, 2. And a really well taken goal. Consolation though it perhaps could prove to be. Super swivel and a razor sharp finish. Ahmed is there to chalk another back. And RMIT are at least going to take something with them through the day. Ahmed is looking to see if they can take more, and maybe is looking to see if there is some late charge. Alilek had a cutout. Vuong is going the other way. Yassine Noor was with him. Vuong stung the palms of Marabi and won a corner, and then a rolling foul as well. Jaden Vuong's corner. Set for Sesmakula. Vuong wanted the return. Sesmakula beyond Haji, though not Ascari. Alilek turned into Issei Adhanom. And then was ushered out of play well. Vuong. Sesmakula, they are ticking the time down. That's given away to Alilek. Sesmakula looked to go at him, beaten away by Widdicombe, and it'll fall for Yassine Noor, who's got one up with him. Ahmed with a superb challenge, taken over by Vuong, who evaded him, steered on for Noor, and the simplest of tap-ins to round out 3 points for Braybrook. Beyond any and all reasonable doubt. He was superbly picked up by Jaden Vuong, who kept his composure. The cutback from Yassine Noor was superb. Adhanom could not miss. He rounds out a hat-trick, and Braybrook round out 3 points. And now maybe are looking to see what they can take with them. Sesmakula was wanting to get in on the act, though could not be found by Yassine Noor, as we're into the final minute of the penultimate championship game for the afternoon. Haji on the swivel, dragged his effort across. Another afternoon for RMIT to forget. For Braybrook though, this perhaps the start of something where they sense they can gain more ground. Wanting to steer themselves far beyond danger. Does not matter when the charge comes, just that it does. We're aware of that. Sesmakula and Haji entangled. Yassine Noor won it. Still a physical close to this game. 24 seconds between Braybrook and a potentially season-altering 3 points. Well, Soma will be pleased. His side have played well. 11 goals in the last fortnight. They have followed up the good momentum from the Cup last week and have brought it into the league as Vuong, does he fancy one for the road? Lovely footwork. Ricochet off Hadji. Vuong kept it rolling. Wanted to steer it initially for Ses Makula and then fancied a go. Marabi with the closing seconds. So Braybrook will steer double digits clear of the foot and get closer to where they want to be. Full time in Darabin. It's RMIT 2, Braybrook 6. Closing show for the championship on your Sunday afternoon, soon to turn early evening. Footscray team who are looking to keep pace with the relegation playoff chasing teams and get away from them, but the promotion playoff chasing teams in order themselves to just stay in the mix for Alexander Stojanovski and co. He's not kitted up today, he's acting as manager. They are up against the Northcote team that are still searching for their first win in the second tier. They are hoping in league form it's 15th time lucky to finally get up and running. They've picked up 1 point from 14 games, sit firmly adrift at the foot of the division. That's a good hit early to force a save or two out of Kerridge, who's had a lot to do with a quick start. Corner was set once again and the base of the post is bruised. Two looks in quick succession, which Northcote warded off. It's a side that have not had this season go their way in any way. Elliot Frost has had a pair of early opportunities. Footscray team themselves who are just still looking to pick up some form and some pace in the championship season. It's a Northcote team that are not necessarily accepting their fate, but understand it is quickly coming for them. As Frost slid it superbly for Ramirez, who was in behind. Good denial, who was quickly out was Kerridge. Pachalidis moved it on for Alejo Suarez. Pachalidis looked to steer it. Lynn was further forward, though nowhere near it. Signing of and return of Rilke de Podolinski has helped things for Northcote in times. He's looked lively, but has still not been able to help them pick up points. Here is Frost, who was marshalled by de Podolinski. Two on the bench today for the Warriors, that of Sebastian Gonzalez and Mason Fitzgerald. Two young lads who are wanting to make an impact for themselves. For Footscray, plethora of substitutes well and truly available for them, one of whom was Kevin Mohala, who has just been instated. Was on the score sheet in their most recent championship outing. Barrientos is amongst those substitutes, as is Red Zepovic, who made his return, as Lynn lashes an effort over. Milovanovic not really tested so far, as Lynn was battling with Ramirez. Moe Al-Hassan is also listed as one of the substitutes today. Jake Lass is introduced to the fray for Footscray too. Stojanovski, he himself is out through injury, has had an injury-riddled campaign as the Footscray skipper, now turn manager. As Lass had a drive and was not far away. He will certainly be hoping for a successful managerial weekend, as Fitzgerald is introduced and immediately gives it away to Lass, who is on the charge forward. With him was Ramirez, who was lunging. They weren't able to get any further and Frost came through. Bright Footscray start Northcote have withstood up until now. Pachalidis. Lass trying to tiptoe his way forward. Frost now away from him, away from Suarez, and on for Ramirez. Denied by Kerridge. He went the flick, which was improvised and nearly fanciful. Carriage long, too long, only for Milovanovic. Frost, Ramirez, De Podolinsky battling. Suarez can carry. Fitzgerald. Rilke De Podolinsky. Alejo Suarez sizing up Mohal. Now Fitzgerald, who, aside from championship escapades, has featured for Pascovel's youth setup. Pashalidis on the swivel, pumped away by Milovanovic. Mohal was without a way out. And Northcote settling after a tricky opening to this game. Suarez had taken it far too high for Ben Howe's liking, was forced to take with more depth. Set for Fitzgerald, who looked to thread for Pashalidis and couldn't quite. Milovanovic thought about the roll, went long for Ramirez, cut out by Suarez. Barrientos getting readied. Likewise, Al Hassan. Redzepovic still awaiting his introduction for the afternoon. Frost. Ramirez robbed of it by De Podolinsky, who went early and was unable to steer his effort on target, though it's a bright start from Rilke De Podolinsky. Mohal steered deftly for Ramirez, who had two to swivel beyond. Lass, Fitzgerald in firmly with Ramirez, recovered by Mohal. And now Frost. Latz. Ramirez patient. Frost too far ahead of Laz. Barrientos getting ready. As Ramirez takes his leave, Fitzgerald wanted options. Suarez gave him one. Sizing up Mohal. Looked to spear for Fitzgerald. Barrientos got a boot in. Very measured start from both teams. Northcote building ascendancy. Suarez went with whip, always gathered by Milovanovic. Frost, Laz. Again for Frost, on for Barrientos, who flicked round the corner. Wanted Laz to make a run, which never occurred or came. Northcote have looked the better of these two teams early on. Let's go with the early opportunities, though. Side of the foot of the division are just starting to carve out a couple of looks and have carved out a bit of a rhythm. Steered down the line for Barrientos, who was just unable to get there. Fitzgerald. De Podolinsky, who lost out to Al Hassan, who is round carriage and has found the opening goal via a gift. Northcote architects of their own downfall, and Footscray hit the front. Superbly measured from Moe Al Hassan, who then sauntered his way beyond carriage. And he has found the opener. And now Frost. Moe Al Hassan is up with him. There's one back by Suarez, on for De Podolinsky. Lynn, Fitzgerald, Suarez. Sizing up Laz. De Podolinsky got a flick. And Moe Al Hassan is implying he didn't get a touch on it. That's well read by Frost, who was pickpocketing superbly. And nearly plastered the top corner. He flew forward and nearly saw a second. Here is De Podolinsky. Suarez, Fitzgerald. Rilke De Podolinsky looked to spear it. Frost on the slide stopped all of that. Despite going a goal down, Northcote are playing positively. Alejo Suarez on the switch for Fitzgerald. Good to steer it for Lynn, given away to Frost instead. Lads on for Moe Al Hassan. Barrientos. Frost. Lads, Al Hassan. Very patient from Footscray. Frost couldn't quite find Barrientos. Though, nearly halfway through the first half, Al Hassan's goal, the difference. Stojanovski would be mostly pleased with what he's seen so far. Someone who's a staunch Man United fan is certainly having a better weekend than Michael Carrick managerially. To Podolinski, Pashalidis. Milovanovic came through to Podolinski, stayed with him. And in the end, Filip Milovanovic played it well enough. Frost speared it, Suarez got a touch. Barrientos will let it run. Latz on the drive, called it sweet, and it needed a good save from Carriage. Footscray corner. Taken quickly for Jake Latz, who steered his effort quite far over on that occasion. They have just started to shade the momentum back as Lehu was a late arrival. De Podolinski was about to sell Suarez short. Seen out by Al Hassan, who took it quickly for Frost. He was there to block. Frost will let it find touch. And for Redzepovic, his first introduction. Good stint from Jake Latz comes to an end. Barrientos couldn't be found. The Podolinski marshalled him well. And it was a game which its pace had started at a waddle. It has now transformed into more of a sprint. Lay under pressure. Carriage came to give him a helping hand. Al Hassan has caused all kinds of problems since coming on. Fell with fortune for Pashalidis, who will steer it across the face. For Footscray, they have warded off Northcote well. Milovanovic far too much on it for Frost. Northcote may be seizing an opportunity to conjure something. That was short from De Podolinski, given away to Moe Al Hassan. Oh, super footwork before De Podolinski came crashing through in order to put a stop to his saunter forward. Suarez, Lay, to Podolinski, turned where only he could find Frost. And De Podolinski kept going, Pashalidis on the follow-in. Tonight by Milovanovic, Frost wanted a foul, which he will not get. Stojanovski as well is in conversation. Now Elliot Frost. Two to go beyond, and this time gets a free kick. Al Hassan. Moe Al Hassan is shifting superbly. Oh, what a super goal! At the double. It was spellbinding. And the finish was superbly tucked away. Fanciful footwork. Balletic. And a crisp finish. Al Hassan's on a hat-trick. Footscray have two. Frost is charging. Lay is in retreat. Look to fizz it across for Barrientos. Only as far as Pashalidis. Moved on for De Podolinski. Redzepovic got a foot in. Rilke De Podolinski had two to contend with and lost it for Barrientos. Al Hassan. Redzepovic. Got a goal on his Footscray return in last league action. Going to play for Barrientos. Al Hassan. Got it back from Frost. Podolinsky looking to ward him off. Moe Al Hassan did as well as he could to contend, and then swung and spun suavely out of pressure. And then got it back. Al Hassan, who is hunting a hat-trick, nearly got his way beyond all. What an introduction he has had, and what a difference he is making. Quite simply, the amazing Al Hassan so far. As Laz will come back on, Frost's stint will come to its conclusion. Stop clock territory, first half, final championship edition. Flung on by Kerridge, up was Redzepovic to get a foot on it. A few of the Carlton Heart contingents have made their way into Darabin as Al Hassan is tiptoeing forward, looked to get away from Suarez. Almost just unable to. Lay looked to steer it. Redzepovic was there. Al Hassan has been everywhere. Redzepovic just couldn't quite find Barrientos. It's been supremely good. Gonzalez to find Lay. He was unable to. That Carlton Heart contingent have tiptoed in. Of course, the Premiership portion of the afternoon, the evening and into the night is quickly to be coming. Carlton Heart open things against Melbourne Aku. Hume Thornbury the middle game, and the closer is the Big Cats Cup, Pascoe Vale and Fitzroy. A storied evening of top flight futsal in Victoria is quickly forthcoming, one which has massive implications on the season. As Lay hustled by Redzepovic and eventually out of room. And Peter Lim wants time out for Northcote. And just sauntered over to Caligaro. Lats will give it a go. Will be palmed away by Kerridge. Footscray corner. And you get the sense that for Alex Stojanovski, he will be most pleased at the moment with how this is transpiring. Laz's corner, certainly with how this man here, Al Hassan, has played. Two to go with. Lay was on the counter though, having picked his pocket. Was unable to go further and unable to steer it meaningfully. Al Hassan with height. Ramirez. Away by Pashalidis. Redzepovic. Ramirez nowhere beyond. Corner. Kevin Mihalis getting ready for his reintroduction to things. Got himself on the score sheet recently. Looking to do the same again as Ramirez. Couldn't apply the finishing touch. Sustained Footscray pressure. Northcote cannot get to that timeout. Set for Redzepovic, warned by Lin. Redzepovic under pressure, too much pressure, was given a barge too firm and wins a free kick. There's been a foul-fraught half. A spiteful game that we've seen at times in the second tier today. Milovanovic on for Laz. Unable to poke it further forward, cut out by Gonzalez. Suarez then lost it, and on his own is Kevin Mohal, who will be denied by Kerridge at the second time. Look to set it for Lats, who will place his effort over. A golden Mohal look to get himself involved. Northcote gets a timeout unscathed only just as we go to a break. It's Northcote 0, Footscray 2. Turning from timeout. Peter Lynn had issued it. Northcote are looking for a way back into this game, which he was nearly there to provide. Side who have had their looks. Had a good spell early, though as has often been the case with them this campaign, were not able to capitalise on it to full effect. As Ramirez now is charging, and Footscray will go the other way and make it 3. Ruthless. Opportunities missed at one end, taken at the other. And Ramirez has thumped in a third for Footscray, who are flying, knowing they needed to win today. Oh, well on course to do so. Play. Gonzalez. Lost out to Las, who has looked good. That's a good ball for Ramirez. On his own was Mohal, it was too heavy for him. Kevin Mohal just quite unable to get there. Would have applied a finishing touch all on his own had he been able to. Lay now looking to calm things. They want to get a goal before the break to blemish the clean sheet, get themselves something to grapple onto. Tick under 2 to half time for the final championship chapter in Darebin. At the moment for Footscray, it is falling in their favour. Redzepovic was calm. Ramirez. Redzepovic, space for Mohal, whose touch was heavy, then made it work for Ramirez, who was shifting and twisting and turning, and Kevin Mohal, it would not have counted. Kerridge got fingertips, Mohal had blazed over. And space for Lynn. Fitzgerald. Depodolinski taken up by Fitzgerald, set beautifully for Depodolinski. Redzepovic was there to block. Terrific ball from Lay to find him. And look at Depodolinski, didn't catch it badly. This was not able to divert it away from the waiting to block Dino Redzepovic. Good from Laz, taken up by Mohal. Ramirez. Laz, Mohal has got Fitzgerald to go at. Two young lads who are two very good mates, though that at the moment is being put to the side for sure. Podolinski no way beyond Redzepovic. And there is just a wry smile from both. Pashalidis. Podolinski away from Lats, set back for Fitzgerald, who looked to clip it for Pashalidis, though was unable to do so. Final minute of the first half. No DCSS. Footscray in firm control. Podolinsky and Ramirez battling. Sebastian Ramirez not best pleased with Podolinsky on that occasion. Pashalidis, good challenge, Redzepovic, Mohal as well. Lass in firmly. Podolinsky happy to wear it and to get there. And two experienced campaigners, Alex Stojanovski, Dino Redzepovic, just wanting calm in the final minute. Knowing about how to manage this situation. Lass couldn't find Ramirez. Redzepovic picked it up. There is space for Mohal if he chooses. Kevin Mohal has got a yard. Fitzgerald got a block. It will be a corner. Mohal's take, fizz to the near post. To Podolinsky off Fitzgerald. They will do it all over again. 15 seconds to the break. Mohal with depth. Redzepovic is simply ticking the time. Milivanovic look for Ramirez. The Podolinsky got up. Pashalidis late on. Is there to be a final look? The clock will beat the corner, and Footscray are halfway to a 3 points that are most needed. Half time in Darabin. It's Northcote 0, Footscray 3. We return from half-time here in Darabin for the final time as far as the championship is concerned for your Sunday. Footscray side who are in firm control. Northcote had a good patch early. Created a couple of opportunities for themselves, though were not able to make any stick. And for Mo Al Hassan, he has been superb at the double, chasing a hat-trick. Ramirez also got in on the act. And for Footscray, 3 goals, halfway to 3 points. That would prove important for their respective season. For Northcote, the hunt for that looks as though at the moment it's going to continue. Good touch from Ramirez. Al Hassan looked to continue to take over. Lay went with him. Quiet game, foul-wise so far for your officiating pair of Matteo Calagaro and Ben Howell. Michael Ciaris is acting as timekeeper, benchminder, and all things in between. Al Hassan, again entangled with Lay. Good touch from Podolinsky, who had 2 up with him and hit the base of the post. It then fell for Al Hassan, who has evaded many. Frost, Redzepovic, Al Hassan. Frost again with space. Ramirez returned it for Frost. Carriage got down. Pashalidis then picked it up. Room for Fitzgerald. Looked to steer for Podolinsky. Him and Moa Hassan were entangled. Rilke Podolinsky will work her yards. And will win a corner. Northcote wanting to start brightly. At the beginning of the second half. Fitzgerald's take, Lay. I was looking to lurk. And was just unable to make much more meaningful contact or connection. Frost down the line. Ramirez gave him an outlet. Again for Frost, lovely ball for Al Hassan. Redzepovic looked to guide it for Frost, who had gone flying down the flank. Oh, just a fraction too heavy. Otherwise, he could very well have got on the end of it. As Fitzgerald allowed to creep forward, got it back from Lay. To play it for Pashalidis with too much pace. And he's cutting a frustrated figure. Is Mason at the moment. Milovanovic, patient, well guided for Ramirez. Oh, that's gorgeous. And lovely from Al Hassan. A good challenge from Carriage to stop him. But those two in particular have linked up superbly so far today. Mo Al Hassan and Ramirez. There's a space for Fitzgerald. Flicked on for Lay. Cut out by Frost on the return. And now the counter could be on. Redzepovic, Al Hassan, Ramirez away from Podolinsky, who then got a foot in at the last. Redzepovic's take. Good so for Al Hassan. Frost. Threaded for Redzepovic, who had made a good move. So back for Milovanovic, perhaps not what he had in mind. Al Hassan then took over and just lusciously got beyond Lay. Mo Al Hassan stung the palms of Carriage, who then denied Redzepovic superbly at the second time. Another Footscray corner. They are heaping on the pressure. Al Hassan away from Fitzgerald, on for Redzepovic. Ramirez was lurking. Oh, and might be the recipient as well as Carriage of something a bit nasty. Just the landing was not good for either. Stojanovski, who is no stranger to a knee injury, has made his way on, but for Ramirez, he is in quite a bit of discomfort. Carriage is okay. Ramirez secondarily is still down. He's now thankfully back on his feet, though he's moving gingerly. Barrientos will make his way on. Alex Stojanovski just ensuring that his player is okay. Al Hassan's corner in the meantime. Set for Frost, move for Barrientos. Ramirez thankfully is all right. Just got confirmation from the man himself. A wry smile and a quick thumbs up. Hopefully he will continue. We'll have certainly a bit of a stint. Stojanovski will be mindful of that. Here is Lin. Northcote are still looking for a way to get themselves back into this game. Not been able to conjure too much in the way of trouble for Milovanovic in the early stage of this second half. It's Ramirez. Barrientos. Lads now under pressure. Suarez looked to find him. That's a lovely ball for Mo Al Hassan, who just couldn't quite get it under. Karic has come up, perhaps to play fifth man. Suarez, De Podolinsky, denied by Milovanovic. Suarez's take, De Podolinsky couldn't catch it. There's Latz. Barrientos, Frost, Latz once again. Barrientos. Very patient from Footscray, who side that don't mind playing a bit of futsal every now and again. Lin on the lunge, concedes the corner. Which was set quickly for Frost. He called it sweet. Fitzgerald wore it and had to. Was there in the way to make the block. Sideball whipped in, fell for Barrientos, marshalled by Fitzgerald, picked up by Suarez when Karic gave him a call. Lin lusciously, Suarez, his touch was heavy. And a lovely turn from Al Hassan, who got away from two. The lob from Barrientos too tall, though Laz will make it work, cut out by Fitzgerald. De Podolinsky, well read by Frost, and into lunge was Fitzgerald, and Frost caught him. And Elliot Frost for it will find a yellow card. Mason Fitzgerald went on the slide, he got there first, Frost caught him. The contact was minimal. We'll have another look. Fitzgerald gets in. Frost does actually well to put his foot mostly out of the way of that. Had he made the contact that was suspected, it could have been a lot nastier. Fitzgerald judged his slide well, that ought to be said.
That is the worst dive I've ever seen.
There's Laz on the charge. Picked up by Lin. De Podolinsky. Clipped on for Alejo Suarez. Milovanovic. Barrientos' touch was loose. Footscray have been playing the futsal. Kevin Mohal is reinstated. Stojanovski's deep in conversation with Mo Al Hassan as Fitzgerald clipped it only into Mohal, who was unfortunate that it ricocheted off his thigh onto his arm. Northcote free kick. Fitzgerald over it. Two in the Footscray wall. Does Mason fancy a go? Mason Fitzgerald will drive it. And caught it sweetly, it faded late. Just for a moment, Milovanovic was short-sighted. He flung long for Mohal, who got in ahead of De Podolinsky, kept it coolly for Frost, who evaded, and the space for Laz was all on his own. The finish was as simple as you like. It is a lovely, lovely Footscray move, and they make it 4. The space just opened up supremely. Jake Laz came onto it well and tucked it as coolly as you can into the bottom corner. Footscray flying towards 3 points that could be season-changing. It's the all-important crossroad, of course. Lay. Toss in the way. Beyond the halfway stage of this second half, it has been one. Footscray the only side to add beyond the break. Nice recent goal from Laz. Alejo Suarez backing down Mohal on for Lay. Gave it a drive. Milivanovic got down. Was slightly short-sighted. Jerry Lay. Mohal swiped wildly, frosted brilliantly. Trying to cut it out, but not to give away a handball. Again, all Footscray can do is clear. Northcote's best patch of the second half thus far. Still in search of something from it, as that was loose from Podolinsky. You wonder what they can conjure. It's the final winter installation of the second tier. Once we return, next up after some more cup action, 6th of September. Here will be Northcote in the early kickoff against Kensington. Footscray reply with the bye. They have to wait to face Braybrook as Frost's effort took a deflection. Pashalidis perhaps took the sting out of it for Carriage. There's Alejo Suarez. Pashalidis, lovely steer for the Podolinsky, well marshalled by Laz. You do look ahead to the Series Futsal Leagues Cup, which will round out the month. As in fact it is an absent weekend next weekend. It is more of a mid-season break. The Cup doesn't return until November. A lengthy break until the end of the season. Fixtures getting bunched to close off the league campaigns. So all of these sides, once we return in September, are gearing up for the run-in. The 2-month stretch to the season's conclusion. The most crucial part of the campaign. Footscray knowing how important it is to go in on a win. Milivanovic gave it a drive. Carriage was down. Milivanovic stayed high, was picked off by Lay, who had an open net for which he will score. And Northcote will grab one. Muted in way of celebration. So Jerry Lake tucked it in tidily. The goal was at his mercy. But then Carriage gave it away to Laz, who just couldn't clip it beyond him. Carriage went long, only as far as his counterpart. Kevin Mahal. Laz. Podolinsky was there to ensure he could get no further. Good movement from Mahal, who was found well by Milivanovic, has got Lay to go at, likewise to Podolinsky, and Kevin Mahal won a free kick. Deftly done from Footscray's number 17. There was a pole procured not that long ago after Frost's free kick about the two young championship boys, Fitzgerald and Mohal, and Kevin Mahal has had a good day today. Missed a couple of opportunities. Frost is searching for him again. Taken up by Suarez. Pashalidis. Return for Alejo Suarez, who look to shift the yard. Pashalidis will rekindle it. Fancy to drive at the near post and won a corner. As we are ticking towards the stop clock. Real kid there. Podolinsky caught it sweet, and Pashalidis will divert it in. Stojanovski wants timeout, and Northcote have a pulse. There is a vested interest 5.5 on the dot, 2 goals in it. They have half the deficit. As we go to a break, it's Northcote 2, Footscray 4. Returning from timeout then. 5.5 to the close of the championship. And Northcote are making a game of this. They've got 2 back against Footscray as Mohal guided it. Ramirez was lurking. Kevin Mohal went to crash it through. Now Pashalidis, who's got 2 up with him. Pashalidis wanted to go alone. Frost was there to intervene. Recovered by Ramirez, who was twisting and turning and bundled. And the ball will be out. Mason Fitzgerald was issuing for a card, perhaps for simulation. Debodolinski. And Northcote find a way to get within 1. Good ball from Fitzgerald. Debodolinski's touch lets him down. Into stop clock territory. Footscray are on the grind. Northcote are making a game of this. Frost, Ramirez. Set on for Mohal, who was unable to keep it alive. Fitzgerald in a hurry. It was long behind Lynn. All these nearly moments when you are trying to get back into a game, as Mohal's clip was also errant. Carriage for Fitzgerald, who was waiting on movement, set for Suarez. Suarez holding off Mohal. Fitzgerald. Backed into Mohal. Debodolinski. Fitzgerald once again. Lynn looked to open up. There was no way through Frost. If there is to be a Northcote lunge, it has to come soon. Who will be the one if they are to steer themselves into this game to go and find it? Here is Suarez. Set for Fitzgerald, who was under pressure and whipped it away. Footscray are looking to find something. A 5th would all but set this in stone for them. Jerry Lay is waiting his reintroduction. He's had a tidy afternoon this afternoon. Could he be someone to enact meaningful change? Debodolinski side ball set for Suarez. No, way beyond Ramirez. Are they to find something? Again Suarez, again across, out by Frost. Fitzgerald's got a problem. Redzepovic is in retreat. Mason Fitzgerald had to take evasive action more so than anything. Clipped with height, though to ill effect on that occasion. Redzepovic, Ramirez, Redzepovic, recovered by Lynn. Kerridge, who was under pressure, clearly as far as Al Hassan, blocked by Fitzgerald, on for Debodolinski, who's away from Al Hassan. Redzepovic with a big read. They will be reinstated. And immediately to meet it. On for Suarez. Kept alive by Lin. Al Hassan's challenge was deemed firm but fair enough. Inside ball, Suarez, corner. 3:23. Northcote closing in. Podolinsky came centrally. Frost with a tidy ball. Al Hassan had just not sorted his feet out in time. Mo is still hunting a hat-trick. Tidy from Frost. Al Hassan. Redzepovic. Al Hassan. Suarez. His challenge was good. Al Hassan could go no further though. Milivanovic's fling. Podolinsky ahead of Ramirez. Lin. Redzepovic in. Fortnight away to follow for all. Return to the league in September and the spring. Lin. Podolinsky. Deflected. Corner. Northcote are surging. Podolinsky couldn't. Frost now on the break. Layers in retreat. Elliot Frost has got his way round. Looked to poke it beyond Podolinsky, who slid. Footscray got a set piece of their own. Dino Redzepovic's corner. Ramirez. Podolinsky could only clear his lines. Milovanovic in a hurry. Ramirez had stayed up, had taken it deftly and had won another Footscray corner. Al Hassan's take for Frost, who gave it a poke. Ramirez on a swivel. Redzepovic, Frost. Mo Al Hassan fancied a drive. Ramirez was there and will steer in after Kerridge couldn't handle it. And Footscray have 5. Which may for Northcote be too tall an order. Ramirez lurking. It was a poacher's effort, more so than anything. And with just under 2.5 to go, they could have found the final blow. And Ramirez is still going. Looking to get further forward. Lay got a boot in. Redzepovic will see off Suarez. Top flight forthcoming to follow this. Footscray are all but there. As far as a win that will be critical and good for their season. Kerridge allowed forward. Podolinsky. Elliot Frost. Again, happy to clear. Kerridge wants to keep this alive. He went searching. Milovanovic, second attempt, had gathered it. And then flung it for Ramirez. Podolinsky in retreat. Ramirez went to corner. 97 seconds remaining for the second tier for Sunday. Footscray firing well enough. Podolinsky picked it from the corner. We'll steer it for Lin. Peter Lin just slipped as he went to shoot. Was unable to keep it alive. Here is Laz. Good read from Suarez. Laz was looking in retreat. Alejo Suarez then lost out. Redzepovic, Al Hassan. Mo Al Hassan is going. Set it back for Frost, as his manager would have wished. Redzepovic, Laz, lovely 1-2. Redzepovic to steer it, Kerridge to intervene. Lovely combination. almost to crack things open. As the flick this time from Redzepovic, who was found well by Frost. Nearly was one that proved fruitful. Pashalidis' flick forced a good save out of Milivanovic. Final minute to see what can be conjured. Suarez's take, did Podolinsky, got under it. It is shaping up to be Footscray's day. Carlton and Aku to follow for the Premiership as Laz, no way through to Podolinsky. Pashalidis rolled it for him. Away from Redzepovic. Rilke de Podolinsky was roaming. No one able to steer it for Pashalidis, who was waiting. Frost returned it for Milivanovic. Spit for Mo Al Hassan, who's had a day. On that occasion, he just couldn't quite keep it alive. Pashalidis, de Podolinsky. For Northcote, that might sum it up. Final half a minute. As Lay. Pashalidis, Suarez. Jerry Lay looked to drive it, Frost deflection, it fell for Milivanovic, who with the closing seconds will look for Al Hassan. Can he go and grab a hat-trick for the road? Away from Suarez, denied by Pashalidis. 5 seconds. Footscray have 5 goals, they may well have 3 points. For Northcote, the wait goes on. It is entering yet another month. For Footscray, though, a terrific way to round out their weekend. Full time for the championship in Darabin. It's Northcote 2, Footscray 5.
Cosmo Russo, another year around the blocks with Fitzroy. They're defending their crown yet again heading into 2026. How's the camp feeling ahead of another title defence?
Definitely off the back of nationals. Morale's pretty high, but we've been in this position before quite a few times, so we're pretty focused. I'd say we're back at training already. As good as nationals were, it's kind of already in the past. I feel like just everyone's in really good spirits, looking forward to the new season. Slightly different format, but yeah, we're ready, and yeah, I don't know, can't wait.
On the format change, of course, a much longer season. Cup competition has returned. How does that change the focus heading into the campaign?
We play everyone 4 times now, 3 or 4 times. So I feel like there's more opportunity for the league and the positions to change within that time. Whereas previous seasons, it's felt very much like you lose one and the title's pretty much over then and there. So we just have to pace ourselves, still take one game at a time for sure, but understand it's a longer season with cup games in between there. So yeah, I feel like now more than ever, we're relying on the entire squad, and we have a pretty big squad. So yeah, I feel like it's a good opportunity for everyone to play big minutes and contribute both in the league and the cup competitions as well.
Want to return the attention back to nationals, another title won by Victoria. Of course, the Tigers getting the job done in Gold Coast, but there was a story that developed over there with Sean Price, his goalkeeping in both the semi and the grand final. He was huge in those penalty shootouts and his own individual performance. Can we just touch on how that was seeing a young goalkeeper really step up on a big stage?
We all love Sean. We all loved him before the tournament. He's just like the nicest guy. Doesn't miss a training, learning off Aaron all the time, like just eager to learn. And yeah, I feel like everyone was just so happy to see him have this breakout tournament. He's played games with us in the league or for us in the league before, and he's done really well. But I feel like this was definitely a kind of coming out for him. 2 huge penalty kind of shootouts, which he basically won it for us. But also just in the game as well, made like countless important saves, which kept us in the game. And then I feel like just the penalties were a cherry on the top.
Is he a testament to how Fitzroy nurture up-and-coming players into becoming not just parts of the team, but instrumental parts of the club moving forward in the future? Would you say he's a beacon of that progression as a player at a club?
I feel like Fitzroy, for as long as I've been involved, has had the same kind of development process with kind of senior players and then kind of middle players and then the younger players coming through the youth system. And I feel like we do a really good job, and this is a credit to Jimmy, we do a really good job of bringing in new players and exposing them to a very high level of futsal. You might not see it each week because they might not play all the time, but our trainings are very intense, often as intense, if not more, than the games we play. So those players, even though they're not playing week in, week out, they're getting exposed to a high level of futsal. And the knowledge is there. I mean, you've got Jimmy, you've got Scott, got Josh, myself, Aaron, like there's a lot of Corey, there's heaps of players there with good experience. And yeah, it's great to see someone like Sean, but I mean, we have other players like Seb, for example, had a season when he first joined the club where he didn't play at all. Or maybe played a couple minutes, but he stuck with it. And the following season, I feel like he made huge improvements, and then I feel like has continued to do so. And he was also part of that nationals team. So yeah, it's just a credit to those boys who stick with it and kind of understand it's more than just one season. I didn't get as much game time as I would have liked. There's more to it.
I'd like to shift the attention onto the national team setup and how it correlates with Fitzroy. You've had experience with Miles Downey in the men's setup. How does it compare?
I feel like at Fitzroy we're in a really fortunate position, having Aaron and Scott in particular, as well as Corey, and I guess you could say myself, we have experience in that setup, and also Jimmy as well. And a lot of our sessions that are organized and run by Jimmy or Scott kind of come from the national team setup kind of style of playing. So I feel like it really helps, and I felt like this for me as well, going into that system, that it was very familiar, and it wasn't all these new concepts that I'd never seen before, but something that we'd been working on in Fitzroy through, as I said, Jimmy and Scott as well, definitely incorporating elements of the national team system into Fitzroy training sessions. So yeah, I feel like it's definitely a good place to be if you do have aspirations to kind of play for the national team. It definitely makes that transition much easier.
Being amongst those ranks, how would you compare the quality of the likes of yourself and those at Fitzroy to those in the national team? And with future selection, what would it be to get back in there and not just be a player, but really solidify yourself in that setup?
I feel like definitely it's important to perform each week here at Series Futsal. I assume they watch the games and, you know, they want to see you performing at a high level. But then also things like the nationals, it is important to kind of showcase yourself in that environment as well, because you're playing against new players from different states. And I feel like if you can do both those two things, perform week in, week out in Series Futsal, and then also on a national stage, that puts you in a really good position to get called up for a training camp or just be in and around that environment. And then ultimately, I feel like it falls on the coaches to select the players that fit the system best. And yeah.
To return our focus onto Series Futsal in the upcoming season, it's no surprise to many that Fitzroy are heavily touted to win the title again. Not to get lost in their opponents which surround them, but what would be the Tigers' greatest test outside of themselves heading into 2026?
So obviously you have Moreland, who have been our kind of biggest rivals for the last, I don't even know how long, 5 years it feels like. You've got Pascavel there. They've done some good recruiting, so they're always kind of a threat as well. I feel like Aku and Hume are doing the right things. I know Fernando's at Hume, and from experience, he brings a wealth of knowledge to any team. So yeah, if that Hume team kind of listen to his instructions and his tactics, I feel like they'll do well. And Aku as well have a good young group that have stayed together for a while, which I think is a super important and kind of underestimated thing for a team. As just to touch on Fitzroy, I mean, we've played together for, I didn't even know how long. So we just know what everyone's going to do, where they're going to be. And that comes with playing with each other in the same team for years. So I feel like those Moreland, Hume, Aku, Pascavel, just off the top of my head, but not to sound cliche, I just feel like if we just have to focus on our game. I don't think anyone can play as good of futsal as us. And the games we lose, I feel like we lose ourselves by making silly mistakes or whatever. So yeah, I'd say those four teams are the ones we're looking at as the potential challenges, but ultimately I feel confident that, you know, we'll come out on top again.
My last question would be, if you use the last few years as a metric of Fitzroy's success, is there an expiry date on the dynasty? Knowing that you just continue to win, not just national competitions, but here in Series Futsal Victoria, is there ever a time where perhaps that isn't the goal? Not because it can't be, but due to availability, players moving on, retiring, not recruiting, not having the same level of calibre of those in the team currently. Not to go too forward in the future, but
Yeah.
in the foreseeable future, it's hard to really see a time where that culminates. But through your lens, how do you see that?
I feel like that's kind of what makes Fitzroy so unique and special, is that for even the last 10 years, I mean, it used to be Fernando was the senior player, and then there were players under him. There was Alistair Dunlop and Ange Fusca, who I don't even know if people remember. And then below them were me and Scott. And then below us are Harry and Elias. So I feel like for as long as I can remember, Fitzroy have done an excellent job at integrating youth players into a high-level senior team. So I think what makes Fitzroy so special is the ability for new players to come into this environment, learn from the senior players, and be integrated into the squad, all while still playing the best possible futsal at the highest level. And that's been done for as long as I can remember. When I joined Fitzroy, the first time would have been 10 years ago, I think. And there, above me, there was Alistair Dunlop and Ange Fusca, and above them, because they were a couple years older than me and Scott, who were there at the time, above them was Fernando. So it was just this kind of trickle down of information. And I feel like we're in a similar position now. I mean, our team is really young. I think, yeah, I'd say me and Scott are senior players and we're mid-20s. So I feel like I can't see an expiry date, but then, you know, you have players below us, Harry, Elias, Seb, Sean. I'm sure I'm missing people, but, you know, they are younger again, they're early 20s. And then below them, we've got Oscar Bryant. He's 17, I think, just won MVP at Nationals for his age group. So, yeah, I feel like that's what makes Fitzroy so good and so special is we are bringing in new players and we are looking to the future, but we're doing it, and this is credit to Jimmy and Jason as well and everyone involved. We're doing it in a way that doesn't necessarily like give up games. Yeah, we're able to keep winning and performing, but still giving those younger players experience and exposure to then, you know, take the reins, and then hopefully the same thing will keep happening for many more years.
Well, the focus, of course, on the upcoming campaign, but we appreciate your time today, Cosy. Also, cool. All the best with the title defence.
Great, thank you.
Premiership section of the evening is upon us. The top flight hotting up. It's beyond its midway stage of the campaign now for all of these teams. There is still so much to play for. Aku are in the top 2 picture. Carlton Hart currently leads the relegation playoff places, though they are wanting to climb out of it. They can draw themselves closer to Aku if they are to do so. Ethan Rigg joined by Adam Palombi, your usual Sunday suspects. First of all, Adam, good evening to you. Pleasure to have you here in Darebin. This could make something quite interesting for Hart if they are to get 3 points today.
They need to bounce back following last week's upset, if you will, in the Series Futsal Leagues Cup. Ethan Rigg, great to be alongside you again. It's been a long time since I've had, well, the man, the myth, the legend right beside us, so it's all to good feel and be at home with you here on a Series Futsal Victoria broadcast. But no, Carlton Hart certainly need to bounce back following what was a defeat to Braybrook last week in the Series Futsal Leagues Cup. It's well played by Noel Sorma against one of his former employers at Braybrook, a championship club, really on the rebound following what was a slow start to the year, but to take a scalp out of FC Carlton Hart, who have been in form. Not to mention they have knocked off the Moreland Blues. They were competitive in matches. They had defeated Aku as well, in fact, in the Cup a couple of rounds ago. So we'll be intrigued to see how they might fare in the Premiership today.
It certainly will be, and the last time these two met in league action, it was Aku the other way, one-sidedly, which is why that League Cup's win was so important for Hart, just to get them back in the competitive frame of mind. Rudy Wickett is certainly fancying his team's chances at survival, not just automatically, but if it is to full playoff-wise for them, more favourable prospects. Ibi Habi's entrusted between the sticks, and Hart have gone strong. Shaban Rajab, who's had a good recent month or two, alongside Seb Wickett, Lucas Hogan, who's been the talisman, and Noah Marr against his former side in the league fray. For Aku, Lucas Grigg is the undoubted number one. A pair of Fernandezes in Marcus and Xavier. Ben Chu, who made the move from Fitzroy. Ruslan leads the line, but on the bench, Christian Peluso, Tal Galpa, and Enrique Pimenta headline all of the possible oncomings for QEMU and Co. They must win tonight too, if they are to keep up a race for second, which has been the closest it's been for some time. Moreland Blues, the Black Army, Melbourne Aku, all in contention. They will be wanting more than anything to stake their claim amongst places where they feel as though they belong. It's a side that's built on youth, it's a side that's built on prospects. Well, prospects always have to come good one time or another, though that's given away by Fernandez for Lucas Hogan. Rajab wanted movement out of Marr. Rajab on the follow-in. Lovely return for Noah Marr, who's in behind, and Fernandez got there in the nick of time. First real opportunity for the former Aku boy turned Carlton Hart signing. And well and truly for Rudy Wickett and Co. They've made a habit of fast starts in league play this campaign. They have loved to take the lead. The problem for Hart has been going the distance. When they have had things go tough, it's been a side that's dwindled at times. Well, here is Hogan, who was looking to go at Fernandez and Chu and was wrestling restlessly.
The court feels slippery tonight here in Darebin. Hogan struggling to control the ball at close proximity. You're hearing a few skids being made when players are to move. Could be an indication of the court conditions.
End of a glorious day in Melbourne's northern corner as well. A few rays of sunshine flickering through what's been a superb penultimate Sunday in winter as Rajab wins a corner. Hart are starting as brightly as the sky is outside of DCSS tonight. They can continue, of course, to build a buffer to Pascoe Vale and to Thornbury United, both of whom have respectively got fixtures this eve. There's corner with depth for Hogan, who drilled it. Wickett was quickest to react, though Chu was in the way. Ruslan's clearance for Xavier Fernandez was one which he could not get on the end of. Oh, a bright Carlton Hart start.
Not sure Wickett knew where the ball was there, Ethan. There was a few bodies that hit the effort, which was struck from a Carlton Hart from distance following the corner. Wickett wasn't aware.
Marr twisting and turning. Fernandez kept the door closed. Hogan looked to move it for Rajab, who offers an apology. Lucas Hogan has been the metronome for Hart this season. Side who started slowly, all things Premiership-wise. Again, rocked in the Leagues Cup the week just gone. That performance against Braybrook in particular was one of stark worry. They'll be wanting to put that aside at the first possible opportunity.
Never got going in that game either. They were very sluggish, FC Carlton Heart. Of course, out with a few of their key players, but can't really use that as an excuse, to be honest. They were never in that match. And Braybrook from start to finish was strong.
First real rotations of the evening being utilised. Angel Barreto introduced into the fray, someone who's been in superb form. His purple patches coincided with Carlton's, in all truth. Player of immense deft touch, of imposing frame too. There's Galpa, Chu, look to clip it for Ruslan with just a slight bit too much pace. Couple outs respectively for Aku as well this evening. No Anthony Mamos in the matchday squad, who's been a regular featurer since his reintroduction. Hart themselves have got Koan Kura, Matt Cruz too, looking to come from the bench. Plenty for Rudy Wickett to choose from. Good read from Pimenta for his first touch of the night. Has got options with him. Decided against them. He set it through Chu. Pimenta added again. Galpa's on the switch. Couldn't steer for Fernandez. Ben Chu with 2 to go at. Hogan kept things close centrally. Pimenta, MVP throughout 2025. Here is Ricky again. Looked to steer it to the near post where Habe was waiting. Look to release Barreto, who can go at Fernandez. Hogan, Noah Ma, away from Pimenta. Ma worked to yard. Chu closed the door in the nick of time, and Galba then had to clear.
That was nice from the way he was able to almost have the shot withdrawn initially, then fire. Aku scrambling defensively. Been a tight game so far in these opening 4.5 minutes.
Hart shading it slightly. There's Ma, Cruz. Wanting to work for Barreto. Aku have just been sitting in. It's been a side with all of the new additions that seem as though, again, maybe they're just finding their rhythm once more. Having been in a really good place at the start of the campaign. Pimenta's not been a regular featurer. Hubert Cicek is still in arrears with injury. Christian Peluso's homecoming was perfect, though he too is learning things once more. Though here is Galpa. Looking to go beyond Cruz. Couldn't quite. Ashraf Guitea brought on for his first moments of the evening's action for QEMU & Co. as Barreto is looking to go at Pimenta. He wanted a foul, which he will not get. He's in conversation with Ben Howe.
Adrian Attard and Benjamin Howell are your match officials. Both these sides still feeling each other out. There's been no quick start for either. Still scoreless inside our opening. 5.5 minutes of play as Guiteta will chase Hogan with some body. Habe had to change kits before the match started. Had the traditional FC Carlton Heart green goalkeeper jersey on. Was told, no, you need to look like Jeff from the Wiggles today. On you go with purple. Hogan went down the court. Marin Pimenta competing off the ball, and the dual MVP will see it out of play for a deep side possession, which he took quickly. Galpa look well equipped today to Aku. Peluso missed last week due to soreness. Returns tonight. Galpa for Peluso. Barreto won the battle between those two. Angel Barreto charging. He's been, in recent weeks, quite the player with impetus. Peluso received possession from Guiteta. Or Guitea, I should say. Almost got confused with Guitea there for a moment. His side up next. Big match that might be for Thornbury this season. Is starting to showcase some quality amongst sides further away from Thornbury on the ladder.
And the rumour going into that game is that neither Gab Murray nor Vassos Kartambis are to make the trip this weekend. So be competition in the Hume ranks between Inos Bertrus and Isho Haskell to see who could start if that is to be true.
Peluso cuts it off. He let fly off a snap effort, if you will. Pimenta saying don't stress about that pass option, which was available through me. Speaking of Thornbury United, both Madi Al-Khawaja and Romario Bajo are enjoying the sunshine off the court. They know what tonight means to them. Be quite the time to defeat Hume if they can. Guatea can't go back to his keeper. He wasn't aware. Lucas Grigg said, well, no, I can't control the ball. I cannot touch the ball. And FC Carlton Heart will have an indirect free kick from a good range here.
Just a slightly slower start from Melbourne Aku so far this evening. Usually they look to play with pace, they look to play intricately and dominate possession. Hard have not allowed them to do that, and you're just starting to see a couple little moments come to the surface.
Cruz, Hogan and Ma. Indirect free kick for Carlton Heart, which Grigg parries away. The Moreland Blues with the bye this evening. This time last week had made the headwaves with their news regarding their former club president of Darren Saban. After 15 years in the system, that Serious Futsal Victoria called time on his presidential career, which had sent not just the commissioner but all the media personnel in a frenzy trying to verify things and record information accurately. Never a dull moment in Darebin, and well, last week was certainly one of a breaking news variety. Pimenta, Peluso, Guatea. Back out for Pimenta, over the top towards Peluso. It's a great ball from the dual MVP. Hogan intervened. Danger not cleared yet. Peluso went FIFA straight. Adrian Attard will issue a card, I believe, to Cruz, who had impeded Peluso.
Better though, from Aku, much better. That is where Enrique Pimenta can be at his best in the build-up. When he's allowed to drop deeper, when he's allowed to play into spaces for Peluso to get into. Those two looking lively in their link-up so far. Aku just shifting gears, getting out of a sluggish start. And for Matt Cruz, he's got to be careful.
You might argue a variation of Kuyumu's strongest men's side lineup is on court at the moment. Fernandez, Peluso, Galpa and Pimenta. Ricky, with the experience, called for a makeshift timeout on court to delegate how he's going to make full use of this opportunity. Aku haven't had too many glimpses to goal. Hamby hasn't made a daring save yet, the goalkeeper. Could this be the match's first moment of importance? Enrique Pimenta for Melbourne Aku. Rolls it in a reverse pass towards Galpa. Near post was Hamby to save. Kura went down the court for Cruz and Grigg had to go on a journey.
Did well. Did Lucas Grigg. Cruz could have just gone beyond him. Maybe with a good save at his near post. In order to start things, Grigg did well not to impede Matt Cruz. That is third yellow card of the campaign now. Not yet near the 5 that causes suspension. Though, just starting to eye it. Pimenta long on by Kura, might fall for Galpa. Barreto defensively did well. And then looked to steer it for Karan Kura. That's nifty from Peluso. Galpa wanted the return. Pimenta on the drive. Across the face and a rolling foul. Just as Galpa was impeded on going to get it back. And open the space inadvertently for Enrique Pimenta to have a go. Aku starting to build some opportunities of their own. Barreto, good drop off from Kura, who left it behind. Peluso picked it on for Fernandez. Return for Christian Peluso, who tried to go beyond Habe, though couldn't. Super save from the hard shot stopper. His first real intervention of importance tonight. Aku's dynamic duo, Fernandez-Peluso linking up. Corner hit with far too much height for Chu, and Rudy Wickett might fancy timeout. Handed the slip in with haste, clearly seeing something that he is not happy with, clearly seeing away the Carlton are being cut open as we go to the break. We are as we started, it's Aku 0, Carlton Heart 0. Turning from timeout, Rudy Wickett wanted a word. Clearly seeing something for Carlton Hart that he was not pleased with in the last 2 minutes. Aku had just started to get on top as Hogan was in heavily. Oh no. Oh no, this looks nasty.
No. He absolutely kamikazed at that ball. He knew he had to win it, Hogan. Oh, geez, that does not look good from the outset. Well, it didn't look good, but it might be all good. Well, not to be dramatic, Ethan Rigg, but initially that could have looked terrible. And it did. But Hogan's okay. He's a soldier, Lucas Hogan. And he'll soldier on. Barreto will go wide. Cruz into the path of Fernandez. Carlton Hart will claim handball. Ruslan has a big grimace on his face. Might indicate that potentially could have touched his hand. Barreto. Hogan. Kura back towards Hogan. Chu does well defensively. La Roca trying to escape with possession. Ruslan trying to swivel around Barreto. Aku happy to find a free kick.
Well done by La Roca. Under immense pressure, had Hogan bearing down, had Kura bearing down as well. Did superbly well. The man who wants a good night against his former side as well.
Being stunted with injuries. More than one occasion now, Lexi La Roca, still a young player. He's a good player. Can he become a great one? That's the question. Ruslan flicking down the court. Chu was trying to evade Kawankura. Lots of pace and power about the FC Carlton Hart number 10. Who had to come across to snuff out the danger of the former target Chu. La Roca, Fernandez, Kawankura on the defensive work rate at the moment. He's involved twice there. The traditional pivot as Matt Cruz will take a side ball. Across his own goal line of Haby to Hogan. Cruz, Hogan, Barreto, Kawankura. All the options available. Barreto used. Will shift inside. Barreto wanted someone central. Nobody home. La Roca can counter. Has to compete with Hogan. The no-nonsense clearance. He has things settled down momentarily as both sides are still looking for an opening goal. We're nearing the halfway mark of the first half. We're still scoreless.
Again, the starter cages become quite open. Here is La Roca going at Hogan. Stung the palms of Haby. Lucas Hogan prevents the corner. Aku have found a rhythm in the ebb and flow of the opening exchanges of this game. Near the halfway stage of this first half. Chu battling Barreto, who was too tough to go beyond, had two up with him now. Then Chu in retreat, Barreto kept going, Hogan returned it, Ruslan was there in the nick of time. Ben Chu might inadvertently have copped a bit of a whack just when he was wrestling with Barreto for possession. Kawankura from the side ball, Barreto warded off it, Ruslan had no one further forward. Fernandez though, made life awkward for Wickett, Haby lunged in and got all ball despite the Aku protests.
Great tackle from Sebastian Wickett. It was nonchalant. Might describe him in a personality trait, but with Fernandez nipping at the heels, you've got to be careful.
La Roca, Ruslan, no further than Barreto. Hogan made the early run, cut out by Lexi. He just tried to get forwards and belatedly won a free kick. Ben Howell just instructing him of where to come back. La Roca had initially thought it was a side ball. Noteworthy for Aku as well, though Grigg is number one. Shahid Baines, who was really good last week in the Cup against Pascoe Vale, to come from the bench tonight. Just in case there is any alteration keeping-wise. That's lovely between Chu and Fernandez, who gave it a drive, and Marcus Fernandez fizzes in the opener. Beauty.
Smashing play from Aku. And their captain Fernandez. Brilliant finish, low driven into the bottom corner. Once he had looked up and was away from his marker, he knew exactly where he wanted the ball to be placed. And the captain contributes with a fine goal. And Aku have hit the front. You feel in this match goals are going to be something hard to come by. And you wouldn't think, looking at the ladder, there's 14 points separating these two sides in the premiership race, but Carlton Hart tend to do that. They seem to steal from the rich but give to the poor. Aku trying to make sure that's not the case tonight. And the second place custodians have a corner following the opening goal. Pimenta. Ruslan competing for possession, goes down in a tussle with Barreto, who nods his head. Nothing doing. Grigg, short release, of course. Sabib Baines last week in the cup was incredible in between the sticks. Ruslan around Hogan, might have a second bite of the cherry. Ruslan, Hogan tried to get out of there. Bit of a wrestle. It may have been off the ball. Ruslan going for the pin on Hogan. WE style.
They were not happy about it, Carlton Hart. Lucas Hogan and Ibi Habe, least of all, were not best pleased about the contact which Ruslan enacted.
Last week, Aku, it was a 1-1 draw against Pascoe Vale in the Serious Futsal Leagues Cup go-home show. Sahib Baines was Superman in that game. He made some brilliant saves, the young goalkeeper. Although Lucas Grigg, the primary choice of Koimu, got the nod today to start. You wonder, following the Cup heroics from Baines, if he'll have any involvement in today's match. Of course, Caracas featured in Cup Futsal last week as well in the second half against Braybrook, and wasn't awful despite the heavy scoreline which was inflicted by the championship side.
You get the feeling as well, Lucas Grigg is not someone who will want to share that number one space anymore. Won't want to share even a second of futsal as to where he could with Baines. Despite the performance last week, you get the feeling Koimu is looking for continuity more so than anything. His side at the moment. And Grigg, mostly undeterred, bar a couple of saves, have got themselves ahead. There's wicket on the switch for Rajab. And Noamar was looking for a way of reply, so wicket took over. Rajab away from Fernandez, though not Chu. It does yield a corner, however. Another Carlton way of reply. In search of an equaliser. Rajab's corner. Taken for Noamar. All the way through LaRocca. There's a lot of conversation about when those two had made their respective moves of who got the better deal. Aku for LaRocca or Carlton Hart for Mar. Of course, it was not a direct swap, but two young players of stature, standing and pedigree. Mar hit the ground running. LaRocca has slowly built his way in. As Galpa went at Hogan. Pimenta tried to thread it for Fernandez. The idea was good. Ball just a bit heavy. So that is where the MVP throughout 2025 can get creative. Good read from Galpa. Hogan was late on it. Habe likewise alert to the danger. Wicket now. Hart nearly architects of their own downfall. Pimenta ahead of Noamar. They were then engrossed in battle. Gataya had a turn. Under pressure from Wicket. Pimenta hugged the touchline and took it deftly. And then gave it away to Seb Wicket to square for Noamar against his former side. A gift. An absolute gift. Easy as you like for Carlton Hart to get level.
Koimu not impressed in the slightest with what he's seen there. His side were fantastic in this match's opening. Carlton Hart was certainly making things difficult for Aku on an offensive basis. However, defensively, they've made it completely lackadaisical in their approach, and it was a gift, as you mentioned, Ethan. And how Aku might rue that mistake as the match continues. Galpa trying to galvanise his side. It was Fernandez who was trying to get busy. Aku looking for a very swift reply following what was a questionable goal they conceded at the other end. 1-1. 2/3 of the way through. Guataya likes to hold possession. Galpa, Pimenta looking into some space. Jamal Rajab wanting it to be a FC Carlton Hart side ball. Fernandez for Pimenta for Galpa. Risky ball from Galpa. It does work, and Pimenta might have a chance near post. Habe knows the tricks of his former teammate.
Fernandez just makes that dart likewise to the near post. If he just tried to peel and take a more central area, it could have put Habe in two different minds. Instead, he's able to close the angle.
It's risky from Galpa to go across the face of play with Hogan lurking. Pimenta tried to go through Hogan with his shot. Ma put a foot in. And speaking on the Ma brothers, we have not seen Francis Ma in some time. Might need to get him on the phone and see what's going on there. As Habe had to plunge to make the save, it was Fernandez who struck truly. Menta from the corner again. What's the rotation like from Aku this time around? Fernandez. When you've got a tall goalkeeper like Habe in between the sticks, it's never going to be easy to beat him with loft. And Fernandez's effort will give possession back to Carlton. 1 goal apiece, 6.5 to play in the first half. It's been a pretty tight game here to kickstart round 17 of the Premiership.
Omar looking to turn. Well, there's no way through. Pimenta and Peluso both wanting possession to be retained. Rajab in a hurry. Good movement from Wicket. Mar couldn't be found. Gutea could be found on the break. Peluso kept the width. Pimenta for Galpa. Wicket just warding him off. Christian Peluso, who really made his stamp on return to Melbourne Aku colours against Pascoe Vale a fortnight ago when we last had league action. His winner from the spot in the dying seconds. Some way to return. Good hurdling from Wicket on for Matt Cruz, who forces a save out of Grigg down low. That's deft from Gutea. Peluso had no way further. And then a rolling foul for one of the two, in which Seb Wicket had to launch himself beyond in order to get through. Two teams locked level in this first half. A real arm wrestle of a game up until this point. Gutea guided it for Pimenta, who got out the back of Cruz and then could only chip it into Habe, who made himself big. Rajab to carry forward. Wicket. Pimenta's early slide. Recovered by Galpa. On for Pimenta. Gorgeous. Almost. As Galpa went flying through. Enrique Pimenta, of course, we've not seen in a little bit of time. Served his suspension, which he picked up on a night that Aku was still wanting to get out of their system against Fitzroy not too long ago. Now back in green as Peluso's charging. Mara's picked him off. Had two in retreat with him, one of whom was Galpa, and Tao Galpa did supremely well just to stop Narmar. Whenever you think there's space in this contest, it is oh so quick how it is cut off.
The work rate from both sides has been truly high in this match. As it comes to a brief standstill here in Darebin. It's been played at a high level. Lots of backtracking, lots of, well, not so much offense, but defense. Ma will test Grigg. Pretty Wicket calling for a mix-up to the system. And how 3 points might really impact both sides on the Wee Froth ladder. FC Carlton Heart could secure their spot further inside the top 5. Getting away from Pascoe Vale. Meanwhile, there's a chance for Aku. Guayeta. Not past Habe, who's been standing up tall in the last 4 or 5 match minutes. Gutea shifting onto his left, cut out by Ma. Big slide from Peluso. We'll find Galpa, who couldn't gallop beyond Wicket. Seb left in a leg, and Adrian Attard had prime position to issue a free kick for Aku. The foul tally starting to accumulate. FC Carlton Heart on 4 fouls.
Seb Wicket not happy about that. Tried to protest his innocence to Adrian Attard.
Well, 4 fouls may have just become 5. And that's what Michael Ciaras has issued. The third official. notifies FC Carlton Heart they must be careful in these remaining 4 minutes and 38 seconds of the half. A win for Aku puts them 2 points clear of the Northern Blues in second. However, a win for Carlton Heart puts them 5 points clear of Pascoe Vale, who are still yet to play tonight between 5th and 6th. So much of the season left to play. Pimenta had a free kick which was shot right into the wall. Fernandez will get things moving.
Moving is Fernandez, looking to go at Noamar. Pimenta, lovely ball. Chu with deft footwork and a good save from Habe. Nearly for Ben Chu. Another one of the new Aku arrivals, a former Fitzroy boy. Ever so nearly just glided his way through for a path at goal. Ma, that's deft from Wicket, and there's space for Ma. Likewise for Rajab on the far side, who's away from Chu, denied by Grigg. Ma's follow-in was behind him. Peluso from Pimenta, Fernandez. Christian Peluso, Ricky's made his move and has been found smashingly. Pimenta had kept it alive, Wicket came across. Aku building pressure, just when Hart had a glimpse on the counter themselves. Movement was to be had. Fernandez's take. Gutea. Peluso. Rajab holding up. Fernandez had gone beyond him. He was cut out by Wicket. Cruz. Noah Mar. Who wants calm amidst a stormy first half. Cruz. Wicket. Measured for Rajab, who was hugging the touchline. Grigg sprawled across and ensured there was no spillage as Wicket was waiting to mop it up.
Rajab was pretty big. Not to cut you off there, Ethan. Last time these two sides had faced, he would go on to not just provide goals, but score them in his own right as well in recent fixtures against Aku. Haven't really seen him come to life yet in this game on an offensive front, but both sides, as we still progress in this half, haven't exactly thrown everything at each other in an attacking manner. However, the corners have been building up, all in favour of Aku. They have yet another. Fernandez, slightly fatigued Ruslan. Seen late by Habe. Another corner Aku. They're having corners, they're not doing much from them, however. Their best look coming from its former corner taker of Chu, who's in possession now. Hits Ma on his chest. Barreto will have a signed ball. Might come down to who on an individual basis in this game will take it on. Collectively, it's been a tale of trepidation. Cruz out of court for Ma. Half-time beckoning here at DCSS. Gutea in the pivot. Cruz in the fixo. Ruslan. Fernandez. Chu. It's to wheel around. Wicket does Chu. Sam Wicket really showcasing his worth for FC Carlton Heart. Being quite a young man, plays as if he's got years and years of experience, which he has accumulated through playing at youth level, playing for Fitzroy at a senior level. Formerly at Western United as well, when they were not just a professional football club, but a futsal club as well. He's been around the traps. The man in possession now, Wicket. Ma trying to draw in a couple of shirts. Oh, lovely ball behind for Cruz. Fernandez had to panic for a moment. He was out of position, was the captain. And the man who wants to play at his maximum capacity, Matt Cruz, not able to shift around, and Aku again will want to build from their defensive half.
A couple of minutes to the break in Darabin. Needs to have gone toe-to-toe. Well and truly with one another. There's Gutea, worked it on for Fernandez. Habe was alert for the return at the back post. Barreto maybe a little slow. There's Gutea, just looked to steal in behind the pair. Aku have looked to provoke Hart in the space in behind. Fernandez clipped it into Cruz, gave one to Grigg that was awkward, and in turn forced that he had to simply hammer it away from the on-running Matt Cruz, who wants to put themselves all over the half's closing stage. Could it be Noah Marr, or could it be Cruz? Set for Barreto, brilliant save from Grigg. Super stop at close range as Angel Barreto stole it and must have thought he'd scored. Corner cut out by Galpa. It had stayed alive for him. Habe came out quickly and made a massive lunging save.
That's what he does, Habe. Really important bit of goalkeeping there. Quickly off his line, could not handle the ball. He was well and truly outside of his defensive semicircle. Smashing stop. Save of the match so far from Habe.
Again, moved on for Ruslan. Fernandez. Time is ticking away to the break. Marcus Fernandez and Matt Cruz battling. Fernandez tiptoeing away from two, picked off by Cruz, moved on for Marr, who fancied a drive from range. Xavier Fernandez got in the way and then got up. Marcus Fernandez will give chase, though ultimately in vain, as we're in the half's dying embers. Okay, these two still really able to find a way through.
Wicket will chip towards Barreto. Still trying to get himself in this game completely. Slowly stuck in second gear, but once he's in fifth, it's hard to catch Barreto out of court that time. Fernandez for Fernandez. Nice link up between these two last week in the Serious Futsal Leagues Cup. Galpa, Marcus Fernandez, Xavier Fernandez, back to Marcus, cut out by Barreto. Angel couldn't charge. And he put his head down, almost to say, I need the legs there. Adrian Attard pushing back both FC Carlton Hearts, Marr and Barreto. Attard really ensuring Barreto doesn't get himself cautioned. Fernandez out of court. FC Carlton Heart in this half, to their credit, have really stopped Aku's movement when possible. Aku have had to play the endeavourous pass to try and break away to find an attacking move. Marr will chip towards wicket. Barreto on the hustle. It's more like it from Angel. Could have darted around a few teal shirts. Last 6 seconds. They have to go now, Aku, if they're to test Habe. The clock will beat everybody involved on court, and that will be your opening half, all said and done. Melbourne Aku open the scoring first. FC Carlton Heart following a gift defensively from the initial goal scorers were able to claw things back. We head to the halftime break. Melbourne Aku 1, FC Carlton Heart 1. Round 17 of the Premiership, back after halftime.
Turning from half-time here in Darebin. Opening edition of the Premiership match day. Aku went ahead courtesy of Marcus Fernandez, and then Noah Marr against his former side. Sometimes futsal does have a funny way of following the script. Drew Carlton Hart level in a half that in truth was one that was very topsy-turvy. Both teams traded momentum, they traded opportunity, they traded a go at one another. And we are where we started for Aku. This does them more of a favour than it does Carlton. They are looking to steer themselves further away from Pascoe Vale and from Thornbury United, but also maybe towards Aku and relative safety as Kura is looking to fire on the volley. Ricochet will find Barreto. Good challenge from Gutaya. Falls for Pimenta. Ball was a fraction behind Gutaya and it slowed the attack down. He will continue sizing up Hogan. Kura in support. Away from the pair of them. On for Galpa. Pimenta. Switch for Peluso. His turn to have a look at Kura. Christian Peluso on a charge. Hogan there to block. Peluso's following. It's Aku's lead again. Superbly done. Relentless. Persistent from Peluso, who, having made the move back to Aku, got a goal against Pascoe Vale to win it, now has another in back-to-back league games to put them back in front.
Didn't mind how he planted his feet upon the ball bobbling up in front of him from the first effort, just to settle himself in front of goal. He knew he had to place his effort beyond Habe, and again it's hard and low, which Aku have found both of their goals in this match. They're looking for more upon another corner. They had many of them in the first half. I wonder if that was a talking point for Kumu during the halftime break, to make more from your corners.
Kuro lunged in, handball, struck him on the arm, the shout was there, he leant towards it, penalty.
Andrew Barreto knew straight away. Put his shirt up to his eyes to not look at the situation. Kawankura might be protesting to himself and looking confused as to why, but it's pretty blatantly obvious, unfortunately, for the number 10 from Carlton Hart. And what an opportunity it presents for Christian Peluso, who's looking for 2 goals in a matter of the same minutes.
Nowhere to hide whatsoever for Kawankura. And so Peluso has a knack of scoring from the spot. For 2 spot kicks in 2 league games to get himself a double to give Aku some room. Christian Peluso's denied by Habe, who makes a big save.
He's standing up now, Habe for his side. He went quick towards Kawankura. His header was drifting wide of everything, which remained in play. Pimenta for Gampa. That might be the momentum shifter. Guataya trying to cut through Carlton Hart or Aku. Pimenta thought about one way, went the other. Peluso running at pace and going across the face of goal. Guataya was trying to drift in with his body, arriving late was the pivot.
And just how important is confidence in this game. Christian Peluso looks an entirely different player. These last 2 weeks, he's getting at people, he's whipping the ball across with pace.
Bit of freedom with Peluso back at his former employer. Went to Fitzroy, earned a Series Futsal Victoria Men's Premiership League winning medal. The second of last year, that was. Halfway through the season, returned in the same window he'd left in 25. Pimenta, here is Peluso. Guataya thought about the overlap for Peluso. Habe tried to get away with it. There was a decent read from Adrian Attard, the official, who knew the ball had gone out of play. Aku want something tangible from the corner. They have all game. Pimenta blocked by Kawankura. Hogan had tried his luck to keep possession alive on the broadcast flank. Hubert Cicek still getting his body right. Still trying to find availability for that of Melbourne Aku, the former Hume player. Not in attendance tonight, UC7. Or he may be known as now UC77, considering that's his kit number. We've only seen glimpses of what Aku can do with him on court, but when combining with Pimenta, it reminds you of the Cambo days back at Thomastown. Barreto went on a journey. Can they work this out, Aku? Fernandez, it's getting very deep defensively and offensively for Carlton. And they've got the ball back.
No way out for Fernandez. Hart hunting an equaliser again. Hogan gave it a go. He's did his effort far beyond the bar. Still the flashpoint. Christian Peluso missed from the spot, denied by Habe. Will they come to rue that? Will he come to rue that? As Guataya, Fernandez, Pimenta, guided for Chu, who's got Barreto to have a go at. Then Chu was darting, Habe was unopposed to claim, and then looked to give Barreto one that was dangerous. Pimenta slid in and was claiming. Angel got the final flick. Cruz, Hogan under pressure from Fernandez. Again for Matt Cruz, behind Barreto, who could only let it trickle out of play. He's been unable so far to truly grasp things, have heart in this second half. It has been all Aku. Xavier Fernandez. La Roca moved on for Chu, who looked to clip it round the corner, read by Barreto. Cruz fancied a go and forced the save out of Grigg. Was to be no keeping change at half time. Only point of contention for Aku with how well Shahid Baines had kept last week in the cup. As Hogan deflected, yet another corner. Can Carlton conjure something? Cruz whipped it to the back post and whipped it well. And the finishing touch was not to be applied. Hart's first real opportunity that they've had cleanly cut in this second half. Still unable to find any sort of way through.
Fernandez for Marcus Fernandez! Brilliant ball from Xavier. The bench were quick to congratulate the number 15. What was a piercing ball towards his brother and captain. Marcus, unfortunate not to finish. Habe in the way again. Bit of fortune, the ball coming off the post last. And out finally for a corner. La Roca onto his right. Simple for Habe. Hogan, Barreto chasing La Roca, ushering the ball out of play. Carlton Hart not out of touching distance yet, but Aku seemed to be in control. Carlton Hart needing to find some creativity. You might question for them. La Roca into his stride. Lexi stumbling over his own feet. Hogan. This is where Carlton have been a touch predictable. Chu reads it best. Fernandez went one way. There was players all streaming forward for Aku upon that attack. Falters again to the side. Chu had a hit, blocked. Makeshift ball from Carlton. Hogan, wicket, those two making that up. Hume and Thornbury getting acquainted off the court. Many heavy hitters in the building for the Black Army. Culshaw, one of them. Mo Temmel, the other. Adi Al-Khawaja, perhaps for Thornbury. What a night it might be for him. As Barreto had sat down Fernandez. Christian Peluso becoming an assistant coach, it seems. Telling Xavier Fernandez to stay further up the court. Wonder how that might go down amongst the ranks at Melbourne Aku.
Moment, Peluso well and truly making his impact on return known. Perhaps someone slightly superstitious, shifted back to the old Aku boots and seems to be finding a goal-scoring flourish again. Marcus Fernandez over the free kick. Steered for Ben Churu was on his own, it was well worked. Habe sprawled across to deny. Pimenta will make way, Peluso likewise. Only installed for the free kick. To see what they could craft. La Roca, patient. Chu. Marcus Fernandez. On for Xavier Fernandez. Carlton Hart just not able to settle. Have not found a rhythm. Aku have also not let them do so. Rajab trying to instill some kind of spark. And was away from Fernandez. Took a tumble. And Ben Howe simply waved him up. Can Rajab inspire? He's had a bit of a renaissance early doors this campaign. There's Chu. Was waiting on options. Both Fernandez's offered as a pair for him. And Chu kept rolling. Limberatos just not allowing him any central movement. Xavier Fernandez again with a good ball. La Roca then left it behind. Chu came crashing and Chu crashed over.
Can be a tidy player. Limberatos hasn't been getting an awful lot of senior exposure. Has had a lot at youth level. Reminds me a lot of the former Carlton Hart player of Dawood Ferrer. He went to Pascoe Vale as Ma struck it. The real venom. I believe it may have come off the post or Griggs' hand. Not sure, one of the two, but it will be a Carlton Hart side ball. A jab. Fernandez in the right spot. Now Marcus can travel the ball forward. Drifting past his marker wicket. Habe, comfortable height. Counter could be on for Carlton. Hogan with the header. Grigg with the scramble. Well kept to not have a corner conceded. True will calm things down. That's well played by the youngster to take the energy right out of the match for now.
And well played by Marcus Fernandez too. That run was superb. Exactly what Aku have done differently at the start of this second half. Carlton have not had someone that's been willing to go and take this game on. whereas Fernandez has been keen to get at it.
Fernandez, side ball. La Roca has been losing his feet a couple of times in this match, Lexi. We want to keep him if he's to have any impact. Fernandez sidestepping wickets. Havey knew from his recent lessons to get low quickly. This time the keeper stops a shot, heading towards the bottom corner. Arco in front, 2-1 the score. FC Carlton Heart only have equalised in this match. They've never led it so far. Can they get into a position where their next goal could mean they take the lead? They have to find an equaliser first. Rajab, wicket, needed someone to come towards the ball. Hogan, back post was Chaban Rajab. Charbs, millimetres away, but that was the ball that Carlton Heart were asking for, arriving from Hogan.
Much better from Lucas Hogan, and he's the one. Likewise to Marcus Fernandez. You want to pick a player to take the game on, he's it.
Lovely touch from La Roca. Lexi La Roca. That's more like it from him. Kept his feet. Got his shot away. The block was necessary. However, FC Carlton Heart have issued a timeout. They're trailing by a goal. 2-1 the score in favour of Melbourne Arcu. Round 17 of the Premiership has a timeout in the second half of its first match. Side ball, Carlton Heart. Rajab gets play resumed again. Hogan went towards Noama. 13 minutes. Lots of time left in this game. It's been a real stop-start affair. Kickoff will be pushed back for the Hume Thornbury United match. As Mars found half an acre of space. He chips it in towards Sebastian Wicket. And FC Carlton Heart equalise for the second time in this match.
Wonderfully done from Wicket. It's tidy from Noamar. We said they needed to play with more ambition, to play with more guile, and Wicket does just that. Gets himself in a dangerous area, gets low and judges the dip well. Hearts have been searching for an equaliser. Aku with the better start to this half. The timeout for Rudy Wicket and co did the trick though. That's nice from Galpa. Fernandez. No way through Noamar. Not by Wicket either, who's on the charge. Mar had stayed down. Hogan has taken over. Lucas Hogan on the drive. Quickly denied by Grigg. How quickly the pendulum swings as Hogan's in too firmly on Galpa. And Noamar is conversing. There's a shin pad that's gone flying. Aku free kick. Already Heart have swung themselves back into this game. Equalised for the second time tonight. Christian Peluso with a glance at the clock and a shake of the head. As Pimenta clipped only for Haby, two former Moreland Blues. Not the link up they would have liked. That's a lovely lob though for Mar. Set behind Rajab, favoured Ruslan. Galpa was with him. Shaban Rajab lunged in and left a leg in. Couple of quick Carlton Heart fouls. Maybe needing to become mindful of the tally. Gutaya. Noamar is not letting him out. Rajab ahead of Ruslan. Return for Gutaya. On for Pimenta! That's what he does! Ricky rolls through and Aku lead again.
King of the castle for some reason, the dual MVP. You cannot afford to give him so much space out wide. Carlton Hart may protest they've been on the receiving end of fouls which weren't fouls, but in full transparency, it may be a cop-out. Pimenta able to fire true. The finish was perfect from Pimenta. Aku hit the front for the third time in this match. 3-2 the score.
Just as that had happened, Shaban Rajab finds himself in the book for descent too. Hart having worked so hard to get level. Now, again, architects of their own downfall, coolly taken by Pimenta.
Habe will come off his line for a makeshift fifth man. Ruslan, can he keep that in play? He couldn't. 12 and a half left on the clock. Rajab throwing bottles around his technical area. He's not happy. Chubbs at the moment claiming there was no impingement, which had led to not just the goal, but the current lead Aku have reinstated. Grigg over the top. Grigg. Brilliant ball for Galpa, who could not place it towards Ruslan. So FC Carlton Hart trying to perhaps get themselves into water here. Playing okay, it's more keeping their temperament. So the challenge arrives from that was all ball.
Rajab's just got to be careful here. He is carrying on his continued protest. No doubt Adrian Attard Ben Howe will be alert to that. Last thing they would want is for him to be sent walking twice. Received 2 yellows for dissent.
Ma with Galpa out of play. Pimenta, Galpa. Ruslan, the 1-2 across the face of goal to work. And guess who is it? It is again. Guess who's there again? Henrique Pimenta. Who else but Ricky? He's at a brace. Aku extend to their biggest lead so far. 4-2.
And that's why they signed him. Right place, right time for Pimenta. A double that could prove decisive. Hart were in this game. Until it's a Pimenta pair that has got Aku just smiling, looking more brightly. Barreto is bustling and battling. How about it from Ricky? The MVP with 2 valuable goals, as here is Gutea who went the chip. Habe had Fernandez lurking. Had to be cautious. Barreto fancied a drive, stung the palms of Grigg. Carlton wanting response with immediacy.
They lost their heads there, FC Carlton Hart. They hadn't seemed to forget about what was the foul which Shaban Rajab had conceded, which led to a goal being conceded. And from that, their concentration dropped off, and they've not just copped 1, but 2 goals now. And Aku, with 11 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock, have a grip on the game now.
Situation Mew could have been pondering in the week. To have Hart where you want them. Peluso. Gutea had just gone beyond momentarily. Galpa, that's a good ball. Peluso shifting, Habe's palms were stung, and now Hogan with Kura. Carlton counter, Grigg down to deny. Galpa first on the scene, and happy to clear. Hogan in a hurry. Hart need to find something. Time not yet even close to a factor though. Rudy Wickett will want reply. Seb Wickett searching, back from Kura. Wickett with height, Barreto. Grigg got up highest, him and Wickett collided. Galpa took over. Gutea. Fernandez. Peluso face to face with Hogan. Lucas Hogan did superbly, and then deftly for Kura. Kawan Kura wanting to work a yard, looked to poke it for Wickett, no further than Gutea, who had 2 to go round, and now the counter with options left and right, one of whom was Galpa, steered for Fernandez. Barreto with a big challenge.
Well done, Angel Barreto. Must-win challenge, which the number 49 was the victor of. If Fernandez had gotten around him, that was surely goal number 5.
Issue for Lucas Hogan. Clutching the back of his head. Lucas Hogan is well and truly just having conversation with Adrian Attard. Shaban Rashad behind us is continuing to argue the point. And it's called on the commissioner, more so than anything. Michael Ciaris just directing him back to the bench. Hogan okay to continue.
Missed all the noise. Aku, side ball. Next goal could prove all but decisive for them. Kawan Kura, meantime, has a chance to infiltrate. I believe Carlton may have wanted the foul there as well.
Wanted it for the contact. It was a late lunge on Kura from Tau Galpa, who dived in to try and prevent the shot. Maybe he got away with one.
Peluso, Shu, Carlton trying to lift in this game. Aku lifting the ball over the top. Halfway through the second half, 4-2 the score. Aku in front. Carlton have only equalised on 2 occasions, never taken the lead in this game. Have Rudy Wickett's men. Many Aku corners have gone a-begging. It's been a very stop-start game. In a short summary for you, if you're only joining us now on Round 17's coverage of the Serious Futsal Premiership. The Wee Froth ladder won't change too much after this game, but Aku will continue to have a grip on second place. Still to play, of course, Hume, with the Blues having the bye tonight. Hume and Thornbury not far away. And we end tonight with another edition of the Big Cats Cup. Pascoe Vale, Fitzroy Tigers. My goodness, too many animals in the jungle. As not to get them confused, Ethan Rigg. The Tigers and Lions to round out the show tonight. The Charchies bringing back some former players to bolster their chances of toppling the Tigers, as a former Tiger was inside the attacking semicircle. Cruz could not get a shot away, and Aku have possession back.
2-story clubs to close the evening. What a way to close it it'll be. For Melbourne Aku right now, though, they're doing their bit. Kura's on the charge. Crick was quickly through. Peluso was down momentarily, landed awkwardly on his ankle. Okay to continue. Look to play Xavier Fernandez. They're ahead of Cruz. But you think for Melbourne Aku, if it is to stay this way, just how big it could prove to be for them this weekend. Knowing that Moreland can't reply, both them and Hume will be wanting to do their bit to set the Blues down in 4th by the end of the week, to set themselves as the front runners for a top 2 finish this season, as the ball has ricocheted off the post for Lucas Hogan, who will be denied by Grigg. He was uncertain, as on that first effort, as to whether or not he would be needed. And for his thankfulness, the frame helped him. Kura was deft. Barreto saw Chu in his periphery, and Fernandez then took it away. Marcus couldn't find Xavier. Barreto once more, away from Chu, on for Hogan. And now Fernandez on for Pimenta. Does he want a hat-trick, or does he want Chu? Denied by Havey. And a yellow card as well for Ben Chu belatedly. For his challenge. One accumulated foul as well for Aku. Ben Chu's lunge finds him in the book. Side ball opportunity for Kui Mew's men. Taken for Pimenta, deflection off Kura, corner. Maybe a critical one from Kawan Kura. Ricky caught that sweet. Aku with another corner, hunting for a goal that could perhaps put them out of sight. Pimenta whipped across, safe hands for Havey.
And here he goes, Ibi Havey. Deep ball for Angel Barreto. Too deep. Ample time left in this game, however. Anything can transpire. Chu cut off by Barreto. 3 against 2 for FC Carlton. Hart Hogan with the squaring ball. Cruz came short, the ball went long. The chance went a begging.
Terrific from both of them, Barreto and Hogan. They have been the two that have needed to lift in this second half. First time we've seen them really link up. And for Cruz, he's just got to time the run better. He's just got to go with depth and has just got to be able to get there for them. They carved Aku open well.
Nice touch. Galpa over the top. Guataya showing some technicality. Barreto went for a lunge. The ball went away from him. Pimenta. Dinking ball, threads nicely towards Galpa. Guataya, it opens up for him on the far side. Thought about striking on his left, went direct instead. Galpa couldn't find Fernandez. Habe rolls quickly. Carlton, one-dimensional at the moment, although Kawankura had somehow found a way. But they're only going that one-dimensional attack forward, Ethan Rigg, where it's from Habe. It's going as direct as you can to try to find a goal, which you can understand, but they would have a bit of patience about their moves. They might just find a better opening to unlock Aku. Limberatos, Kawankura, Hogan, Barreto. Hogan, Kawankura. Got his shot away, it was going low, and Grigg was able to adjust in time.
What's an intervention for Grigg? Well, that was patience for Carlton Hart that had paid off. In this second half, they have simply just been too eager to try and get direct. There's Galpa, Ruslan. Again for Tal Galpa, who's had a tidy night's work. Aku have played with patience in this second half. It has been not necessarily a game of attrition, but a game where calculation has paid off. It's good from Hogan. Limberatos went inventively. Grigg was there to read it. Ruslan, Pimenta was galloping. Good take from Guataya. Barreto left it on him. And Angel Barreto will find himself in the book. And just the Carlton distaste with that decision again is to be felt. Angel Barreto in the book. Aku were just doing enough to see this game out. Good ball from Galpa. Ruslan was warded by Limberatos, picked up by Rajab. Shaban Rajab charging. Hogan. Kura in behind. Grigg swatted at it more than anything. Kawankura kept it going. That's a really good challenge from Guataya. And a good turn from Galpa, who is galloping. Tal Galpa in behind. Rajab nearly into his own net. Aku will settle for a corner.
Well played, Galpa. Completely sold his direct opponent of Limberatos. And away Tal went down the court. Rajab, well, wasn't far away, and that would have sent the Mad Dog into hysterics. He's already been rather animated tonight, Shaban Rajab. Oh, and meantime, a big blunder nearly for Habe. The ball hadn't crossed the line. That could have been good night Irene territory. It's crossed into the near post. Habe had to rely on Hogan to rectify what could have been an awful situation. Guataya. Kura gets a foot in. Corner.
And it's all just coming undone a little bit for Carlton Hart at the moment. The moments for Aku are falling, and Hearts are not helping themselves in some cases either.
Limberatos, Kawankura, Hogan, heavy press from Galpa, that'll be a foul. Ample time. The clock has stopped frequently in this game. We're still in it. Rajab. sign ball. It might be his last involvement of the game. Hogan, Limberatos gets around Ruslan. Hogan, Pimenta tried to read it and couldn't. The deep ball from Rajab may have been on tired legs. Limberatos was chasing. Guatea trying to go through them both. Kawankura into the path of Guatea. It's getting very confusing on court at the moment. Both sides unable to hold on to possession. Aku, if they are to bleed out the clock, can surely take any possible chance of a late comeback away from Carlton. Down by 2 goals. Rajab, Hogan, back to Chabana. Rajab, he loves his kind of move, does the Mad Dog. Grigg had to make the save.
Carlton corner. Rajab has really not been pleased tonight. I'd have another set-piece opportunity. Set for Hogan. In the way was Guatea. Kura's side ball. Hogan out of room. He went to drive. Q-Man Thornbury forthcoming. Black Army looking to themselves keep up in the race for second. For the Hounds, though, they'll be looking at this. We'll be looking at ample opportunity to gain ground in the relegation race. It's Habe with a really good read and has gone on a venture as Ibi. Bonderby on the rocker, and Ibi Habe nearly went through the lot.
He's a decent on-court player, Ibi Habe. No denying that. If he was to score there, that surely would have put a rocket, let's say, into space for FC Carlton Heart to get back in this game.
Look to stay in the thick of it of Hart for a lot of it. Peluso has taken more yards than he was afforded. Adrian Attard reminding him of where to go. Marcus Fernandez, too much for La Rocca. It's been a very stop-start second half. Ball has found touch frequently. Fraku, it plays into their favour. The thing they've become really good at this campaign is taking the sting out of games, slowing them down, breaking them up. This is another example. Rajab, no way through La Rocca. Fernandez only as far as Hogan! Underside of the bar and in. And Lucas Hogan, who else, gets Hart back into the thick of it.
Well, bang. You can barely react if you're Lucas Grigg, and the keeper couldn't in time. And time is still not of the essence. 4 minutes left on the clock. It has been a long game. Dare I say, an hour and 10 minutes have passed since we started round 17. We are still in the second half of our first match day of today's proceedings in the Premiership. And these next few minutes could prove all but telling. One goal to the difference. Carlton could potentially fire in another equaliser. Hogan not around Fernandez without a foul. And Carlton Heart again have conceded 5 fouls. Their discipline comes to haunt them again. It could have its own implication on the match at hand right now. Chu, La Rocca, a bit short. Hogan trying what he can. Advantage paid. It was Hogan at ground level, controlling the ball with his hand. Adrian Attard sounds his whistle back. Hogan will go into the book. Carlton claiming they've played advantage. He shouldn't be able to go back to the initial free kick. Maybe Habe was not pleased, and Adrian Attard will come across, a card in hand. And he goes into the book for his troubles, Ibi Habe.
And he's still going. There's the Carlton keeper, Aku with a 10-metre penalty. So Hogan and Habe in the book. Hearts are bubbling and boiling. And Aku have got a chance to get some breathing room back.
Adrian Attard's coming across here. Habe needs to just keep himself composed for the meantime. So, Melbourne Aku have a chance again to reinstate a 2-goal lead. 2 cards issued in that play. Hogan and Habe, one for dissent, one for handball. And we're not sure who's taking this opportunity for Aku. Is it Galpa? Is it Peluso? It may be Galpa. So, what can Tal do from the spot? It's Galpa! It's a 2-goal buffer. Reinstated for Melbourne Aku, who want the 3 points on offer today.
Tucked away with certainty. Tal Galpa, who's had an industrious evening, albeit a quiet one, gets himself among the goals. Aku again. Whenever Carlton have mounted a challenge tonight, Melbourne Aku have been equal to it. As now, there is yet another yellow card being issued. It is all kicking off on the Carlton bench. Noah Marr is in the book. Adrian Attard is stamping down on any and all dissent this evening.
Well, we're not sure if Adrian Attard has a mailing list for Christmas and giving out Christmas cards, but today he's been giving out a fair few to FC Carlton Art players who need to get themselves in order. If there's any chance to come back, there's still time. They've showcased, they've been within touching distance. It's not all said and done yet, but they need to tuck in here and focus on what they can control, and that's the match's outcome.
Players who are maybe walking the line in terms of suspensions as well. Mara and Hogan have both been in excess of 5. Shaban Rajab, that is yellow cards number 8 this campaign for him.
How many appearances?
In 13 games.
Wow. There's an average developing there for Charms.
He's no stranger to the book this season.
Must be said, though, off the court, he's such a pleasant man. Love Shaban Rajab, he's fantastic. On the court, I guess it might be that white line fever. Ethan Riggy is someone who wants to win. You can't deny or doubt or even begrudge anyone for that, but there's got to be a way where you do it without conceding cards and fouls, which Carlton can't concede in this match as Greg has danced his way through. Chu, can he finish? He can't. My word, what a run from Galpa.
Brilliant from Tal Galpa, who just sauntered his way through the lot. Aku were wanting to close the so strongly. That's given away though to Hogan, and it was behind Rajab and through his legs. Carlton nearly moment. Same for Tal Galpa, what a nearly moment that could have been. Chu, Peluso wanted the return. Cruz has got something to think about to former Fitzroy boys. Mopped up by Habe, who went direct. Up got LaRocca. Galpa gave it him back. Good challenge from Hogan. And now Galpa. Hogan's got to be cautious. Peluso, Chu, left it behind. And Hogan is in behind. On the slide. It'll trickle. And Cruz will somehow not score. My word.
LaRocca and Chu, very fortunate there not to have conceded. The ball from Rajab was a bit deep and Hogan had to really wheel to make contact. So close yet so far again it could be for the side in white.
What a let-off for Aku. Fernandez too high. Habe's a tall lad and he's on the way. Options with him, maybe Habe on a venture, cut out by Peluso, recovered by Marr, who had a go on the swivel! Oh, what a hit! Magnificent from Marr! And Hearts, once again, will not go away.
Thought it may have come off Cruz with a glancing header, but no, it's from Marr directly. This game's not over yet. And Carlton Hart won't go away into the night without any fight.
Couple of minutes to the close. Aku thought the Galpa penalty was enough. Noah Marr maybe with just a spark. And Hogan is motoring. Pimenta got a foot in. Given away to Cruz. On for Lucas Hogan, denied by Grigg. What a save at what a moment.
The last 40 minutes of Stock Clock Futsal have all come down to its final two. We've gone over an hour and 15 minutes in this match. And FC Carlton Heart are going to leave things late for an equaliser. Aku have led the entire afternoon. Fernandez for Peluso. It could steal the game here for Aku. Mark cuts it off, and away go Carlton. Cruz is all by himself. He wasn't found. Pimenta wants calm from his troops. 91 seconds left on the clock.
Pimenta's right to want that calm. If it stays chaotic, it plays in Carlton Heart's favour. They're wanting to quicken the tempo. They have to take the initiative. This is where Aku's maturity needs to come to the fore.
Fernandez could only go long. Habe tossing towards Hogan! Lucas Hogan for FC Carlton Heart fires in an equaliser. Kuimu comes right across with a timeout slip in hand. And somehow, someway, a side who were trailing by 2 goals only 2 minutes ago on 6 fouls have found an equaliser for the 5th time in this match. Strap yourselves in for quite the conclusion. Upon the resumption of play to kickstart round 17 of the Premiership, it's Melbourne Aku 5, FC Carlton Heart 5. And that's a sign telling. Fernandez with the fly kit on. Aku want to win this game. They may just lose it in trying to get all 3 points. They leave their goals vacant. Pimenta. The move starts. Gutea involved on court. Peluso. Pimenta. Nearing our final minute. Fernandez in the middle of all the white Carlton Heart shirts. Gutea. Galpa. Somehow it's gone through. Habe with a monumental mistake. It's crept underneath him in the last knockings, and Galpa will wheel away in celebration. Aku back in front for the 6th time in this match.
And could that be the winner? Fatal Galpa. And now Carlton Heart have got to respond to their own.
Rajab with the fly kit on. Carlton have gone 5th man. Hogan will start things defensively. It's all about ball speed in this situation. Wicket. Cruz. Hogan profusely defending Araku. Hogan, Cruz. Wicket, Rajab, Pimenta got a foot in. Cruz came across. Wants to find Ma. Peluso gets it cleared, and wants his captain on court. 20 seconds left on the clock.
One last go for Carlton Heart. Can they find something? Had stolen a point where they were looking down and out. It is all on this for them. Any chance you sense. Rajab across and wide of the post. And maybe Aku were there. Maybe, just maybe. They thought they'd thrown it away. They thought they'd surrendered a point when they had them all. Though Rashad with a read is their time. On for wicket, given a shove by Fernandez. Late free kick, and Marcus Fernandez in the book. 6 seconds on the clock. This it for Hart, surely. A hush. Seb Wickett's take was set for a jab with far too much force. And that may well be that. Fernandez has gone long. Galper has gone with him. Flung long for Tal Galper. Rajab will stumble. He still has time. 3 seconds. Shaban Rajab, route one. Wickett's flick. Aku are there. Aku are there. Fernandez will trickle out the clock. A momentous win for Kurimu's men in the hunt for seconds. They go into the top two at Carlton Hart's detriment, who had thought they clawed their way back, then gave it away to Galper late. Aku march on. They will end the weekend in the top two. Full time in Darabin at the end of a great start to the weekend. Melbourne Aku 6, Carlton Hart 5. Let's do it. I've got Lexi LaRocca here with me. Aku with an amazing win in the first game. Lexi, first of all, against your former side, how are you feeling at the moment, having made the move in the mid-season to get one over them?
Look, it's a bit of a bittersweet moment. I've got no bad blood towards Carlton. It just, for me personally, I'd been there so long, I was too comfortable, and I just needed something different, so a new change of pace. And so winning against them, really, it's great because we get the points. I enjoyed the game. I got to see my old club mates and play against them, and really that's all I have to say about it.
You yourself, you've had some bad luck with injuries in recent times. Just how big has it been for you, and how much are you enjoying your futsal now that you've made those returns, now that you're fully fit and fully firing in this side?
I'm thrilled that I was lucky enough to have a good physio who took me through it, and I'm proud that I was able to stick to my rehab plan. And really, that's all it is. I can play now without really worrying about it, and there was a while I thought I wouldn't be able to, and so there really is, honestly, I've seen players with 10 times worse injuries come back and become stronger. So for me, seeing other players, Josh Allen did the same thing to himself, and he's a much better player than I am today. So having an example like that, honestly, made a big difference for me.
Funny, your teammate Shahid Baines, when we had a chat to him last week, was very animated and excited. Is that the sentiment around this Melbourne Aku group at the moment? It's one that is worth getting excited about. You're in the top 2 now. Is that the goal? Is that the finish you're being eyeing?
There's a lot to be excited about right now. I'm really keen to see where the end of the season takes us in the league, particularly. Top 2 is our goal. We want to go to nationals, so that's what we're aiming for.
Lexi, terrifically performed tonight, and thank you so much for your time.
Love it. Thank you very much.
Match day 2 of round 17 about to start. It's Thornbury United and Hume FC. The Black Army were victors back in round 13 when they had faced Thornbury last. It was a 5-3 win on the 21st of June. So a short turnaround in between games for both these sides on court. The first instalment of this year's premiership was back in round 1 where Hume won by 3-4-1 the final score, which was the opening game of the season. What's happened since then? Adam Plomby, Ethan Rigg on the call as we are the entire night. The premiership round that's halfway mark now. FC Carlton Heart failing to come back, although they had left it very late. Aku able to win 6-5 the final score in what was a true war of attrition after 120 minutes played on court to open up for tonight's proceedings. Ethan.
It certainly was a war of attrition, that game, and it usually sets the tone for the night, the early one. Expect another close game with these two, and the rumours were true. Gab Murray, Vassar Squad, Tambis. Neither of them made the trip down.
Hamza Swade for Temple! You may not need any Jetstar flights tonight, Hume, because they've opened the scoring early. And Mo Temple, who's having real MVP candidate claims in season 26, has scored within the opening 22 seconds.
And they are flying from the off, Hume. It's just the way that it broke for Hamza Swade. Another one who's having a good campaign. Temel on the following. Montfroy taken out of the equation. The perfect start for Fernando Dimirais, Suleiman Mohamed, Nico Ignatiadis and co. to their evening.
Didn't even flesh out the lineup. So on court, Ninos Burgess gets the nod ahead of Isho Haskell as the starting keeper. No, Vassos Kototambis or Cam Murray, as mentioned. Temel, Swade, DeWood and Skopalides on court for Hume. Their bench looks very well equipped tonight for the King, Fernando Dimirais. Parthamos, Turkman, Ramadan, Kaljol, Yilmaz, Carthon and Franklin make up all the numbers. As for Mario Bajo, Montfroy starts in between the sticks, but Trigao joins Slingsby, Paoli and Zacharias on court. They've got a few numbers on the bench, most notable of them all, Lauretta and Al Kawaja. So not the start exactly required by the Hounds, who are starting to fall at the bottom end of the table. Your match officials, Michael Ciaris and Adrian Attard.
Hume have started well. Armand DeWood, young lad who's been in and out of the side with injury this season, finally back firing, back where he wants to be. Hume adorned in their immaculate all-white, Thornbury sporting navy blue as Skopalidis was nearly on the end of a white-hot delivery at the back post. Hounds being caught early. It was Buitrago who had switched off. There's Paoli. Again, look for Buitrago, it was too heavy. And Darcy Skopalidis is a big fan of that early. Hume have pressed high. Already with the opening goal, often an influx of confidence. As DeWood is driving. Temel. Measured for DeWood wonderfully. Steered for Swade, who had to lunge. Couldn't quite get it under. Hume have seen the challenge made by Aku in the early kickoff, and though they can't climb to the top two, can be in the top three by the end of the night if it is to stay this way for them. Slingsby had his first look of the evening, and it yielded a Thornbury corner. Slingsby over it. Short set for Paoli, and the way was Skopalidis. Hume side who have had quite the narrative develop around them this season. Again looking to keep the push on for a top three finish. Both know they can go ahead of their Turkish rivals Moreland too. What an opportunity that poses to be this clear of Moreland that late in the season. Something that's not happened for Hume in a long time. Swade had no way further out. The opening goal and opening energy with the Black Army.
Temmel places the ball down for Bertrus. Clubman of the year for Scopper ladies. They look bright and white tonight to the Black Army. Zacharias flashing across the face of goal. Slingsby the target. Adam Nash not in the building this evening for that of Thornbury United. The Hounds, without perhaps their real heartbeat on and off the court, had featured as a player last week. Adam Nash looked pretty tidy. Zacharias let fly. Player who's got all the makings to be of real use for Thornbury. Still just trying to find his feet. Swade, a multi-sport athlete, looks for Armand Wood. Lovely first touch, however, Butragal was quick to sit down the youngster. As Armand Wood will patiently get back up. The Bordage going down beside him as well. So Hume signed ball, they were in no rush to take it. It's been that kind of day in Darebin. Both sides haven't really gone at full tilt when play is not live. Taking all the time they can when it's not in play as Temmel picks it up, puts it right back out. Paoli will have possession. Butragal, Paoli. Flicking ball for Butragal. A nice one too from Paoli, and Scoppolides had too much of the former Carlton man. Scopper into the book, and Thornbury may be well and truly going bang from this free kick opportunity on the cards.
Just a little bit too firm was Scoppolides. He then makes way for Lockman Ramadan. Interesting that he got the nod, did Darcy, over Hume's number 9. First introduction of the night for Nick Parthamos too. Our very own prodigal son who has been delivering the goods recently. Thornbury free kick, Paoli and Zacharias holding court. Over who is to take. Hounds with the look at an equaliser. Can they bark back? Liam Zacharias will fire over. A good look for them, perhaps one that they've squandered. As Hume run the changes, Hamza Swade. 2 making his way off. There's Ramadan. And for Parthamos, now Temmel. Nick Parthamos, patient. Lovely ball for Ramadan, waited wonderfully. Had a good foot in from Zacharias. Another one of those changes. Adem Yilmaz made his way on too. Hume happy to shuffle the pack. Think of Tom Franklin, who, former Footscray man, had a couple of links with Thornbury in the transfer window. That didn't suffice. He came to the Black Army instead. Parthamos measured. Yilmaz set back for Ramadan. Temmel. Nicholas Parthamos. Butrago left one on him. Free kick. He's been in the goals recently. Nicholas Parthamos. Been a regular net finder. Made a long return from injury. Fits in well to life at Hume. Here is Temmel. Hustled by Slingsby. Steered for Ramadan. Well read by Zacharias. Ollie Slingsby couldn't get it under. Thornbury, though, having been caught short at the start, have quickly got up to speed. Hume with a plethora of opportunities in the opening minutes. That's definitely guided for Ramadan, who was waiting an option on the switch, one that was provided by Temmel, who's away from Zacharias. Temmel within range! Fired wide, Hume wanted a free kick.
Meanwhile, Slingsby, first touch was pretty prominent. Got away from Parthamos, the move falters, however Slingsby can strike! Bertrus can get low and make the save, well kept by Nino.
He's had a lot of action in the cup as well as Ninos Bertrus.
Ramadan off the half volley. Adrian Attab will send his whistle. As Lauretta enters the mix. Paoli. Shipping ball, Slingsby and Parthamos come together. Here is Parthamos. claiming there may have been a high hand, which had rushed past his face. The King encouraging his Prince to get going. Sideball Thornbury, Paoli, similar place to where he played the ball previously. Diaz, got a thorn. Turo, the Raging Bull, many names for that of quite the coveted veteran here at Series Futsal Victoria. Butcher will chase. Diaz. Butcher won the ball somehow and some way. Thornbury are there to fire it in. An equaliser. And Ollie Slingsby with a real number 9's finish. Well and truly tucked beyond Ninos Bertrus for 1-1.
Poor from Diaz. Tried to let it trickle out of play. Allowed Petrago to get the blind side of him. Slingsby times the run really well. Just arrives into the area at the perfect time and strokes it into the bottom corner. Supremely well taken by Thornbury United's number 9. And the Hounds have got themselves level. It was definitely taken. Not too forceful from Slingsby on that occasion. See Diaz, who was outraged at the concession of that goal. Looking to make things happen. Ramadan pinned Paoli. Diaz, Yilmaz. Arturo Diaz sizing up Loretta. Parthamos to steer it fortuitously. Hume have just faltered the last minute or so. Allowed Thornbury not only to get level, to get some momentum in the game. All set with depth for Parthamos, who caught it on the volley, though sent it back whence it came. Though for Ollie Slingsby, man who's never short of confidence, in the league at least has been short of goals at times. Perfect start to his night. It was expertly taken by him. Having got up to speed, Thornbury have got themselves level, and I thought it's of massive importance for them towards the foot of the table. Lunging was Diaz, picked up by Ramadan. Yilmaz. Nick Parthamos wanted the return for Ramadan. Yilmaz had gone the other side. Ramadan holding off Paoli. Tried to slide it for Yilmaz, though. It was with far too much pace. Still, these two teams looking to trade blows. Thornbury have gone up a gear, having got themselves level.
Only 5 minutes played in the opening half. 1-0. Level Peggy this match. In all measures, not just on the scoreboard. Diaz still on court. Wants to rectify the previous blunder, which had led to the Thornbury equaliser. Parthamos deflecting ball. Monfrey got the nod tonight. Over for Teo, who lined up for the Hounds in their previous match. Karachi hasn't really been part of the goalkeeping equation. It's Pakistani international Mahdi Al Khawaja comes on court. It's really making waves off the court in terms of on social media, given where he's been recording majority of his journey throughout futsal. Spied by Neymar Jr., the number 19 in possession now. Khawaja flicking, Slingsby, it's well played, Swade. Needs some help, does Hamza. He's got two shirts just bustling for possession. And Loretta, oh, he hesitated. Upon the shooting chance, Turkman not past Al Khawaja, and he'll restart with his keeper, Monfroy. Played inside his own half. Well done, Khawaja. Slingsby sat down. Here's Hamza Swade. Bodies hitting the floor. Shots hitting bodies, and corners will be taken following all the carnage. Swade off half a step. Not sure what he was trying to do there, Hamza Swade. Khawaja in tight proximity. Loretta, Paoli, Mahdi Al Khawaja needs some support. Holds play up. Doesn't for now. It's well played, Turkman. Bouncing the ball off of El Khawaja to make sure it remains Humes.
Hume, who found early rhythm, have since had it halted by Thornbury. Hamza Swade in particular has been without any outball. Likewise Diaz. Dawood didn't give him much. Loretta set it back for El Khawaja. Pauli. Loretta fancied a drive, drove it wide. Haven't got level. Thornbury have just taken the ascendancy in this game. Hasn't quite clicked for Hume yet. Swade under pressure. Temmel now. Hustled by Slingsby. Mo Temmel battling. Slingsby sliding. To Wood with a delightful take. And Loretta across quickly. As El Khawaja walked the tightrope. Fernando Di Moraes is not pleased, and Ollie Slingsby is not pleased with us.
Not sure what we said, Ollie. We're fond of your work. The officials have been under some pressure tonight from everybody on court, and Fernando Di Moraes will have a chime towards Adrian Attard.
King given a talking to. Attard's enacting some form of Magna Carta. That's a lovely spin from Swade, who is still bustling. Hamza Swade loves the battle. He and Pauli were grappling. Hamza Swade, though, preventing Pauli from taking a tumble. Hume are building. Thornbury are withstanding a game that promises to get tasty. Set to Wood, it's a sweet drive and a good save from Montfroy. Armand de Woods caught that sweetly. Montfroy with a fine save. Toward the former Hound. Our Black Army man. Hume have another corner. Temmel is over it. Set with depth for Hamza Swade, who steered his effort wide. Slingsby, good take. Dawood got a foot in it all. Fall for Burtress. Temmel, something is amiss. With the way that Hume have started this game, something is amiss. It has not come to rhythm and style as they would like so far. Thornbury making this a good old-fashioned fierce battle. That's good from Dawood. Switch for Temmel, speared for Hamza Swade. Again was forced back by Slingsby. Temmel look to shift the yard. Turkman out of room.
Swade cuts it off. Loretta jostles on a possession and found it. Ball poised for Armand de Wood. Game just at the moment unsure how to really decipher it. It's damage control from both sides, but we're yet to see a real flurry from either. Loretta, heavy press from Turkman. Doubled up by Dawood. Somehow found their way out. Had Thornbury. And they have a chance through Power, who rolls it. Butragao off the fly. There's that cutting move we're waiting for, Ethan. Arrives from the Hounds.
And it's actually good from Power. Romario Bajo wanted him to take the strike on, but he assessed the situation. Saw the angle tightening, steered it for Butrago, who caught it well and might have another look.
Chance here for Butragao. Burtress does well. Well played, Ninos Burtress. Throws low for Armand de Wood. Held heavy by those representing Thornbury. Temmel, Swade, Kelshall. His availability in weeks to follow may not be as frequent as it has been, given he's off to Europe. International duties await the number 11 for Hume. That on a sabbatical type. Not so much for a playing type, but Well, it's one thing that happens in futsal, I suppose, where it's not really only for futsal, but for life, where things get in the way, whether it's personal, for leisure, or for profession. But it may be a pretty big out for Hume as they close in on the season. Swade, Parthamos, Temel, Culshaw. Temel open the scoring inside 22 seconds. Parthamos, Butchrow sidestepped. He's conceded a few fouls now, has the number 7 for the Hounds. And Hume will want to build something from a free kick in a position which could prove beneficial for them.
No one's really got going in this game as of yet. First half that's lacked rhythm for either side. Thornbury have made life difficult. Hume have withstood when needed. Nick Parthamos within range certainly. Got it back from Temel. Fell for Kelshaw. Skopelidis, Parthamos. One way then the other. Looked to thread it. Monfroy was uncertain. Pauli was collateral damage. Buitrago had 2 to go beyond and his touch was heavy. Parthamos, Kelshaw, Temel. Hume flooding forward. Skopelidis at the back post on the slide. Was unable to divert it beyond. Though that is the best we have seen for a bit from Hume. Power. Lost out to Kelshaw. Temel turning, twisting. Buitrago got a boot in. Aidan Power. Pauli. Again, Buitrago. Switch for Power. Again, Pauli. Pachias. Pauli speared it. Too much for Power. Not yet at the halfway stage of this first half. Oh, ticking towards it. Quick glance at the clock for Suleiman Mohammed. Buttress used all of his area. Cordero got up and was able to nod away. Half still awaiting a spark, more so than anything. It was lit ablaze early by Temel, who threatened to burn the whole place down. As Parthamos, ricochet off Cordero. Hume are gaining yards. Arturo Diaz getting readied for reintroduction. Arm Underwood, Suleiman Mohammed in conversation. Parthamos wanting to conjure something. What can Hume find? Parthamos' take. Temel was arriving. Steered his effort wide.
10:32 on the clock. Monfroy. Cordero. Shortest option. Power. Keeps it in. Thornbury all committing men forward that time around. The mystery round of number 14, Ethan. I was trying to identify who that might be. Weefroth not helping us. It's Adam Nash's number. Nathan Rigg might have some investigative journalism deciphering who that might just be for Thornbury.
Frankie Pachias has played a number of games since the mid-season arrival. Featured in the Cup, featured in the league.
What's his name, sorry, Ethan?
Frankie Pachias.
Pachias. He's in possession now. Wasn't sure where to go, Pachias, and Skopelidis will hit the post. Diaz on the acrobatics. Denied by Monfroy. Doubling up the keeper to make the save. Diaz, well, went for a fly, had the raging bull. Puts the ball down for a corner. Near post, Cordero got a foot onto it. And look at the motor shown by Thornbury here.
It was a good run from Pachias. Thornbury wanted a foul. Michael Marusic is not happy.
Yeah, there is Romario Barho. It's being withheld by Luke Paoli. And Romario Barho has not really had a proper conversation here with Adrian Attard. The official not exactly letting the Thornbury United manager get his point across. Maria Petrikis trying to calm things down as well. Head of the way. Patrigal, power, Cordero could have a moment here for the Hounds. Hume on the back foot despite on level terms, and Thornbury have a corner.
Cordero in a hurry. Petrago came short. Power wanted it centrally. And Julian Petrago caught it sweetly though, with far too much height. Zacharias instated. And still, Maria Petrikis is on a diplomatic mission with the Thornbury United bench. Buttress flung it long, Skopelidis, backed off by Cordero. No way through Power, who had Kelshaw to go at. Thornbury making life really difficult for Hume at this point in time. Kelshaw up the line for Skopelidis. Cordero marshalling, Skopelidis away from him and Zacharias. Diaz. Kelshaw away from Pachias. And only rippled out the outside of the goal. Closest Hume have come for some time. Best opportunity they've created for themselves as Pachias with a good touch and was given a shove by Arturo Diaz. Thornbury free kick. Can they conjure a way to get themselves ahead? Opportunities have been few and far between in a stop-start half. It is Cordero's free kick. It stung the palms of Buttress, who was then there to readjust and save. Diaz quickly fought to Wood, who's got Slingsby to go at and couldn't go beyond. Had a good night so far as Ollie Slingsby.
Armand to Wood with patience, places the ball down. Kelshaw to Wood, Skopelidis. Away goes play for now. Back to Buttress. It was very shortly telegraphed by Diaz. Hume will be frustrated by that. They do have a signed ball, however. To Wood. Ramadan waits to come on. Here's Diaz. Swade came short. Skopelidis. Diaz to Wood. Charging towards Zacharias to Wood. Big slide by Zacharias. Gets the Hounds bench up and about. Diaz turning towards Skopelidis. Cordero puts his foot in and gets the ball cleared. 8:46 on the clock. Swade, Skopelidis, Diaz. The 1-2, Hume just trying to find what they want to produce. Diaz goes down. Well, the officials in discussion here. There's claims that Diaz tried to kick Zacharias while on the floor. Let's have a look back on the replay. So Diaz gets around him. Raging Bull not happy. Zacharias had his beating there. Slingsby holding things up. Flick on towards Paoli. Cordero inside the area. Buttress palmed it away. Paoli. Zacharias. Cordero had his pass cut off by Skopelidis. Away went Zacharias. The Hounds with real bark about their game today. Whether Diaz will go into the book. That was accumulating off the ball and finally on the ball. He'll be awarded a yellow card for that late challenge given there.
It's all got rather spiteful in this first half. Arturo Diaz finds himself in the book. Humar walking the tightrope as Cordero and his effort ricochet off Ramadan. Things are bubbling over here in Darabin. Slingsby away from Hamza Suede, hoping everyone can make up at half time and things can be smoother for the second set. Powley's wanting shape. DeWood was nowhere beyond him. Slingsby, Powley, DeWood in firmly again. There's been some challenges flying in.
Thornbury, to their credit, have had this game played on their exact terms, on emotion. They're a dangerous beast when you play on emotion. And that's how Hume are playing at the moment. They've been almost sucked into that trap.
Hamza Suede, Cordero in firmly. Suede battling, grafting. It fell for Diaz, who tried to roll it for Suede. Diaz kept going. He's got to be cautious. And is again in on Zacharias. As Hamza Suede and Luke Powley came together inadvertently. What is going on out there?
It's getting a bit hairy. Boards are flying, bodies are hitting the tarmac. You feel like the Red Mist might descend on this game at some stage.
As a habit in Darabin, Ramadan, Slingsby couldn't turn him. Was waved back to his feet. Thornbury thought they should have had a foul. And now Arturo Diaz, who is playing the pantomime villain perfectly. DeWood tried to flick it, well read by Powley. Zacharias, Slingsby, couldn't sort his feet out.
Of course, the top chat is open. Let us know what you're thinking about this game, about tonight, about anything futsal related. We'll get to your comments when we can throughout tonight's proceedings. All on our top chat. Meanwhile, Ramadan competing with the big man Cordero. Monfroy got low. Shut nullified. No real power. Cordero down the court for Zacharias. Multi-sport athlete Hamza Suede comes across. It's not just said for no reason. Hamza Suede, when not on the futsal court, plays a variety of sports competitively, paddle being one of them. Can't keep him away from competing. Hamza Suede, whatever it might be. Cordero claims he was held. Ramadan nearly got away. Claim does not go in vain from Cordero, who has the foul drawn back. 7 minutes left, another long half. Cordero stopped by Armand DeWood. That'll be his last passenger play for now. On comes Imran Turkman.
It's your ball. 2 in the pitch, 1 in the pitch. Yes, ready.
Adrian Attard is cutting a figure that's not best pleased with how things have transpired at the moment.
Zacharias, more on that at the moment when we can, Ethan. Oxios on the far side hasn't really had much to do tonight. The official makes a call there which bemused the Hounds. Ramadan stumbling with Sway. The ball's nowhere near him. Side ball, Thornbury. There's been a bit happening on broadcast side tonight with the official, Adrian Attard. It's marked his stamp of authority on the game, that's for sure, but well, I'm sure players might have seen things a bit differently. Perhaps on a biased perspective, or on one that had some, let's say, what's the word here, Ethan? Would have some backings to it, or some legs to stand onto is what I'm trying to get at here. And despite the initial stumble in that sentence, it's been a night for Adrian Attard, that's for sure. But he's managing things well as Ramadan, it's the deck. Parthamos! Oh, dragged it wide, all the hard work there for Nico Parthamos. Couldn't see the ball home when it mattered. Could have been 2-1. Zacharias, Butcher Gow, well played Temmel. Here you go, Hume. Body to body. And Mo Temmel comes away with a free kick.
Main shock of this half, no one's hit 5 fouls yet. Suleiman Mohammed wants timeout. And so Hume in the middle of DCSS. At the moment, the C is standing for Cauldron. That's because that's what this place is.
What is a cauldron, Ethan Rick?
It is, well, it's many things. It is used for bubbling liquids and sometimes bubbling futsal games, which this one is. A spiteful and ill-tempered affair. As we get a timeout, it's Hume 1, Thornbury 1. Returning from timeout, Suleiman Mohammed, Fernando Di Marias, Nico Ignatiadis wanted a word. Hume and Thornbury are playing out a properly spiteful affair here in Darebin. Hamza Suede is getting ready. Ramadan and Parthamos nearly made a hash of it. It was set for Temel. And for Zacharias. That really sums it up at the moment for Hume. It has not clicked in any way, shape or form as far as the Black Army are concerned. Fernando Di Marias cutting a figure of frustration with Trago in firmly. He is walking his own tightrope. Adrian Attard has had a lot to do this half. 5 fouls for Thornbury 2. We wondered when someone would hit the landmark. And they have done so with time to go in this half. Thornbury United at the limit. The Hounds have had too much bite and too much bark. And will now have to have the muzzle put on them for the rest of the half, if they are not to give Hume a good look. Again, Buitrago couldn't get beyond Ramadan. In firmly was Parthamos. You just wonder, having hit 5 fouls, will it cause things to simmer and settle down a bit? Temel, Ramadan, Mohamed Temel. Parthamos was patient, Temel direct, Ramadan, good palm from Montfroy. Well judged, really well judged. Time is ticking to the break. Hume are hunting for a way to get back into the lead as Temel will drive it, and Temel will go through the lots. There's your breakthrough from the man.
Captain Marvel. Montfroy won't be pleased. It creeps beside him, and Temel is at the brace. Captain Courageous, insert mode Temel, and Hume are back in front. Well, there's a bit of confusion considering we know how much time's left, but the players don't. 5 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock remain in the first half. Hume back in front. Mo Temel, the goal scorer. As all players look towards that of the clock to say what's going on, we're not sure. Type beat on their face. It's the Big Cats Cup to close out the round tonight. Both the Tigers and Lions ready to come on and battle it out again. Some familiar faces have emerged from Pascoe Vale. Lucas Vance, although not listed on the team sheet, is in the building in playing attire, so that might be the ace up the Chargers' sleeve. Franklin kept going, however, he had fouled Butchergau, who in this match has easily conceded four fouls on his own.
He's been busy. Petrago
He's been putting his team into a position of obscurity. Paoli over the top. No, he wasn't. Franklin, the former championship player, in the way. Paoli, El Kamaja, Slingsby. Tragao goes down. And Hume have now hit their 5th foul. Fifth or fourth?
5th. 5 both ways. 10 fouls at least in this half.
Paoli, that was scooped away by Burtress, but Tragao closed out by Armand Wood. Slingsby. Which way is he going to go? He's not sure either. Ollie Slingsby wanted to take it around Turkman. All in good spirits, the contest between those two.
It's been fraught of that so far in this half. There's been a steamy and really sordid affair, temperament-wise. 5 fouls either way, both teams at the limit. Maybe that's the way to call things. Franklin, hustled by El Khawaja, likewise Paoli, who showed him the door. And still there is plentiful time in this half. Butrago, good from Turkman. Franklin, Paoli went down. And Thornbury are going to have a look. Franklin in too firmly. Luke Paoli is worse for wear. Imran Turkman was collateral damage. Suleiman Mohammed is not happy. And that is putting it lightly. And so Thornbury United will have a 10-metre penalty. And Luke Paoli is hobbling off.
Okay, so it's disconnected, but I've got it here.
There was some confusion for Fernando de Moraes as he was unsure as to what number of foul Hume had conceded.
Cordero has put the ball down. He's got the confidence.
And he's got an opportunity to get Thornbury level again. In one of the strangest first halves we have seen. Game of attrition, half of attrition. Cordero versus Buttress from the spot. Still just under 5 to half time. Game of attrition. Maybe a game of survival.
A long game.
So Cordero from the spot. At the behest of Michael Ciaris. We finally have a whistle. Cordero has placed it over. Thornbury's golden look missed.
Burtress goes up and high. Slingsby cuts it off. Turkman flashed it completely wide. In fact, it took a touch off Cordero last. Had all the confidence, had the number 15 with swagger. Walked up to the spot, placed the ball down. The run-up was pretty fluid, but boy, did he blaze over. Both sides cannot concede a foul. They'll have a great look to goal.
4:39 to go.
From a dead ball if they are to concede anything off the ball or on the ball. Tamil, was that handball from Slingsby? That's what Hume will protest. Slingsby does well to get away. Butchergau now goes forward. Somehow still carrying the ball forward was Butchergau. Franklin does well to cut out the danger for now. Slingsby. Butchergau. Cordero. Thornbury can't evade the Hume press. They will have a side ball on the opposite flank.
Most organised press Hume have had so far this evening. Thornbury have done well at playing out of it. On that occasion, though, Hume got it right.
Cordero went for Butchergau. He liked the idea, but it wasn't found. Turkmen's side ball. Burgess. Temmel on a hat-trick. Can he find the inside the first half? To Wood, Franklin. Mo Temmel. Hume. Nearly. Armand to Wood. Had a golden opportunity for the Black Army.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it.
And they weren't far away there from a third. Armand to Wood's corner. Mo Temmel! Great save by Monfroy. The big fella plunges himself to force the ball wide.
Temmel hunting a hat-trick. Hume are getting up ahead of steam. Finishing the half stronger. Both teams in excess of the limited fouls. DeWood gave it away. Cordero charging. Space for Petrago. Well read by Franklin, and it had to be. It had to be. As now, there is a timeout to be issued by Thornbury United. Romario Bajo wants a word. So Mo Temmel has double delight, and Hume at the moment have the lead. 2 on the score as we go to timeout. And so, time ticking in the half. Thornbury have got a look. Zacharias was wasteful. These two may be baying for the break. Get the fouls reset, get the tempers sorted more than anything. They have beyond frayed. Zacharias' effort again blocked by Franklin. To Wood might have a look. That's a lovely shift from Armand to Woods, denied by Monfroy. Zacharias in space. Hume can't foul. Franklin did enough. Turkmen came through. That's superbly done from Tom Franklin. Again has warded off. Slingsby, good hits. Comfy height for Buttress, who was unbothered mostly. Loose from Franklin. The Wood battling. Petrago won it. Slingsby, no way through Temmel. Good from DeWood. Cordero crashing. Slingsby. Again with 2 to contend with. They marshalled him well. Thornbury building again. Wanting to finish the half strongly, wanting to find a second equaliser. Was hit with fizz by Slingsby towards Buttress, who concedes a corner. Send across for Zacharias, who will give it a drive. Franklin in the way. Turkmen. Cordero ushered it back for Monfroy, who was quick to release Petrago. Zacharias. Franklin's just made a few really smart challenges in the last minute or so. Thornbury do get a corner from this one, but it's a preventative measure from him. Judgment has been good. Cordero. Slingsby. The Hounds ramping up the pressure, turning the screw. Petrago. Again, Ollie Slingsby. They can't be too patient. Cordero. Really well done from Turkmen.
Coleshaw back on. Franklin gets some high fives from his teammates. Decent shift for Hume so far in this match from their tall man. Underwood receiving some attention. He's gone right down below on his Hume interchange to perhaps get some movement in his calves. Looks rather tired from all that running. Underwood, who takes a spell on the bench. 2:21 on the clock. 2-1 the score. Hume in front. 6 fouls conceded for Hume, 5 for Thornbury. Swayed into the body of Cordero. Adam Kolak trying to give the ball back has damaged the boarding around the arena. Temmel, Swayed, side ball. Zacharias with the block. Slingsby into the area of our timekeeper, Rodrigo Salas. Kelshaw on for Mo Temmel. Central, Skopolides, Swayed, kept it in somehow. Skopolides on a turn. Needed support laterally. Kelshaw provided it. One-on-one with power. Kelshaw. They've done enough to keep the ball in play these last 2 minutes. Forthcoming. Anthony Morais wants a third goal here from his side. Temmel on that hat-trick we mentioned. Skopolides with the chest. His effort not bothersome for Monfroy. He's made a couple of decent saves so far, the men in yellow. Cordero gets the ball back in the mid-court. Zacharias. Kelshaw puts a foot in. Cordero couldn't slide in time. Pashias was involved in the play. On defensive duties now, Skopolides on the turn. Temmel, Swayed. Can Hume find that opening? Temmel, Swayed. Temmel gets it back from Skopolides. Hume have a chance here. No, they don't. Cut out by Cordero. Burtress will let the ball roll out beneath him. In fact, he'll keep it in play for his captain. Last minute on the cards here in front by a goal.
Finally found a rhythm as well. Have Hume. Kelshaw. Hamza Swayed. On for Mohamed Temmel. Sizing up power. Skopolides central. Temmel steered it teasingly. Monfroy then Cordero dealt with it. Has taken them all but 19 minutes of stop clock futsal to get it going. Has taken a really ill-tempered affair so far. Monfroy long, up was Kelshaw. Pashias picked it off. Set it for Cordero, who will keep it alive. On the switch is Zacharias. Power, lunge, oh lovely flick for Zacharias, who's denied by Burtress at the near post. That was far better though from Aidan Power. Thornbury showing a late move. Can they conjure something on the stroke of the break? Wanting to provide an equaliser, provide a pathway back into the game. Cut out by Temmel, who was deftly shifting for Skopolides. Return for Temmel, hat-trick hunting, side netting, getting, but corner winning. Late Hume corner. Temmel, Skopolides at the second with Cordero. Pashias, lovely ball, in behind his Power, denied by Burtress. That's a massive save. 17 seconds to half-time in Darabin. Is there a late Thornbury look? And Zacharias wasteful. Could Hume add a third? Have they got time? Have they got the want? Both teams perhaps wanting the break one way or another. If anything, if not just to recover. There's Skopolides. Time ticking away, battling Power with a good hit. That's a good save from Burtress, who beats it away. Quickly taken, Cordero. Will the clock beat Thornbury? Cordero again, Skopolidis again, Humar grinding it out. Away by Buttress, and finally a whistle for both teams who have well and truly taken a toll on one another. A physical and rather spiteful affair reaches its halfway stage. Half time in Darebin. It's Team 2, Thornbury United 1.
Second half about to get back underway. Thornbury trailing. Our commissioner doing what he does best, and that's fixing things around here. So the clock is working for the players on court. No confusion for them now. Hume in front. Thornbury well and truly in the game. Swade will go on a journey. Franklin a little bit behind him the ball. Temmel from the outset. Go Hume, or Swade try to swivel. And with the swivel, the shot was never coming. Well, they had scored inside their opening 22 seconds at the start of the match. At the other end, Thornbury won't want that to be the case this time. Lauretta found nicely by Slingsby. Lateral ball went across the court. Slingsby flicking. Lauretta getting to work. Swade sees it out of play, and well, they withstand the 22-second challenge to the Hounds. Lauretta, ball goes behind him. Paoli with a bit of a bump onto Franklin, who wanted to keep charging by himself. Franklin somehow kept going. Paoli will claim the ball might have gone out of play. Ethan Rigg was in decent position himself to have a say on that.
Franklin had done superbly to keep that alive. He did hug the touchline. Paoli thought he did enough. Tom Franklin did supremely well.
And he'd done well there to also earn a free kick. Parthamos and Turpin will come on. Nick Parthamos might be in range here to strike. He jogs on, does Nico Parthamos. He might be the man to shoot here. And what a position this ball's in. Monfroy organising the wall. Hume sensing another quick goal inside the early proximity of a half. Nick Parthamos awaits the whistle. Chance for Hume from the free kick, roll towards Temmel. Blocked by Lauretta off the line. Paoli for Slingsby. Can the Hounds counter? Franklin in a wrestle with Slingsby. Side ball will be Thornbury's.
Much better start to this second half than the first. That's a flow, good read from Parthamos, who picks Slingsby's pocket. Paoli in retreat. Temmel hunting a hat-trick. Current game changer on for Franklin, who's away from Zacharias. Franklin in behind. Hume wants a corner, which they will not get, but Tom Franklin has started this second half in lively style. Parthamos up ahead of Paoli as Monfroy went long. And for all the fury and for all the fire of the first half, second half is at a simmer. Paoli find a way beyond Cowsall. Buttress crowded at the near post. It'll fall for Franklin. Swade is beyond him. Loretta is the roadblock. Loretta was bundled into, though not foully, and now Loretta and Franklin have a coming together. This is all getting a bit ridiculous. As Slingsby and Buttress check on each other's respective well-being after their collision at the near post. Loretta and Franklin. Hume do have Isho Haskell if Ninos Buttress is unable to continue. And now he is going through his stretches, which could be cause for concern for Hume. That Buttress might have a problem. They would want it not to be a replacement out of necessity. Buttress has kept tidily tonight. Haskell, though, awaiting his opportunity, ready in case Ninos can't continue. In the meantime, here's Mohamed Temmel. Steered for Swade to get away from Slingsby. On for Franklin. Temmel, good ball. Cowsall sizing up Zacharias. Away from him, away from Slingsby too. Hamid Temel measured. Franklin, who's been lively, fancied a shot on the go. Suede was beyond him and perhaps wanted it to be played to him.
So Haskell not called upon just yet. Enos Burtrus, his well-being with a question mark hanging over the top of it. Paoli takes a touch. Shipping ball, Slingsby, the Hounds. They've got some venom tonight. Lauretta can strike! Slingsby and Temel help each other up. Ollie wanted a free kick. Adrian Attar with his back turned towards the protest. Suede. Temel going a jog here. Paoli hadn't got the beating of Temel. Hume have a chance. Temel has a hat-trick. The captain contributing, and the MVP shouts only get louder for Mohamed Temel in season 26.
Just how good is that? Explosive, relentless, similar to how Thornbury got level. The way that he was able to get round the other side of Paoli and then just picks the corner beautifully. Such a gently guided goal. Temel's got a treble, and Hume have just settled things at the start of the half.
Not out the woods yet, however. The Hounds love a late comeback. It's been part of their trademark in series futsal. Zacharias in a quick fire response. Kept Burtrust well and truly equipped within this game. Nice save by the keeper. Paoli. Burtrust again. Amethysts the ball over the crossbar. Out for a corner. Thornbury to take. The Lions and Tigers close out round 17 in the Big Cats Cup. Another edition this season. Pascoe Vale needs something from that match.
Paoli, Slingsby, Thornbury looking for way of an answer now to get back into the game rather than to get back on terms. Hume have just started this half better, the way that they would have wanted to kickstart the game in truth. Didn't find a rhythm until the latter stage of the first half. Even then, it was still quite attritional for them. Michael Ciaris in conversation with Loretta. One thing's certain about this evening, there are not many friends being made. Hamza Suede restarts things. Burtrus, Ramadan, pin Slingsby, Suede, Parthamos, good take. Trying to guide it for Hamza Suede. In the way was Zacharias. Was neatly done from Nick Parthamos to try and open up some room. Hume just hunting a bit more breathing room. Parthamos, Hamza Suede, that's a fabulous save from Montfroy. Call it sweet. Was Hamza, who thought he'd swayed the game further in Hume's favour. To Wood over the corner, set for Parthamos, who fancied a go. Loretta was in the way. Hume needs to make good on the momentum. Thornbury will have their spells. Black Army wanting to capitalise. Parthamos. Suede was deepest. Down the line was Ramadan. Couldn't roll Zacharias. Return for Suede, whose touch was loose. He then bundled into Zacharias. Ramadan continued to Wood. Suede, Slingsby to go at. Set forward to Wood. Hamza Suede once again. This is measured from Hume. Ramadan rolling. Set forward to Woods. Zacharias in the way.
Parthamos with the side ball. Ball has been going out a fair bit tonight. Parthamos. To Wood, flicking on. Parthamos trying to chop. Cut out by Zacharias. He wants to now go forward. Ramadan got the ball back. Hume in transition. Lockie Ramadan! Ball had torpedoed towards the bottom corner. Monfroy nowhere near it. The ball just wide of the bottom post.
Best we've seen from Ramadan tonight. First time really though he's had an opportunity to drive at Thornbury and to get at the defence. That's where they've been good at frustrating him. They've closed the space down well.
Zacharias in the middle of everything. DeWood goes down. DeWood. Diaz. Ramadan awaits the movement. Parthamos. Heavy ball for Diaz. He gets there in the nick of time. Goes back to Enos Burtrus. Ramadan's one-on-one here! And Butragel steals the ball away somehow, and away he goes. Couldn't keep his feet. Ramadan was upset he hadn't scored. The backtrack was not his best effort, and the other card goes to his name following a foul conceded.
What a ball from Ninos Burtrus. That's a beauty to pick Ramadan, who timed the run perfectly. Once he takes the touch, Monfroy has closed the angle. You've got to have a go. He tries to go around him. It opens the door for Butrago to get back. You have to get the shot away and try in some way to beat the keeper, expose a small angle.
Paoli and Slingsby behind the free kick. Slingsby up and over.
It's Thornsbury's best look at this second half so far. Hume holding the buffer. Game that has been slow in its tempo, not it necessarily friendly in its manner. Turkman, lovely. Away from Butrago, beyond Paoli. Good block in the end from El Khawaja. Arturo Diaz wanting to load something up. Set for Turkman. He fancied a drive. Ramadan couldn't get it under. Cleared further. And Turkman, who recovered, is going left then right then left. Butragal stayed with him. Ramadan, Diaz, deft. Turkman again, Butrago again. Diaz, Ramadan, heavy touch invited. Al Khawaja, Ramadan lunged in and he's got to be careful. Paoli on the break, steered for Slingsby, denied by Burtrus and away by Ramadan. Al Khawaja back on his feet. He wore a rather hefty challenge. Quarter of an hour to go. Game that has been a physical affair. Well and truly showing no signs of slowing down. El Khawaja, Paoli. Flicked for Slingsby. Him and Diaz again engrossed in battle. Given away to Paoli. Cut out by Parthamos. On for Ramadan. Look at Parthamos charging. Ramadan just couldn't quite find him. Smallest bit too heavy. And as a result, it'll trickle out of play.
No action in the top chat yet. Please, people, let us know what you're thinking about this game, about what's coming up next between the Lions and Tigers. Anything futsal related, you have the forum. You can have your say on our top chat. We are to look at the Wee Froth ladder and how proceedings might change following tonight's game. Well, the Blues have the bye. They can't have any say on what happens, but for Thornbury, points are important. They're starting to get stuck. Carlton Hart's resurgence sees them and then truly out of 7th place. The Hounds. That was hefty from Al Khawaja. We'll get back to the Wee Froth ladder soon. The Pakistani international goes into the book, and Diaz, a huge thud was heard as the Raging Bull crashed into the boardage around the arena.
Complete and utter head loss from Mahdi Al Khawaja. Unnecessary. Totally unnecessary as far as the context, even with the context of this game. There was no need for that whatsoever.
Hounds are frustrated on the Wee Froth ladder. They're sitting in 7th place, 5 games from 13 games, only 1 win this season, 2 draws, 10 losses. It's been difficult for them. Pascoe Vale in 6th. They're on 4 points ahead of 7th on 9. 11 points, FC Carlton Hart. So the ladder having its proceedings. Al Khawaja had a sighting for goal. Virtuous had to gobble up the initial effort, which was spilled. Turkman 2-on-1. Paoli got back. He's not just a hound for no reason. He works like a dog. As Luke Paoli has that dog in him. Slingsby. But Tregow will stretch. In terms of Hume, well, tonight if they are to win, they jump into third place. 1 point behind Melbourne Arcu, who are in second. And they are 11 points off of Fitzroy, who are yet to play tonight, the champions of last season. Can extend their margin even further out tonight. We may have to get the calculator out to see how many points it is exactly, considering it is a pretty hefty number from the Tigers. And in total, they'll be trailing by, or leading rather, by 14 points. Year 6 maths is not for everybody, as Ethan Riggs smugly looks across.
Fitzroy with an opportunity to continue to extend the lead next up. Hume are doing their bit to ensure the gap stays closed. Kelsall, Skopolidis, Shorten picked off by Slingsby. Al Khawaja the only one further forward, though not that far forward. Mopped up by Bertrus. Arturo Diaz on for Yilmaz. And then Yilmaz, it was recycled through Skopolidis, who couldn't get it under. Hume have hit a rhythm, though, in this second half. If you've just joined us, first of all, the most warm of evenings to you. We're about to tick on to 8 o'clock at night, Melbourne time. Night of attrition, game of attrition. Well and truly this one. Big Cats Cup is following. Fitzroy eager to have a go at Pascoe Vale again. The Lions with Kevin Dos Santos in the fray. Oh, the only absence really being Sako Al-Jamin through injury. In the meantime, Bertrus Diaz on his own with Skopolidis, recovered by Paoli, on for Slingsby. Can Thornbury counter? Pashias. Got a yard on Kelsall. Oh. And lunging in, Skopolidis and Paoli entangled. Penalty.
This is a glimpse. Thornbury know this is a glimpse. Romario Barho cannot bear to watch at the moment. He knows this could be the moment for his side to get back into this game. And it all relies upon Ollie Slingsby, who was inside the area, made up the ground, couldn't provide the finish he intended because he was impeded. And here we go for the Hounds. It's a big moment in this match. Can they take it? Can they take it?
Already had one spot kick missed this evening. Thornbury hoping that's not an omen. Romario Barho watching in expectation more so than anything.
Nicholas Bertrus, it also turns on to the shot stopper for Hume. Can he be a man to keep them with a 2-goal buffer? Very important moment in this match. Romario Barho cannot bear to watch. He creeps away. He knows what it could mean for his side.
Bertrus with a job to do. Chosen tonight. Slingsby from the spot to get himself a double, to get Thornbury right back in the thick of it. Ollie Slingsby scores, and we've got a game on our hands. And then a yellow card as well. All action. Let's have a look at that. Let's see. Scored from the spots. Maybe had something to say. Did Ollie Slingsby. All of the Thornbury bench are bemused as to how he's ended in the book. But Slingsby joins a long, long list of players on both sides that have got yellow cards.
Very well. So Slingsby has two things following that play. He has a goal from the spot. He also has a card. The Hounds have a pulse. They trail by a goal. Healthy chunk of time left in this game. Out of 13 minutes and 5 seconds on paper. All right. Meant to be in our third and final match of the evening, but well, on a Sunday night, where else would you want to be? Power is in a great position. Adrian Attar will call it back. And Power will have a stern talking to by Adrian Attar as well.
He's been a popular figure this evening.
Not for the right
Adrian
reasons.
Assad.
He's a lovely guy. Don't know if players will interpret that to be the case at the moment. He's officiating. Takes, well, no prisoners. Parthamos tried to go through everybody. Power has options left and right. Butragao went low. Power can equalise. He steers it over the crossbar in what could have been a definitive moment in this match. Ball tossed towards Parthamos, trying to escape. Well played defensively by the Hounds. Oh, Butragao skips around Yilmaz, has Power on for the pass. Diaz got in the way. He gets it back, Power. The deflection could have been devilish. Corner Thornbury in their best passage.
And good from Pachias to pick up the second ball and roll it on for Power to keep that attack alive. Hume could have been let off the hook there had Diaz been able to get there. It's a good piece of anticipation from Thornbury's number 14.
Butragao for Power. That was hit low. Temel with technicality. Diaz tried the same for his captain, chasing a fourth in this match. 12 and a half. A little bit unfat left in this game, and it's still anybody's. Hume in front by a goal.
Though Thornbury are trying to throw themselves into the picture. Ollie Slingsby's got a double. He's also in the book. And Thornbury are right in the fray. They are right in the thick of it. As they go to battle with Hume, Pachias is charging. Good slide from Diaz to slow him up. Montfort drops it off and Powley begins the next wave. Gets it back from Pachias, met by Diaz. Clip for Power, who took it tidily. Powley. And Butrago's had a busy night. Luke Powley. Space for Power, who found it well. Romario Barjo appreciates that. There's Powley, and Butrago lost it. Diaz charging far too far ahead of Hamza Suede. Been a game of fine margins. Liam Zacharias with a look at the clock. Still ample time remaining. Pachias away from Kelshaw. He wanted a free kick, which he will not get. Powley. Temel. Diaz in firmly was Pachias, and now he will also get a yellow card. Would love to see the list of bookings come the end of this evening. And for Thornbury United, they've already racked up 4 fouls in this second half. Romario Barjo just putting the word out that maybe things need to be settled a bit. The Hounds again walking the tightrope. Hume, in the meantime, are hunting, knowing that they are keeping their cool as well as they can. Suede, Kelshaw, lovely ball. Oh. Unlucky for Franklin.
Oh. Smashing first touch ball from Kelshaw towards Franklin. Lots of appreciation. His back was turned to Franklin. How unlucky he may have been not to have had that pass completely. Or completed successfully, I should say. It was a great ball. Very unlucky was Kelshaw, and Hume might be. Butragao is in the first half's wrong book for a fair few reasons. 4 fouls conceded individually. Has been rather disciplined in this second half. Power, lots of tape around his left knee. And he's the culprit of many injuries here at SFE. Unfortunately, Butragao headed on. Well done by Thornbury on that time around. The Adam Nash, number 14, tenant of Ethan's man, has played pretty well tonight.
Had a tidy night, Frankie Pachias, for the most part. Had a hand in a couple of really good moves. Has grown into this game. He's not been afraid to throw himself about. And of course, is the latest of names to find a yellow card.
Franklin. Temel. Kelshaw, the flick for Franklin. Does work, and Franklin has escaped somehow. His shot goes away into Paoli. Very well played. Such great feet for a big lad in Franklin.
And good physicality. Used his frame superbly, as well as his feet. Terrific from Franklin.
Corner, Kelshaw with pace. Butragao in the right place, and the clearance was forthcoming. Nowhere near the kickoff for the Tigers and Lions. 10:47 on the clock. Hume in front by a goal. This match hasn't seen one in some time. Franklin might find one now, however. He skipped away from Butcher. Gal Paoli taken down by Culshaw, who was inside the area. But Ciaras, that of Michael, will call things back. In fact, Adrian Attard will. Hume corner, and they might think about a timeout as well. That was a jeer from one of their management on the touchline.
Can they conjure something in way of breathing room again? Kelsall, Temel already has a hat-trick. He's on the hunt for number 4. Well, not quite his finest hit effort. Pachias gave it away. Hamza Swade is on the charge. Up with him was Franklin. Swade steered it for him. And Hume have found their 4th. And for Tom Franklin, it had been coming. He has been brilliant. Hamza Swade did superbly. Steered it for him with pace. Franklin simply strolled in. And has himself a league goal in Hume colours at last. He has waited. Goal he yearned for. Superb from Hamza Swade. Multi-sport athlete, showcasing his many talents. And Thornbury have got a mountain to climb again. Pachias looking to get off from base camp. Got it back from Power. Picked up by Temel, who's got Petraga to go at, and Power, and somehow got beyond them both. Oh my word! Temel, Franklin, oh man, Wood, that is beautiful! Hume at their best. Temel, the architect, in the most wonderful way. And Armand Wood at the back post made super sure.
It's hard now for Thornbury. 3 goals they're chasing, still have ample time, but well, in this recent passage, the Black Army have flexed their muscles, and Mo Temel, what a case he's building. He's been such a great player this season for a side he's always played at, being Hume. It's, well, not of course at Nationals he hasn't featured for them, but here at SFV he's been delightful. Franklin, meantime, had a snapshot effort in the way. It was a hound, and well, Thornbury are in damage control at the moment. But Temel, what a season he's having. His stats certainly starting to showcase and paint a picture that reads quite impressive. Have a look at all of his goal involvements and all-round court general play. Mo Temel in 10 goals, 5 goal contributions. That's, of course, before this game had started. His tally now goes to, I believe, 14. In fact, made that 13 goals, and the extra being, of course, an assist, having found one recently. So he's really contributing where he can, but defensively he's been sound as well, which may just give him a nod ahead of others in that race. Here is Temel, heads the ball away. Kawaja earns a corner. Not the worst outcome for Thornbury. Kawaja, Cordero. Not latching on. 9:07 left. Turkman. Dewood. Skopolidis. Turkman. Out of court. Armand Dewood.
You get the feeling those goals in quick succession for Hume have just settled this game down. Thornbury know that the contest has been dulled a little bit by that flurry from the Black Army.
Zacharias, can they find a passage again, Thornbury? They were very competitive in this game. They were certainly taking a fight to Hume, and it was closer on the scoreline. Black Army with some breathing room now. Slingsby is on a card, must be careful. Bertrus, Temel. Turkman. Dewood.
Armand Wood, the most recent scorer, gave it away to Zacharias. Al Khawaja there to mop up. Slingsby fancied a drive, hunting a hat-trick. Burtress equal to it. Has had, for the most part, a decent night when called upon. As Ninos, Temel, De Woods couldn't beat Cordero. No top flight action next week. Next time we return, it'll be in the springtime, it'll be in September. Both of these two, it really marks the final patch of the season. Some may call it the run-in, as Turkman is running through, away from Slingsby and into the side netting. After a naughty little nutmeg. Zacharias is in behind, has gone off the post and in. Temel thought he got the angle right. Zacharias found the smallest of gaps and pierced through to give Thornbury a glimmer.
You cannot rule them out. You cannot rule them out if you tried. The Hounds will always continue to climb. And Vault 3 chasing is something. 2 is a different story. They're not out this game yet.
Enters an important area. The forthcoming fixtures, Thornbury the early kick-off when we return against Aku. Hume have got the Turkish derby, one which they won in its last league installation. Now they will be hoping for yet more Turkish delight on Derby Day, when they face the Moreland Blues, who have entered a new era in their own kind. And it is then Fitzroy to follow for Fernando Di Moraes and co. So a testing couple of weeks for Thornbury to Pascoe Vale. Massive implications for both of these two teams. Zacharias again is on the charge, and Ninos Burtress is in. And again has worn one, and this time is in more discomfort. Isha Haskell again is sent to get warm, as Ninos Burtress this time seems to be in a bit of a bad way. Haskell getting ready. And Fernando Di Moraes is well and truly checking on the well-being of his chosen number one for the night. There are concerned looks around DCSS. Tom Montfroy, a fellow Keepers Union member, just sharing a grimace. Could this be an unforgettable moment for Isho Haskell? He is getting ready, made the mid-season move from Northcote. Burtress for the time being is okay to continue again. He's been in the wars tonight. As Ninos and Hume are doing their best to see this game out.
He's going to stay on, Ninos Burtress. Isho Haskell will warm up in case there is to be a keeper change. Dumwood. Skopalides. Try to chop. Zacharias recycles possession. Away he goes. Goes on his own, Zacharias. Ninos Burtress with a big clearance, and well, he didn't care where the ball had gone. Had to get it gone quickly. Slingsby will see the ball back. Montfroy won't have any involvement. Rolls out before it reaches him. Slingsby. Skopalides and Slingsby come together. Heavy press was not in ill vein. Well played by Slingsby. Off the ball. Cordero. Slingsby. Burtress not called upon, but there's a bit of a question mark, which has only gotten bigger and bigger around Ninos Burtress in this match. Looks a bit gingerly out there. Looks sore. Gets low and dives quickly for Skopalides. Into the path of Darcy Skopalides. Montfroy got low quickly for a corner conceded. Hume to take.
Great run from Skopalides. Immediately switched defensive duty to being able to charge forward.
Taken. Temel. Ball cut out by Cordero. Can Thornbury counter? Slingsby for Zacharias. Skopalides showing his defensive acumen. Temel. Ramadan. Parthamos. Temel, the 1-2. 3 for Ramadan. Holding up Al-Khawaja into the path of Diaz. Parthamos. Chance for Hume. It's a smashing goal. And Diaz will be the man to finish at close range. What was truly a team effort from back to front. The Black Army have clarity now. They lead by 3 goals.
Brilliant. Just brilliant. The way that the ball was moved, the intricacy between Temel, between Parthamos and Ramadan, and the run from Arturo Diaz to the back post to give Nick Parthamos an out. Hume are well and truly flying their way towards 3 points, towards the top 3 in the table. Parthamos and Ramadan getting a tangle sorted out for Temel. Oh, what a ball that is. Parthamos in behind. It'll trickle, and Arturo Diaz will slide in. 2 in no time. Another for that combination. And Hume are well and truly setting sights on the top 3. 2 in a trice. Parthamos to Diaz at the double. The first more intricately worked, the second more akin to the way the evening has been, one of industry and grit and guile. Hume now, though, know the points are all but theirs. For Thornbury, any sting that they could pose, that they could really conjure, has been thwarted. Mario Barho. Timeout slip in hand. Wants a word. Frankie Pachias is getting the 5th man kit on. Thornbury United are going to go 5th at the next available opportunity. And they will have timeout belatedly. So Thornbury will have a word. You suspect they go 5th man off the end. Hume are running away with this. It's Hume 7, Thornbury United 3. Returning from timeout here in Darebin. Timeout issued. Adrian Attard is really having the conversation with Thornbury United's coaching staff, Michael Marusic and Romario Barho, both of whom have not made a friend in him this evening.
Ball.
Thornbury have gone 5th man. Lovely ball for Buitrago. Powley, one last roll of the dice perhaps. Slingsby returned it for him. They've got to get a shift on. 5.5 to the close. Hayden Power couldn't quite.
Diaz, last 5.5. Temel had a couple of get around, and Yilmaz thought he was in behind. Bonfroy came out. Buitrago. One of these preferred for Ramadan Redapest. Fifth man still installed. Pachias donning the kit. And there he was. And there might be a chance for Power. Off the line by Diaz. Pachias had done well with the fly kit on. He comes off quickly. Swayed. Not past Buitrago. Slingsby. Paoli. Paoli. Back to Slingsby. Hume on a heavy press. Ramadan wasn't sure where the ball had gone. Swade went with the lofts. Thornbury are trying what they can. Pachias rolls short. Paoli down the court. Power out of play. Diaz. Some physical strength, just pushes Power onto the ball. Which forced the turnover in play. Lions getting warmed up. A few players they haven't named on their team sheet today. There's a few late ins. Might be some mind games played by Albion and Aiden Charchi. But Lucas Vaz is in the building. What can he do tonight for them in another edition of the Big Cats Cup coming up shortly for round 17.
At the moment, Hume are getting the job done to close out their respective part in the play that is tonight. The second act's really a lot more gruesome than the first. The first was an out-and-out thriller. This more a slow grind of attrition. And one where Hume have just had the resources, where Thornbury haven't. Pachias is out again. Hounds know. Time is against them. The score is against them. They have to conjure something. Pachias, lovely ball. Slingsby, Power. Angle got tighter. Open net for Turkman, who was unable to steer it. And Power will make way for Zacharias. Frustration for Romario Bajo. They had conjured the move well. Power went alone when he maybe could have played it. Good read from Swade. Turkman just did for Diaz. Hume are just taking the sting out of it now. Sardi wanted to up the ante early doors. It's neat from Swade. Turkman, Diaz. Infinite run, Turkman. Temel. Diaz's touch was heavy. Tamil clipped it. Swade looked to steer it. Buitrago picked it up. Good from Temel. Pauli was deepest. Mo Temel was tough to go beyond. Rolled it for Diaz. Arturo Diaz is hunting a hat trick. Oh, on that occasion was not able to get the strike away. As Pachias will be unable to go again. Slingsby, Buitrago, Pachias, cut out by Diaz, away by Swade, no further than Pauli, who will place his effort wide. Bertrus looking to fling for Kelshaw, who got a yard on Pauli. Turkman, Temel. Quick look at the clock for Cordero. It is not Thornbury's friend. 2.5 to the close. Hume are all but there. Pachias continued to venture forward. Slingsby on the drive, blocked by Kelshaw. Pauli. Slingsby. Kelshaw has been terrific in his defence so far. And Pauli couldn't get beyond Turkman.
Should be home and hosed. The Black Army, who are into third place. They must be happy with that effort. A point behind Zaku. We're trying something different on the tools tonight. They were competitive. They were in this match. The Hounds, they can't be too disappointed with their performance. Hume, when it mattered, had really shown their class. And we turn to our go-home match of the round. It's Fitzroy and Pascoe Vale. Lions and Tigers competing in the Big Cats Cup. A few noticeable acquisitions in comparison to the last time both sides had faced each other. But one noticeable absentee tonight. Named shortly as Net Ripples. It was the side of the net. Petrus not beaten. These last few seconds. Slingsby for Paoli. Lost by Hamza Suede. But as for Pascovalno, they certainly come into this match with a few new key cogs. In fact, a few familiar faces return as well. Alison Lima is in the building. Rumoured to play, will not be featuring tonight. As it appears right now, he's still in, let's say, casual attire, not playing attire, not part of the warm-up, but it's good to see him back amongst the fold. As for Kevin Dos Santos, who's joining the likes of Aaron New, Andre Caro, Michael Newen, and Lucas Vaz on court. It's pretty exciting if you're a Pascoval Line fan, and that dynamic might shape and prove to be. Sulaiman Mohammed with a timeout in hand. Hume want to activate their timeout when they can. Paoli. Zacharias had a decent game tonight. Patrick-Au. Slingsby waited. Ashias was there and swayed. Was only narrowly wide.
Time well and truly Thornbury's enemy. The evening has got away from them. They were in it for a while.
Keep the ball in.
Into the final minute. Paoli. Pashias cut out by Temel. On for Armanderwood, who has a vacant net. Slingsby will get a boot in, and Hume in the dying embers are going to get their timeout. We're going to go to a break right at the death of this game. It's Hume 7, Thornbury 3. Dying embers of the second instalment of the night. Kumar home and dry. One last timeout issued by Sulaiman Mohammed, Fernando de Moraes, Nico Ignatiadis and co. Attention coming to the Big Cats Cup. Delayed behind schedule. Nick Parthamos nearly had one for the road. Montfroy will make way. Pashias and Thornbury, they want one for themselves to take with them. In the time that remains, 26 seconds at the end of a...
Kevin Dos Santos is on court.
At the end of an attritional and spiteful affair as Kevin Dos Santos is beyond the other side of the barrier quickly.
Look at him run on. There he is, the ball. They'll do a party trick, the Lions, in their warm-up, and KDS went for a jog prematurely on court.
Armanderwood in the closing stages. Kevin Dos Santos will be on court in a much bigger capacity in merely a few moments' time. For the time being, Hume seeing the clock out, taken up by Slingsby. One last look, the clock, and Buttress in the post will beat him. Hume in the top three, full time in the second edition. It's Hume 7, Thornbury United 3.
Post-match following the Hume and Thornbury United match. Nils Birch was well kept tonight, mate. Third place must be nice for Hume.
It is. We've got lofty ambitions, and we've brought Fernando in to steer the ship, and we want to go as high as we can. Third's great. We want to push for second. First is still a bit of a gap to make up, but that's where we want to be.
And talking about tonight's match in its entirety, we think how to Hume played, and of course their opponents, Thornbury. He made it tricky for you at some stage, just touching on when that match wasn't the balance and the scoreline wasn't a blowout, how Hume were to manage those situations and ultimately take the lead.
Yeah, they're a physical team, and they love for the scrap. They love the fight. I think we do well with the ball. Sometimes we might get dragged into the scrap a little bit too much without it, and we gave them a few chances that we probably shouldn't have. But credit to the boys, they stuck to the game plan, and it worked in the end, and we got the goals that we needed and took home 3 points.
And lastly, just on your game tonight, of course, you had managed a bit of an injury concern at some stage. What was it you were dealing with, and how'd you fight yourself through it to see out the match?
Where do I start? I do have a bit of a hamstring injury from a fair while ago now, and that's limited mobility. This time around, I took a couple of knocks that hurt a little bit, hit me on the wrong spots and whatnot, but it was all right. The adrenaline kicks in, and I'm sure I'll be sore once I have a shower and sit down, but yeah, hopefully it didn't interrupt my game too much this time.
Thank you for your time. Go enjoy the victory with your team, mate.
Thank you. Cheers. Well
Final installation of the evening for the match day in the top flight. The Big Cats Cup has come to town once again. Two storied teams, two fierce and famous old rivals, Fitzroy and Pascoe Vale, the two most glittering in terms of trophy cabinets in our top tier. Once more, they meet with one another. Two teams on two very different footings as far as 2026 is concerned. For Pascoe Vale, what promised to be a calendar of such has not got off to the start they wanted, and already have not got off to the start they wanted tonight. Elias Parthamos wins a corner within the game's opening 15 seconds. Aaron Yu already sprung into life against his former side for the first time. A few introductions for Pascoe Vale, a few returning faces available for Maurizio Novak's side. Scott Rogan's got the game's first corner. which is set for Josh Allen, who caught it sweet. And thumped it across the face. Elias Parthamos, Nepomuceno, Sean Price in goal. And that's your Fitzroy starting five. Sapina is well and truly tasked to lead the line for Pascoe Vale, while Andre Caro, Michael Newen, Felipe Evangelista, and the aforementioned Aaron Yu, who is between the sticks. A few more names, though, available. Kevin Dos Santos making his first bout for Pascoe Vale against Fitzroy. Lucas Vaz back in the picture as well. Caro steered it. Sapina couldn't quite get there. Wasn't a bad ball. In search of the Spaniard. And for the Tigers, Cosimo Russo will come from the bench, likewise Pep Filio, and there's a return for Corey Saul as well. It's been a little bit of time since we've seen him, has had a couple of injury problems this calendar year thus far. How Fitzroy will be desperate to have him finally, firmly back in the fold and back in the limelight if they are to win tonight. 14 points is the gap that can be brought about and procured at the top of the table for the Tigers and reigning champions in pursuit of yet another crown. Jimmy Souflas and co, who demand perfection, well and truly en route for it again. As Caro, Newen, Evangelista. What can these Lions conjure? They've looked better in recent weeks since Maurizio Novak's return. There's been an upturn in form, an uptick in morale. This is a tough test by any stretch of the imagination, Adam.
Well, they've got the personnel to Pascoe Vale. They need to now put all the ingredients together to make a winning dish. They're in the MasterChef kitchen, they're in the pressure cooker challenge at the moment, and time is ticking for them. They want to avoid a playoff position. The ladder point differentiation is pretty alarming. Although it's probably a season they'll want to forget, you have to start thinking forward to next year, and if you are to undergo a rebuild, you need to be successful in winning games. And well, you might not accumulate as many points to compete in a title perspective with Fitzroy, but if you can defeat them during their regular season, it might be a pretty good indication as to where you are currently throughout your rebuild.
I've been able to go toe-to-toe with the bigger boys recently as well. Pascoe Vale picked points off Moreland not that long ago. It's a side who could be galvanised by a result tonight.
Could be a year-defining result for Pascoe Vale there to knock off Fitzroy. They've been competitive in recent games. Josh Allen got around everybody. Sapina off the line somehow. Rogan, Evangelista got in the way. How well played was Allen on that situation to glide through all the Lions in his wake.
Superb from Josh Allen, just side through Pascoe Vale. Felipe Evangelista flew in. Rolling foul comes as a result. And a bright start from the Tigers.
Parthamos short from Nepomuceno. Here's Rogan. Confronted by Michael Newen. The captain's armband on Rogan's side netting. But for his troubles, we'll have a corner. Dos Santos waiting to come on. Lucas Vaz watching on. Alison Lima is back in the mix as well. Newen. Here is Evangelista. Caro out wide.
Andre Caro can drive. Allen in retreat. Josh Allen has started really brightly to this game. And you wonder for Fitzroy when they may inject Corey Saul. Evangelista's effort awkward for Price, who dealt with it well. Took a bobble and a wicked bounce given away by Nepomuceno. Rekindled by Sapina. On for Michael Newen, who hits the post. Former Tiger nearly drew first blood. Bruised the outside of the post. Price was left stranded and sprawling. Closest Pascoe Vale have come and were nearly given a gift, as that's wasteful from Parthamos. He was without option though. Sapina. Evangelista guided. Newen. Sapina once again. Not expectant of the Spaniards. Set through Caro, on for Aaron Yu. Michael Newen is long. Pascoe Vale love direct. Newen got round the back. Oh, what a save from Price. Terrific header from Michael Newen. And it needed a save to match it from the Fitzroy shot stopper. And so the Lions have got a bit of bite about them. Nepomuceno now. Allen. Rogan beyond Evangelista, Newen in smartly. Brilliant for Sapina, who opened the space. Caro's charging. Jonathan Sapina set it behind him. Andre Caro kept rolling. Nepomuceno was too tough to go beyond. Though Pascoval have started strongly. Sapina, Evangelista's got room. Set for the Brazilian by the Spaniard. Wants to go at Allen. Sapina once more. Caro is the spare. Newen is operating at the back post. Rogan is closely marshalling. Already there is feeling and fight in this game. Evangelista, Newen. Those two combining. Caro the outball. Clip for Sapina. Lovely chest on for Evangelista, denied by Price. That is supreme from Jonathan Sapina. And again, Price is tested.
Acrobatic save from Price. Initially, he's had to double up since then. Evangelista with the side ball, short for Sapina. Rogan intervenes and Jono Sapina will try again. Last match of round 17, nearly ticking over to 8 hours played here in Darebin. First half of your Big Cats Cup. Another instalment for this season. Evangelista blocked by Parthamos. Evangelista will roll. Newen with pace. Another side ball for the Lions to deal with. It's Caro who's jostling across the take. Kademi, Lamb and Kevin DeSantos all up on the bench. They will be coming on shortly. Withheld at the moment by Aiden Chachi and Maurizio Novak. We're watching on. Maurizio Novak, of course, coming back to the club earlier this season. And with him has brought back some old friends.
Also a really good spell for Pascoval at the start of this game. Fitzroy started quickly, they weathered the storm and have now got some opportunities and some pressure of their own.
Newen, here's Cardo. And down the court for Evangelista. Parthamos. Every step measured. Has possession. Long ball, Nepomuceno found by Parthamos. Well played by the cannon. Cardo won the duel. Sapina twisting. Holding the ball, waiting for the Tigers to commit. Cardo might be in here! And the doctor was narrowly wide. It was a brilliant move from the Spaniard Sapina.
Massive moment. Maybe the first real massive look for Andre Caro. Pascoval have had two really good ones. Price has been busier than his former teammate and Australian international in the early exchanges. Cosimo Russo into the fray, and Allen looks for him. Caro cut it out, and here is Sapina, who's been super to start. Options left and right. Away from Rogan wonderfully. Oh, Jonathan Sapina, and Rogan diverted, and Newen will thump Pascoval ahead. What about it? From Michael Newen against his former side. Set up suavely at the end of a Sapina salsa. Late in the night, of course, the Spaniard will have a siesta. Pascoval lead the Big Cats Cup, and after the first 5 minutes, it's been coming. Fitzroy cannot find a tune. The Tigers' claws are blunted. The Lions with the loudest roar. As is the nature of the jungle sometimes.
What?
Newen's take. Makeshift Fitzroy wall of Allen and Rogan did the job. Pascoval piling on the pressure. One up in search of two. Performance that, if it stays this way, is a head turner. Newen battling Allen with him all the way. Restrains it to a goal against his former side, Michael Newen. Anytime Pascoval have gone toe-to-toe or gone beyond Fitzroy, he has been a factor in a big way. Here is Parthamos the other way. Oh. And that is how quickly it can change.
In a flash. KDS on court, so is Kademi. Lucas Vaz will come on shortly. Kevin Lamb comes on in place of Michael Newen, the goal scorer, who's all high fives with his teammates. Ball played by the captain. to open the scoring. Lamb to Santos. Sapina instrumental in the opening goal. Academic. Some passion about the Pascoe Vale way tonight. Heavy touch from KDS. Puts his hand up to say I'm sorry. Parthamos reverse for Cosi Russo. The current league's top goal scorer. Not found. Academi. Pickpocket Scott Rogan. Swall comes across to Santos. Was waiting. He was simply hibernating for that opportunity which had come for him. But he couldn't take it when he was inside the area. Corey Swan the backtrack doing well. Lamb had to go quickly to avoid the count. Russo. On his own, Cosi Russo. Sapina closes the gates. Wants to go around Pep Filio. Kademi was on for the pass. Sapina. Dos Santos. Kademi. The flick on. Rogan heads away. Swall. Back from injury. Second week running, Corey Swall. Having some input defensively in this game.
They're all over them. Absolutely all over them. Pascoe Vale at the start of this game. Fitzroy cannot find a rhythm. They've not been allowed to settle. It's so different to any other time these two teams have met this season.
Kademi. Lucas Vaz on court. Has the strength in a wide area. Vaz took a double team of Tigers to have the ball go out of play for the Lions. Kademi. Dos Santos, a hop, a skip, and a play wide to Vaz. Kademi, bit of a bump from Pep Filio, was all ball. In fact, it was all okay, deeming the officials. Nothing doing. Pep Filio. Scott Rogan. Filio over the top. Dos Santos had to head away. Corey Saul was on for the pass.
You just wonder, with the Pascoe Vale rotations, when Evangelista would come on, if we'll see Kiminelli at any point tonight, as well as Flores, what their roles could be in this game. Fitzroy have got work to do. Rogan from Filio, then Russo. First time they've settled. Rogan with loft. Filio was far too firm. Was crowded out by a pair of Lions who are up for this. Who are beyond up for this. Aaron Yu, again given room to go. Dos Santos under pressure from Filio. Two former Moreland Blues. Kevin Lamb, no way through Corey Swall. It is good to see him back. Player of immense talent. Has a glut of goals to his name as Vaz on the swivel. Angle too tight. Price was short-sighted though. Comfortably. Pascoe Vale's opening passage. Jimmy Soufas looks concerned for the first time this season since they've met Hume. Swall lost out, picked up by Kademi. He could fancy a hit, you know. Vaz, Dos Santos. Again for Lucas Vaz, patient from Pascoe Vale. Dos Santos, Lamb gave an outlook. Kademi, no way through Cosimo Russo. Question being posed early, what have Fitzroy got? Not one that is asked often. Aaron Yu long. Oh, what a ball as well for Vaz, whose header was just too delicate to find Lamb. Price on for Rogan. Can he conjure something? Player who loves this fixture. Pep Filio. Worth mentioning for Fitzroy, no Tyler Garner, another player who's a frequenter of this game. Vaz from Swall. Too heavy for Dos Santos.
Price to get it moving again. Swall, the Tigers, and last season's champions trailing to the Lions. Played some pretty competitive matches this season against Fitzroy. Have Pascoe Vale, but they have yet to take home the chocolates. Good start here tonight, though, might be the difference maker. Lucas Vaz down the line unleashed. The 1-2 with KDS. It's pretty fluent futsal. Kevin Lamb told to shoot. There wasn't too far away from Kevin Lamb. It was a more of a cross than shot in reality. Smashing ball from Pep Video to Cosimo Russo. His volley goes up and over. Bit of a hush around DCSS. Maritio Novak taking notes. Jimmy Suvas wanting his side to do what was instructed of them before the game. Kademi's touch will go out of play. Well, this half has travelled certainly a lot quicker than many that have been happening tonight. Quicker, should be saying. They've travelled a lot quicker than others have tonight. 11 minutes still to go. Fast-paced game. Seen a few slow burners for round 17. Kevin Lamb restarts things. Dos Santos. Kademi. Aaron Yu. Kevin Lamb, no. In fact, Kevin Lamb was lurking. It was KDS in possession. Not to beat the lateral pass. Kademi getting stuck on the ball. Side ball, Pasco Val. Aaron Yu goes over the top into the arms of Sean Price.
Come for gather. Aaron Yu's counterpart, Price again, with no way further forward in possession. And Fitzroy up to this point have looked dulled. Kademi, Lamb. Kademi again looked to clip. Rogan got in the way. Steered no further than Rousseau. On for Filio. Fitzroy had a look momentarily. Kademi was there to ensure the door stayed shut. Tigers slowly building. Pascovel's quick start, not petering out, but becoming more mild than mulled. Allen. Rousseau. Good read from Michael Nguyen, and it had to be. He's looked lively tonight so far. Dos Santos wanted the return. They will make it work some way, somehow. Lucas Vaz, Aaron Yu can have a touch, so all is well and good. Dos Santos. Now Lucas Vaz. Evangelista, an offering. Dos Santos likewise. KDS searching. Maybe finally surrounded by some of his fellow countrymen, given the opportunity to adjust more to life. Pasco Vale. Corey Swall. The other way is Filio, whose flick was far too fine for Allen, and Pep Filio was once again starved of options. Evangelista, set for Dos Santos. Pasco Vale have dictated things. Rousseau to go round. Allen let it run, got a shout from Price early. Pep Filio to begin the next wave though. Fitzroy at the moment are struggling.
It's been a decent passage from the Lions. We cross through the halfway mark of the first half. Oscar Bryant with his first jostle onto the court. Can the youngster have infinite impact off the bench? We'll find out shortly. Swall, Allen. Rousseau thought about some open space, dropped his shoulder to play some trickery around Michael Nguyen. Swall shifting inside, KDS with the block. The Purists game, the Big Cats Cup. These sides have been around the traps for a long time in these series Futsal Victoria landscape. As Josh Allen let it fly on his left boot. Aaron Yu plunged, but his posts hadn't really been infiltrated.
He's looked the most lively so far for Fitzroy. Josh Allen has wanted to make things happen. Player who rises to the occasion, especially on nights like this. They'll need more out of him.
Nguyen. Evangelista. 1-2. Into space. Evangelista! Couldn't control the half volley. Price came off his line. Now Bright. Waits further up the court. Rousseau. Allen. Step away from Sapina. Evangelista had read the movements. The Spaniard had now off the ball. Evangelista goes down the court, not finding Michael Nguyen. Jimmy Sufis with the loft. Puts the ball down for Oscar Bryant to get to work. Corey Swall getting his shot away. Corner Fitzroy on the hunt for an equalising goal. 8:42 on the clock, first half. Our last match of round 17. 8 hours have passed of futsal action for your Sunday. Corey Swore with pace across the face of everybody. Pascoe Vale will have a side possession forthcoming with Michael Newen. As it stands, the sole difference maker in this match. Cardo. Angelista. Cardo. Sapina. Cardo. Keeping the ball well at the moment. Other lines. Evangelista. A flick on for Sapina was cute, but it was not in play.
It looks so slick, so sharp. Already in this game of Pascoe Vale. Fitzroy looking for answers. Hoping Swall can provide. Caro and Sapina did superbly. Every single battle they have won so far. A few of Lions past and present watching on. Alison Lima was always up for this kind of game. Joining Aidan Chachi on the touchline. He'd love the battle that's going on at the moment. Michael Newen. Evangelista. Sapina, oh lovely. Evangelista on for Caro, and Oscar Bryant got a foot in, critically so. Otherwise Evangelista would have walked it in. Could Caro have had a go? Bryant, Allen, over. Rogan Parthamos reinstated. Allen and Bryant though, linking up brightly. Caro. Evangelista, nicely done. Sapina. He's just warding off Parthamos, waiting on Newen. Heavy touch from the Spaniards. Bryant came in. Sapina nearly had his pocket pick, though did well enough in time to recover, having got himself in a bind. Under 7.5 to half-time in Darebin. And it is currently Pascoe Vale who are providing the challenge. And it's been a futsal game of high quality, of real high quality. Maybe its first slow point of the night. There's Josh Fusco, busy man. Man of many trades, many talents. He's on to ensure that our court remains cleansed in Darebin. Kiminelli makes his first minute of the evening. Pascoe Vale, at the moment, are taking it beyond up to the reigning champions. They are bettering them. Josh Allen belatedly wins a free kick. Pensive waiting Jimmy Soufas. Allen got it back from Parthamos. Out for Rogan. And Fitzroy find a way.
Parthamos lurking down the court. 3 players offensively set by Jimmy Soufas. Rogan the deepest defensively. Confronted by Sapina. Parthamos, Allen. Michael Newen getting in the way. Parthamos tried to dance around them all. As Chiminelli gets the ball away. Allen. Chiminelli staring down the barrel of Josh Allen, who skips away from him. And Oscar Bryant scuffed at the effort. Goals opportunity squandered potentially by the Tigers. Sapina will circle out of danger. And he'll hold possession in only a way Sapina can. Twisting and turning either or direction. Cardo flicks out of play. We go again. Allen back towards Scott Rogan. Chiminelli up high to confront the futsal Roo. Rogan On around Chiminelli, Sapina with a slide. Ball diverts out towards Michael Newen, who breezes beyond Bryant. Michael Newen went solo and his effort went wide. Sapina asking, why, Michael, why? Where was the cutback? He's still asking. Given the confidence Michael Newen's playing with, we know why.
Why not as well for him? Having won the ball, having kick-started the counter, had Caro at the back post too. The angle got tighter, had to make the decision and decided to pull the trigger.
Josh Allen. Just under 6 minutes left in the half. Rogan. Back towards Josh Allen. First time pass for Parthamos. Rogan in some space. Newen read it best off the ball. Cut it off where he could. Parthamos. Chiminelli will take charge. The Lions have numbers here. Sapina goes down. Play resumes with Rogan, who's still going forward. Nepomuceno held up by Carter. Patrikas initially had the whistle ready to be blown, but it wasn't by the official on the far side. And play continued with Aaron New. Sapina with Parthamos. Andre Caro. Lovely ball for Michael Newen. Chiminelli kept it alive. Sapina turned his back on the game.
Allowed to trickle out, and there could be a card coming. Felipe Evangelista's going into the book. Adrian Attard clearly heard something. Ben Howell was quickly over. He's on the near side. Maria Patrikas is on the far side for your final series futsal installation on Sunday in the top flight. Jonathan Sapina is not happy, and that is putting it about as mildly as possible.
I think Michael Newen and Jono Sapina are about to have a punch on at the car park. To put it delicately, they're not happy with each other. Jono Sapina not happy at all with his captain.
Rogan, Parthamos, Chiminelli did superbly to pick it off him. Dos Santos beyond Rogan. Caro on the overlap, gave him an out ball. Chiminelli again away from Scott Rogan, except for Lucas Vaz. Dos Santos, Vaz, Pasco Vale are purring in this first half. Lions have been luscious in the way that they've played futsal. Dos Santos. Andre Caro. Chiminelli under pressure from Rogan. Caro. Clipped it long for Lucas Vaz. The angle got tighter. Price got a touch. I'm sauntering over. Lions have had a really good half, wanting to close it strongly. Kademi flashed it across. Vaz nearly got a flick. Price got a foot down.
Oh, they've been certainly ruffling each other's feathers, the Lions. That may have extended elsewhere momentarily off the broadcast, but nonetheless, show goes on. Vaz and KDS. Kademi! Oh! That was industrious from the number 6. Off the volley. He can hit them. He may as well. Sammy Kadira-esque from Kademi.
Dropped invitingly for him too.
KDS, Kevin Lamb. Well, off the ball, we still have our attention diverting back towards the Pasco Vale bench. Things have calmed down for now, but at threat level midnight only moments ago between Newen and Sapina. Paints a bit of a dejected picture, does Jono Sapina. Wants to win one on court. Parthamos going towards Cosy Russo. Kademi took his keeper out of the equation. Kevin Lamb got around a couple. Did really well on the mid-court, had Kevin Lamb. Vaz now for Kademi. Vaz gets it back. Well played, Kevin Lamb. Dos Santos. Here is Kevin Lamb again. Central for Kademi. Shot was blocked by Nepomuceno. Rogan can only roam on his own. Holds up play. Kevin Lamb put his arms up to say no foul. I'll let you go. Russo. Rogan striking low. Kademi blocking. Kevin Lamb now looks wide for KDS. Vaz in support. Vaz. Kevin Lamb back to Vaz. The foul arrives on the money man here at SFV. The biggest, or the largest transfer between clubs goes towards KDS after that hefty fee paid by Pascoval for his services from the Moreland Blues. Moneyman earns the foul. Vaz. Demi. Lamb. Lovely touch for Kademi! And Price is called upon. Arguably the best half of futsal Pascoval have played at Darwin this year.
Comfortably. Comfortably. And that move personifies it. That was wonderful. The link up between Lamb, the open space for Kademi, and it was matched by the save of Sean Price.
Here is Lucas Vaz. Kademi. Russo turning block. Interesting opening half of futsal. Things happening all over the place, but nonetheless, it's Pascoval who lead by goal to nil. Their captain Malcanu and the goal scorer.
Here's Kevin Lamb, who has been wonderful since coming on. Dos Santos, Kademi, Aaron Yu direct. Lucas Vaz went acrobatic. Sean Price did get a paw on it. And Maurizio Novak wants timeout. Lucas Vaz nearly gave us something special beyond special. Timeout Pascoval. They'll have a corner when we return. It is the Lions who lead the Tigers in the Big Cats Cup. It's 1-0 to Pascoval.
Lucas Vaz has played 2 games at Darabin in 2026 and in his fine vintage is still throwing his body at the ball in acrobatic fashion. You have to love it from Vaz.
For Pascoval, they'll be loving what they're seeing too. A goal up against the reigning champions, against one of their fierce rivals. And they're worthy of it. Kademi, too firm for Nepomuceno. And now it's Fitzroy's turn. So, Jason Ishak quickly over. One timeout will follow another. There has been only a strike from Kademi that went over and a foul since. Fitzroy free kick when we come back. Still 1-0 to Pascoval. Josh Allen has the fly cut out. Fitzroy with 2.5 to half time. Our going 5th man. in order to get themselves level. Fly kit on Allen is well and truly one of the many custom made. It's one of the many alterations they've got. He wondered if it would be needed at all, let alone 2 minutes from the break. Fitzroy are in a hurry to try and chalk themselves back on terms and to shuffle Pascoe Vale around. Ritsu Novak must be mightily impressed with how his team have played thus far. Rogan, Allen. Caro not to get shuffled, Filio. Nicely done by Dos Santos.
And the Pascoe Vale bench rewarding of it. Really, where they can, getting around their teammates. As KDS has been hitting the crown jewels. And down goes KDS. Slow to get up, the Brazilian-Australian, Kevin Dos Santos. But he'll soldier on for now. Aaron Yu gets things moving again. Over the top, Lucas Vaz with the target. Scott Rogan had to head away quickly. At the futsal roo, he had seen it pretty late. Vaz has the corner kick. Newen, blocked by Russo. So Fitzroy go on fifth man, trying to find a way to get a goal back in this game. They haven't exactly tested Aaron New. Cardo, Kevin Lamb getting around Pep Filio, and away goes Kevin Dos Santos, I should say. Still going, KDS! Parried out of play by Sean Price. It's Lamb and Dos Santos tonight who have really been on their own, travelling with the ball at pace. Dos Santos has a corner. Short for Newen. Parthamos not cleared. Vaz, Cardo. Dos Santos had control. Vaz as the grounded pass go wide for Newen. 8 hours and 20 minutes of serious Futsal Victoria action has come and gone. And to have left truly our best for last, like we had last week in the Serious Futsal Leagues Cup. Rogan, the deepest. Allen with the fly kit on. Nepomuceno entering out of our final 70-odd seconds. Nepomuceno, Rogan. Parthamos awaits Allen, who's in possession now. Rogan, Parthamos. Sitting back are the Lions. Nepomuceno, Vaz trying to latch on here. The net remains vacant for Fitzroy. Nepomuceno, well handled by Kevin Dos Santos. Rogan, Allen, first time pass, goes wide of everybody.
Brilliantly marshalled again. Pascoe Vale have been doing their bit, not just defensively against 4, but against 5-2. Time ticking in the first half. Is there one last lunge for either team? Josh Allen out. Fitzroy have got to get a move on if they want to try and conjure something. Parthamos, Rogan, Rousseau, space for Allen. Likewise, Nepomuceno off the bar. There was to be a late scare. Javaro well and truly rattles the upright. Is that their late look? By way of getting a leveller. Aaron Yu, option starved, could only find touch. Sean Price has charged off. One last Fitzroy look. Pascoe Vale just having to withstand that little bit longer to the break. Final 10 seconds of the first half. Parthamos, Allen, does he fancy it? Nepomuceno, well in Dos Santos. Really well in. 3 seconds for Pascoe Vale to see out in order to get to the break, a lead which they would deserve. Allen will give it a go and will poke it wide, and they will get through unscathed. Aaron Yu directs. Final act to the first half, and a first half that Pascoe Vale have been fantastic in. The only goal from Michael Newen the difference. It's Pascoe Vale 1, Fitzroy 0.
Pena gets the ball moving again for the final time from a half-time break for round 17. Pascoe Vale in front against the Fitzroy Tigers, who will want to come at the blocks with a bit of ferocity. It's Rogan's effort which goes wide. However, what a half it was from those in black and white stripes. Pascoe Vale played with possibly their most unity, their most idea, and their proper best, if you will, for season 26. All the key cogs having great involvement. Aaron New was pretty routine. Evangelista on the ball was pretty supreme. Cardle defensively was sound. And despite a bit of, let's say, not animosity, but chemistry lacking between Michael Newen and John Osapena, a big embrace between them to start the half indicates that will be left in the first half. They're back on the same page for the second. If they are to connect further on court, Ethan, it could really prove damaging for Fitzroy, who are already trailing in this game.
And two ruthless competitors as well, both who want to win. That's where the frustration comes from. They linked up well early doors, and then it just seemed to fade a little bit, a couple of cutbacks that went astray. If they can get back on the same wavelength, Pascoe Vale could well be on their way to a good outlook tonight.
Alan Rogan, here we go. Tigers will build. Swool had an effort also. Glance wide, he really forced Aaron Newen to a save earlier in this match. Side ball, Cosy Russo, the current league top goal scorer, had his effort bounce off of Michael Newen. Swool will try things again. Patricus indicating that Sapena had darted forward early from the side ball being taken. Benjamin Howell comes across. Match official with Mary Patricus. They've had a good grip on this game. There's Russo. Newen had the block, which faltered back towards his keeper. Sapena chesting it on. Cardle had a great sight in for goal, also put wide. Now Allen shifts it in for Scott Rogan. It's the futsal roost, Scott Rogan, who fires in the equaliser for his Fitzroy Tigers with pace and power, and it's one apiece.
And it's been coming. Started the second half a lot brighter out of the traps. Early opportunities for Allen, for Swall, and Rogan gets on the end of it. A really, really well curated Fitzroy move. It was a good scan from Allen.
And there he is again, Josh Allen, causing some issues. Towards Cardle, the ball goes. Corner. Corey Swall with the last touch. Brilliant ball from Allen to find Rogan, wasn't it?
Superb. Absolutely superb to be aware of the space for Rogan as well. The weight was terrific.
Cardle wanted Sapina. Liked the idea the Spaniard wasn't latching on, however. Could that one goal perhaps be the straw off the camel's back, which has the wheels fall off the bus for Pascoe Val? It has in the past. It's a real test of their character tonight if they can find the means necessary to not just find another goal but put themselves back in front. They've been the team asking more questions in this game, but Fitzroy are entering their best passage now. Rogan getting to work, the captain, forces Aaron Ewan to a save.
It was quiet in the first half. Scott Rogan, by his own standards, but has really come to life. Is up for this. Is always up for this fixture, but message at half-time was about ensuring that they went with more pace and more power. That's a gorgeous ball.
Allen for Corey Swall, who's back with a bang, Corey Swall. And within a matter of moments, the champions have put themselves in front. Corey Swall from close range fires beyond Darren New. And the champions hit the front for the first time in this match of the Big Cats Cup.
How quickly it can all change. Pascoe Val won up at the break, having played possibly their best futsal of the season to date. Within no time, Rogan and Swall, two famous old foes, two famous players to haunt this club, have come back to do so again. Fitzroy needed to find something, well, they found it, and have done so really well. Aaron Yu guiding Pascoe Val now to do. Andre Caro on the volley, called it sweet. Price did well, Saul was smart. And Sean Price goes. That's a good take from Rousseau, who steered it for Allen. He went acrobatically. Evangelista picked it off him. Swall was lurking, Yu was sliding, and Corey Swall will divert it in for two. In the chaos, he is at the double.
Does that not show the levels Fitzroy are playing at? In a very scary message to the rest of not just the state of Victoria and their futsal clubs, but the country, considering the side were trailing for a good chunk of that first half. They looked way off it. Come the resumption of play, they look like a whole different team. It's the same players. It's the same system, same strategy. Bit more motivation perhaps in that halftime team talk. But within only 3 minutes, they found 3 goals. Where does futsal potentially go from here? With a side like Fitzroy, it's their world. Everybody else is simply just living within it.
And they let Pascoe Val think for just a little while they were more than mere mortals. Though in a flash, the one thing you don't do is temper the gods. As that's a lovely ball for Kademi. He drove low, Price prevented the corner. And for Corey Saul, how they've missed him. Australian international. Terrific in front of goal. A poacher, a marksman, a bagsman, every single word you could use. Back in the fold, back at the double when they needed him most. The Lions again have got work to do. Kademi is looking to do it. Couldn't quite steer it for Sapina, who was just a little outstretched.
Pascoe Val, as we mentioned before, Ethan, this is a test of their character. If they can conjure up a comeback in this game, it would put them in good stead for how they build for the next Premiership campaign of 2027, but also for the knockout stages of the Serious Futsal Leagues Cup. It wouldn't be a real dangerous assumption to think that Pascoe Val are going to go hammer and tong to try to take home that bit of silverware come the later stages of the year.
To do so, they will have to top this side. Will have to topple a Fitzroy team that in this second half have just shown how quickly they can find a faultless tune. Scott Rogan started it off, as he so often does. Swall at the double has ripped it away for the time being. And now Josh Allen with a vacant net will make it 4. Just like that.
You might say from a Pascoval perspective it was good while it lasted, but it's all been Fitzroy in the opening few minutes of this second half, and as it currently stands, they're not just having the match in their control, but they're wanting to now make a statement and run away with it. Pascoval were faultless in that first half. I'm not sure what might have happened at the halftime team talk, but I'm sure it's not what Rito Novak and the Chachis had facilitated with their messaging. Because Fitzroy are playing them off the court right now. Allen, the catalyst of the Pascoval downfall. Kevin Dos Santos anyway to stop. Josh Allen was to hold him and concede a foul. Corey Swall and Josh Allen behind the free kick. Lucas Vaz are part of the wall. Corey Swall will let it roll. In fact, it will be Allen to strike, and Aaron Yu will force a block. Allen's corner coming up. Corey Swall receiving it short. KDS puts a foot in. Pascoval bench still stunned into silence following what was a quick fire frenzy from the Tigers at the opening start of the second half. They've found 4 goals in a matter of minutes. Kademi gets the ball. KDS on for the pass. Here is Dos Santos. He squares it for Lucas Vaz. Kademi. Somehow the Lions unable to steer the ball home.
One too many. Lucas Vaz, when he gets it out of his feet, has got to have a go. The angle is tight. Kademi is on rushing, but the ball was always going to be behind him. Have to take your moments and not be afraid to pull the trigger. Cosimo Russo was not happy when he came off. Was in conversation with Jimmy Soufas, and those two have the perfectionist, the pair of them.
Allen for Rogan. Vaz will get there in the nick of time ahead of Corey Swall. Ball deflects off Corey Swall out of play. Side ball for Malcolm Newitt. Aaron Yu might progress further up the court. He has ball playing ability, does the goalkeeper. Vaz, Newitt. Dos Santos. Lucas Vaz. KDS, Kademi. It's more like it from Pascoval. Vaz. Newitt. Down the court. KDS. Blocked off by Rogan. Santos, it's his second foul conceded. And judging by his own disciplinary record in season 26 at Pascoval primarily, KDS needs to be careful. We've seen him suspended more perhaps than what we've seen him play in recent weeks.
He'll want to stay out of trouble. They will want him to stay out of trouble. Player with one of the largest fees, one of the largest amounts of hype regarding a transfer in this league's history. In all 20 years, there have been few that have made a move like Kevin Dos Santos.
Parthamos, Rogan. Nepomuceno. Try to flick. Nguyen got in the way. Look towards the next week. In fact, the next round of Series Futsal Victoria Men's Premiership competition. It's on the 6th of September. So we have a break in between the next couple of weeks. Corey Swall, meantime, finds his hat-trick. Corey Swall's back, ladies and gentlemen. Spent so much time on the shelf due to injury, but he's back doing what he does best, and that's scoring for Fitzroy, who fire in goal number 5, and this game is well and truly on their terms now.
And how they've missed him. Corey Swall, 2 of the finishes out of the 3, expertly taken. Aaron Yu, no chance. Futsalu's been missed. And if this is to be the return, How good is it about to be?
Fitzroy enter round 18. They have the bye that round. It's Thornbury Malbanaku to kickstart the show. Hume, Moreland to reacquaint their rivalry in successive weeks almost. It was in the Cup. Only last week they had faced each other. It was a draw that match. 4-4 on the occasion. They face off in the league. Pascoe Vale face Carlton Heart. They've had some pretty, let's say, confusing results. That match between Pascoe Vale and FC Carlton Heart in recent times. There's been thrashings, there's been stoppages, there's been very intense shootouts which ended in draws. So some intrigue as to the playoff position sides coming together next week to wrap up round 18 or the week after. It's today's date, Ethan Rigg.
Today's date is the 23rd of August.
6th, that's right. So next week we have off and the week after we return.
This is the last round of series futsal fixtures for the winter. At the moment, Fitzroy wintering well. Pascoe Vale, in the meantime, thought they had been able to evade the chill. They were finding a frosty reception. Price had to pour away. Lamb on the following, lashed it wide. The next time we see Fitzroy is on the 13th of September in league action against Hume. Massive game in terms of teams battling for the top two in the league. The Tigers stretching their legs tonight once again. That buffer about to be restored to 14 points atop the table. Kademi, Dos Santos, Lucas Vaz will have a go. Price will save not once but twice. Super keeping. Sean Price, with two really deft denials, has been priceless for Fitzroy this season. Dos Santos away from Nepomuceno, flashed across for Lamb. Rogan got a foot in. Lucas Vaz. Dos Santos, Kademi had just wanted to open some space. No look from KDS. Vaz gave it back to him. We went beyond Nepomuceno, though, was always stumbling and always out of control. Price poured it. Nepomuceno with two to contend with, couldn't quite.
Vaz, Dos Santos, Kademi, Kevin Lamb back on court. Kademi, Dos Santos, closed down by Rogan for now. Goes one way, once Kademi goes back to the keeper. Here's Aaron Yu. Long ball forward, lovely ball for Kevin Lamb, Kademi! Charged down by Price. It's a fantastic move from the Lions, and Kademi was unfortunate not to have scored. Only equalled and bettered by the goalkeeping acumen of Sean Price in between the sticks. Well kept. Kevin Lamb working around Partha Moss. No, he's not for now. The cannon read it best. Rogan can now charge forward and look at Flash go. Demi put his body on the line. The effort squandered. Under pace, the attack had transpired for Rogan. His effort travelled to no danger towards Aaron Yu. Kademi. To Santos, out of court. Petfilio. How has Javai Nepomuceno controlled the ball there? I've got no idea. Vaz will continue. Forced wide by Petfilio Vaz. How did Nepomuceno control the ball there? That is my question.
Superbly taken, wasn't it, by Javaro?
Here is Vaz with Nepomuceno, and there might be a sighting for goal for Pascoe Vale. Jason Ishak getting up to have a chat to Javaro Nepomuceno to keep him calm. Lucas Vaz might try his luck from here. That's how it's appearing. Here's Lucas Vaz for Pascoe Vale. Rolls it for KDS, blocked by Parthamos. Kevin Lamb, the back heel. Dos Santos. Russo with the cutout. Kevin Lamb and Parthamos were going for a dance. Parthamos down the court. Nepomuceno with space. Now Vaz can charge. Dos Santos. Cosy Russo getting in the way, preventing anything happening from the Lions' perspective. They trail by 4 goals, Pascoe Vale, despite opening the scoring first. It's 5-1 in favour of your champions, Fitzroy.
And it was a Fitzroy blitz that got them that. Pascoe Vale trying to at least chalk one back. Dos Santos. Parthamos kept him close. Lamb only for where Russo was. Options left and right on the break, one of whom is Nepomuceno. Javaro had a drive, and Aranu wore it. And where the first half was one of perhaps Fitzroy frustration, the second there is a knowing smirk on the face of Jimmy Soufas at the moment. Fixture that they have always placed importance on winning. Always found a way to have Pascoe Vale where they want them. Parthamos on the poke. There's not one which troubled Aranu. Hit the base of the goal's outside frame. Mixed emotions for Elias Parthamos tonight. Second half much better than the first for the Cannon. Another one in the MVP race. Mo Temu laid his credentials down. Parthamos has done so season long. Cairo's ball for Lamb. Out of room before he even got close. Swall. Parthamos. Again for Corey Saul, away from Vaz, away from Evangelista. Space was there for Russo. Just wasn't quite able to steer it that way. Maurizio Novak cutting a slightly more dejected figure than he was in the first half. There is that knowing look. Saul's take up by Cairo. Evangelista off Nepomuceno. And still, with the 4-goal buffer, Jason Ishak is looking a little bit in contemplation on the touchline. Aranu's come 5th man. Cairo was, for a moment, without the option he thought he had, and then was met by Nepomuceno. Give it away to Russo, who can roam. Dos Santos was gone beyond. Nepomuceno, Russo! Smooth move, though it didn't come to anything.
It's a bit late there from KDS on Cosy Russo. Evangelista, Cardo. Corey Swall had the composure. Parthamos has time to get his shot right. Aranu went for a flight. Now Evangelista, counter charge on the cards now for Pascoe Vale. Dos Santos has options. Vaz is one of them. Cardo gets it back from Evangelista. Price again. Able to get low and prevent a goal from being scored beyond him.
Terrific. What a night Sean Price has had, certainly in this second half. Any hope of a Pascoe Vale recovery is being quashed by the man in pink in between the sticks. He's been brilliant, been equal to everything, especially at close quarters.
Aranu. Cardo, saved the ball with pace. Going over the top was the keeper, Price. Boy, he hit that well. And stunned a few around Darabin. Dos Santos. Ball back in play. Cardo. Evangelista. Andre Caro. Lamb. Awaits possession. Waits to come back on, in fact. Dos Santos. Cosy Russo takes possession. Parthamos. Vaz, defensive duties. KDS. Evangelista not past Bryant. He lost his foot in. A Follow-up was late from Evangelista. Corey Swall, not around to Evangelista. Richie Novak looking for answers. Aiden Chachi looking for answers. Ethan Rigg looking for a snack. Dos Santos. Evangelista. Andre Caro. Dos Santos. Caro. Vaz. Evangelista. Pascoval moving left and right. The Tigers stifling their movements. Evangelista for in fact for Lucas Vaz. KDS now in possession. Looked as if Evangelista was going to go towards KDS. In the end went wide to Vaz, and ultimately the move came to nothing for Pascoval.
It's been the story of their second half. Some ideas have been good. Sean Price has been equal to a lot. They just have not found a way through when they've needed to. And it is still the Fitzroy flurry of 5 that's the difference. Allen looked to clip it on for Russo, who had stayed forward and was just unable to find him. Some more time for Oscar Bryant. Was in and amongst the goals in Leagues Cup action recently. Another one of the Fitzroy prodigies getting first team minutes in critical moments. Sapina, Caro. Again for Sapina, away from Allen. Andre Caro, Michael Newen, who got this whole thing going. And had he made it, lovely from Evangelista, who went the lob over Price, who again was equal to it. Swall was deepest and under pressure. Russo gave him an out ball. Caro shouldered it on. Oh, lovely take from Evangelista. Move for Sapina. Jonas Sapina couldn't find Newen. Swall across the clear. Certainly better from the Lions in the last few minutes. Depth for Evangelista. Sizing up Russo. On for Caro. Michael Newen's got space. And Price again is there to deny him. Given away by Swall. Caro. Sapina, the Spaniard on the charge. Good challenge from Russo, taken up by Allen. Return through Bryant. That's a brilliant ball. And Swall couldn't guide it the way he wanted. There's the court will need cleansing. And you think when Michael Newen put Pascoval ahead early doors in this game, they thought it could be oh so different. It was up until half time. And the reigning champions did what they do best. Within 5 minutes, they had flicked the switch and added 5 of their own, for which Pascoval have not found anything in the way of reply. The question from here, who catches them? Who can?
No one. Nobody. I don't think anyone could, to be honest. I think if you assembled the Avengers, they couldn't. They're simply a class above in season 26. Of course, it's in Premiership Futsal. It looks that way in the Leagues Cup. There's still a chance for clubs, and how it's a different focus in those competitions, but it's a teething issue for clubs below Fitzroy. Hume tried what they could. They had defeated them this season, which is a very good accolade for the Black Army, but in totality, they're hard to match the Tigers. They're almost impossible to match, and their dominance has spread from Thomastown to now the lower Plenty Road, or the Plenty Road part rather of. We're still in Bundoora, not sure why it's called the Darebin Community Sports Stadium, but we'll call it Darebin for the sake of simplicity. It's a great question, Ethan, but it's a pretty gleaming answer. Depends who you ask, but Oh, our top chat's open, so you can let us know. The Tigers continue week in, week out to strike a pose, really. They were trailing in this game. It's completely bent on their terms since. And they now look like they're just in a mode to take it easy. Not exactly exert too much energy or pressure. They've got the lines right where they want them, the Tigers. As Evangelista forces the play wide, and those in yellow will have possession back.
Fitzroy New on a night like this, opportunity to go 14 points clear at the top of the table. Chance which they very, very rarely squander nor take to full effect. It is looking to be that way. We are not far from Thomastown still. Old Settlement Road is simply only a 5-minute drive from here. It did take a season to divert to Darebin though. The Tiger Trophy cabinet is well and truly here in all its regalness as Maurizio Novak wants time out. At this stage in the game, maybe to have a chat and to see what if Pascovel can grab from this game. If anything at that. Newen, Sapenia. Again, still twisting and turning. Aaron New on the charge. Caro far behind Evangelista.
Off the ball, they have completely ruined any possible chance of Pascoval getting movement, compacting them. The Tigers have taken the Lions out to deep waters, and at the moment, Pascoval, well, they're not swimming, that's for sure. Now doing the backstroke in the first half, but now they're in need of a life raft. We have a timeout break. Pascoval issuing it. They trail by 4 goals. Fitzroy in front. 5 on the score. Not far from home. Broadcast has been going for some time. We appreciate you joining us all throughout these parts of the day. Malcolm Newen has a fly kit on. So Pascoval are going to go for it. They may as well. They got 5 minutes to find 4 goals. Stop clock in play. Cardo. Demi. This might ruffle Fitzroy's feathers. Sapenia. Kademi. What about striking? Evangelista was unmarked. Carter will skip back to recycle another 5th man move for Pascoval.
Usually Kevin Lamb trusted with the fly kit. Michael Newen tonight adorning the strip of blue. Pascoval, if anything, wanting to be patient to see if they can carve something. If not in way of late retort, but to control the closing stages. As Evangelista will fire wide, and Newen's got to get on his bike. Has not done so quickly enough, so we'll have to return to net. Nepomuceno. Parthamos with the loose one. Kademi. Sapenia. Warding off Rogan, taken up by Caro. Lovely swivel. And Sean Price. And there to deny. Newen out for Caro. Waited on Russo to challenge. Evangelista. Going at Nepomuceno is Felipe. Ricochet off Parthamos, taken up by Caro, Sapina, Newen, Rogan in the way, corner. Oh, closing stages. It has been a delicious Fitzroy display. Kademi, within range, yet another corner. Set back for Caro. Tigers on the other side of the break, they were hungry. They took it up quickly. 5 goals in a flurry. Pascoe Vale simply switched off for a short passage of the game and were taken entirely out of it.
It is honestly still perplexing how we're in this situation right now. Pascoe Vale were playing so well in that first half. Probably the best they've played in all the Premiership this season. And to have the wheels fall off as quickly as they had, to now be in a position where Fitzroy are simply just waiting for the full-time whistle. Let's be honest, they're not. They've had a couple of tests. Price has been pretty well kept and done his part, but since scoring the goals which gave them a cushion, Fitzroy have looked unfazed. They've looked unbothered. It's a damning analysis. It's a damning assessment, and you might disagree with what I'm saying, but I'm open for a dialogue because it's what's happened through my perspective. And how we got here, I still aren't to be too sure. I don't know what happened at the halftime team talk, but it could have been a good one because we're now here, and yeah, we shouldn't have been here if you're Pascoe Vale. So some disappointment for the Lions. A nod to how far Fitzroy can go has only been gestured in this match. I truly think they are unbeatable by all stretch of the word imaginable. That loss to Hume was barely a blip on the radar. They are light years ahead of the rest of the pack.
And for Pascoe Vale as well, they will wonder what could have been. For them it would feel like a fever dream. The way that that second half unfolded so quickly and so devastatingly. It was destructive from Fitzroy. Corey saw the main man restored to the fold with a hat-trick. He will take the headlines. Sean Price will take the acclaim as he deserves too. Has been magnificent in his own right tonight. Pascoe Vale wanting to see if they can take one for the road at least. The Tigers waiting on the whistle. Evangelista, that's a nice ball. Caro, way through Allen. Again and again for the Lions. They must look back to the drawing board. They must do so in quick time. Carlton Hard last time they met in the league defeated them. As Kademi will get one for the roads. At the end of a nicely worked move, and Jason Ishak will give time out. Kademi gets one, something for Pascoe Vale to smile about at least, on an evening that's quickly turned to gloom as we head to the break. Pascoe Vale 2, Fitzroy 5.
Come on. 1, 2, 3, go!
So Fitzroy have gone fifth man. Cozzy Russo with the kit on. Sean Price awaits his involvement. Has a pink bib on despite wearing a pink kit. Last minute 30. It's been a day in Darebin. A few things have happened here today. Quick recap on what we've experienced for round 17 of the Men's Series Futsal Premiership. In season 26, Hume FC recording the biggest victory of the day, dispatching Thornbury by 4 goals. 7-3 was the final score in your most recent match prior to the Big Cats Cup. Meanwhile, quick interruption as Kademi off the ground had a chance. There was no one home in between the Fitzroy goal frame. Price back on court. Malbanaku defeated FC Carlton Heart by a goal, 6-5 the final score. Carlton Heart showcased some real integrity to keep themselves in that match. They equalised a few times, but Malbanaku were able to do what sides which want to contend in the top 4 do best, and that's win games despite all odds. They may have not have played their best game. They weren't poor by no stretch of the matter, but they had a few lapses of concentration, which nearly came to haunt them. They had to rely on an 8-minute winner to ensure the 3 points returned and were kept intact. Pascoval led this match at one stage. Since the lead, which they brought into half-time, they went on to lose the game. Scoreline not conclusive yet, but the result is we have a week off from the Premiership. We return in September. It's a new month when series is to come back to town. Kademi, your most recent scorer. Cardo, Sapina. Price will have a look. He might just score here, Price. Wasn't far away. All things considered, Pascoval can rectify tonight's result against FC Carlton Heart. Cardo will score, however, late on. Found by Evangelista. The Doctor scores. And Pascoval will make the result scoreline look a bit more respectable than what it was recently.
And I think it's what they deserve. That first half was excellent tonight. The second half, okay, it has not come to the fore, but the Lions have been far from their poorest this season, and for a good while were toe-to-toe with the reigning champions, were besting the reigning champions. Game that they would have thought could have been a different way, could have been closer, could have gone more of the journey. 5-3 to the Tigers. The Lions have given it a good go. Comfortably closer. It is a team that have taken strides from the last time these two met, where Fitzroy compounded the misery at that point in time. This, though, again, a disappointment and a defeat. There is maybe some silver lining and some light at the end of the tunnel for Pascoval in what's been a very dark first half of the season. For the reigning champions, 14 points clear in pursuit of title number 13 to round out the weekend. Full time in Darabin, Pascoval 3, Fitzroy 5. We'll see you in a fortnight.
Scott Rogan, an impressive performance again for Fitzroy. 14 points clear at the top of the table. You must be pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with how we've been playing, especially recently. I think there was a period where the games were getting really close. We were dropping off a little bit, but I think in the last month or so we've really turned around and happy with how we're playing.
Just on the first half-time team, talking about trailing, heading into the break, you came out firing, very quick goals scored, then to cruise home to an eventual win. What was the messaging at half-time from Jimmy Sufis and company?
I think we just needed to lift the energy a bit. They were putting a lot of pressure on us at the start, and we weren't really breaking it down. And then with the ball, it was just really slow, so we just had to come out, lift the tempo a bit, be aggressive in defence, and finish it quicker.
And lastly, with respect to the competition, 14 points clear, you've got a pretty firm grip on the competition now. Do younger players start getting a look at the senior side heading into the final few weeks of the season?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've already had, even in the Cup, especially with the Cup games, we're a bit more... We got a little bit of an easier game, so we give the young kids a run. But there's a big gap between our age group and the young. Our youth boys are all 15, 16 years old. So you see there's Rylan, Caden, got Anthony, a few of the other boys, all 15, 16